Hogwarts, my spells develop infinitely. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Departure for Hogwarts. I just licked it. The failure of the platform is not my fault. At this point, Charles was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. You are dark wizards. You think I am extreme? When this topic was mentioned, a group of dark wizards beat their chests and expressed deep regret. How can there be so many bad guys who want to be dark wizards? We have no other choice. We can't survive through normal channels, so we have to make a living as dark wizards. Oh, I regret not studying hard. If I could get an excellent grade in the test, maybe I wouldn't be in this situation now. If there's a time travel potion that can go back to the past, I will definitely slap myself. Wandering around at night, all I do every day is wandering around at night. Reading a few more books is like taking your life. You deserve to be a dark wizard now, and be snatched away like a quail by an 11-year-old wizard. The dark wizards complained for a long time, and then it was the old wizard who provided Charles with a clue. Lord Ciel, although we cannot produce the information you mentioned, we know where this knowledge is most likely to be found. If it's not there, then there are probably not many places in the entire wizarding world where you can find this knowledge. After leaving Nocturne Alley, Charles returned to the leaky cauldron. There was a strange look in his eyes, whether it was the clues about dementors, basilisks, three-headed dogs, etc. mentioned by the clerk at Flourish and Blots, or the clues about soul magic-related materials mentioned by the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. They all pointed to one place. That's the restricted section of Hogwarts. It's really strange. When they were little wizards, they had plenty of opportunities to learn this knowledge, but they ignored it and were obsessed with having fun. That knowledge is sitting on the shelf, but few people are interested in it. When I finally began to suffer the beatings of the wizarding world and realized the importance of knowledge and ability, it was impossible for me to return to Hogwarts to learn those advanced knowledge, unless you become a professor at Hogwarts. Speaking of which, Hogwarts professors are generally very strong, and the position of Hogwarts professor is so popular, so perhaps this is also a factor. Charles' eyes were burning, raising dementors and basilisks, developing some side businesses, eating horcruxes, eating philosopher's stones, and collecting all kinds of magic materials I need. It seems that all of this cannot be avoided without Hogwarts. It is worthy of being the highest temple of dark magic in the eyes of the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. Ciel glanced at the calendar. After all this time, there are only 2 or 3 days left before the start of school at Hogwarts. Charles didn't plan to make any more trouble these few days apart from packing dozens of boxes of snacks from the various shops in Diagon Alley so that he could nibble on them when he was bored. The thing Charles did most was planning for his future after going to Hogwarts. If I remember correctly, there are quite a few places in Hogwarts where we can do breeding. The secret room can be used to breed basilisks. That place can allow a 1,000-year-old basilisk to move freely, and it should be no problem to raise dozens of small basilisks. There are already a group of giant acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, but Hagrid lets them run free. If we raise them professionally, we can expand the scale a lot. In addition to the group of giant acromantic spiders, the vastness of the Forbidden Forest can also support many other magical animals. By the way, if we can make a passage between the Chamber of Secrets and the Forbidden Forest, we can save money on feeding the basilisk and just feed it with the acromantula. Feed all those acromantulas that are not active in producing venom to the basilisk. There's also the room of requirement. You can't raise animals here, and you can't conjure up food, but you can build a few rooms with constant temperature and humidity, and grow some vegetables in them. Things like biting kale, devil's snare, mandrake, etc. Whether you eat them alone or use them to make potions, they are all good. As for their fertilizer, just use basilisk and acromantula feces. It doesn't cost a dime more. Oh, and there is also the Black Lake. We can do aquaculture in the Black Lake. If we build several breeding bases, maybe the resources can be circulated internally, and we don't even have to spend money on feed. It's entirely possible to build a small ecological chain similar to the magic world. Ciel's eyes lit up. Develop breeding, and occasionally find a horcrux, or a philosopher's stone. A fulfilling campus life. 2 days later, Carrying a full suitcase and a plan that made use of every secret space in Hogwarts, Ciel left the leaky cauldron where he had lived for a long time and headed to King's Cross Station amid the crowds of people. While Charles was planning his life at Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was also thinking about his next plans for the savior Harry Potter. Harry Potter is of course a Gryffindor, so as a Gryffindor, it is normal for him to attend classes during the day and go out at night. The Potter's invisibility cloak must be arranged for him. Also, give Snape something to think about, and let him protect Harry Potter. Let me think. What else? Oh, yeah, Quidditch. Harry will definitely inherit James' Quidditch talent. He can be arranged to join the Quidditch team in his first year. This will also help him to be loved by Gryffindor. Also, in the first year of school, we also need to see what kind of character Harry Potter has. Tests are inevitable. Dumbledore paced back and forth, going over all the arrangements for Harry Potter in his mind. Then, his eyes fell on the list of this year's freshmen, wondering who Harry Potter should be surrounded by. Ron Weasley. This candidate was first confirmed by Dumbledore. After all, the Weasley family belongs to Dumbledore's base, and the Wheeleyes are both core members of the Order of the Phoenix, so Ron Weasley must be by Harry Potter's side. As for the next candidate, Dumbledore considered it again and again and chose Hermione Granger. Having a Muggle-born friend around can ensure that Harry Potter is not poisoned by the bloodline theory, and naturally stand on the opposite side of those wizards who advocate the bloodline theory. The other little witch also has qualities that the boys don't have. It is said that this Miss Granger is also a top student, which is even better. After circling Hermione Granger's name, Dumbledore's finger moved to another name, Ciel Evans. This may be the most talented student Hogwarts has had in all these years. I just feel that if it's just Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, Harry Potter's closest friends still lack a character with strong strength who can provide combat power at critical moments. Char will be able to make up for this and become the cornerstone of the team's stability. The most important thing is that, through McGonagall's observation at Ollivander's one-shop, Ciel is born with a hatred of evil and is incompatible with darkness. His divine magic can be said to be the nemesis of darkness. Also, his gluttonous nature is very similar to that of a Hufflepuff. Badgers are generally harmless to humans and animals, and they won't steal the limelight from Harry Potter. The more Dumbledore thought about it, the more he thought this arrangement was brilliant. 2 days later, when it was time for Hogwarts to start school, Dumbledore looked at the clock with anticipation in his eyes. According to the time, some of the children I arranged should be meeting at platform 9 3/4. At this moment, an owl suddenly flapped its wings and hit the window of the principal's office. After Dumbledore opened the window, a letter was thrown in. As soon as Dumbledore opened the letter, he suddenly stood up, his face full of surprise. What? Platform 9 3/4 suddenly stopped working, and the little wizards and their parents are about to block King's Cross Station. How is this possible? I checked platform 9 3/4 before, and there is no problem with the magic there. At the same time, on the Hogwarts Express, where most of the carriages were empty, Ciel sat alone in a carriage with a guilty look on his face. I just couldn't help but lick platform 9 3/4 and got some deduction points. I'm used to it, so I only licked it once, not more than once. This platform failure shouldn't be blamed on me, right? Chapter 77, Defending against Dumbledore alone and deducing the brain-blocking technique. At this time, King's Cross Station was in chaos. A large number of young wizards and their parents were forced to stay there under the strange looks of muggles because they could not enter platform 9 3/4. There were also several wizards who didn't believe that there would be any problems with the platform. Despite the repeated dissuasion from the Ministry of Magic staff, they still ran headfirst into the platform and were eventually taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for treatment. The station was a scene of disaster. Countless young wizards and their parents were complaining there, especially the parents of Muggle-born young wizards, whose impression of Hogwarts and the wizarding world had hit a new low. My God, platform 9 3/4 is such a stupid design. What's even more stupid is that we're actually going to rush in at full speed. Now, the stupidest thing is, it can fail. You can never be sure if you're going to make it in or just get a big bump on your head. Is this a wizard? To be honest, I already regret agreeing to let my child learn magic. Is it too late for him to drop out of school now? Some wizards were unfortunate enough to experience similar events twice in a row. For example, Hermione Granger's family, the three of them were looking at platform 9 3/4 in silence, Feeling this familiar feeling? Why do you say familiar? Because the previous time they went to Diagon Alley to buy something, a similar situation occurred in the passage. They waited there for several hours until the Ministry of Magic staff repaired the entrance. It came again this time when I was about to catch the train. Hermione gritted her teeth and stamped her feet in anger. She had seen Charles in the crowd before and was thinking about going up to him and talking to him. As a result, not long after Ciel entered, the passage broke down, just like the time in Diagon Alley, so Hermione missed the opportunity to talk to Ciel. Hermione felt depressed. I also want to compete with Ciel to see who has mastered more magic, although all previous competitions ended with Ciel crushing me. This may not be the case in magic. Hermione is quite optimistic. She has been practicing spells ever since she came into contact with magic. Ciel's magical talent may not necessarily be stronger than hers. Unfortunately, I originally had the opportunity to compete with Charles while riding the train, but now this damn passage is broken. All these ideas have been ruined. Thinking of this, Hermione became more and more dissatisfied with the Ministry of Magic. Similar situations have occurred twice in a row. What does this mean? It shows that the Ministry of Magic is overstaffed and has not made proper preparations. I don't know where the taxpayers' money has been spent. The Ministry of Magic is just a makeshift team. When I graduate, I will also run for Minister of Magic. At the same time, in the Minister of Magic's office, Fudge's face was already livid with anger. The situation at King's Cross Station was undoubtedly another blow to the current administration of the Ministry of Magic. This blow may even be worse than the attack by dark wizards. After all, not everyone will face attacks by dark wizards, but on that day, there were actually thousands of young wizards and their parents facing the problem of channel failure. In just this short period of time, complaints have been pouring into the Ministry of Magic, most of which accuse the Ministry of Magic of only collecting taxes and doing nothing else. Fudge's hands were shaking with anger, and he paced back and forth in the office, questioning his staff. Have the funds for the renovation of Platform 9 3/4 been disbursed? The aide stammered. Sent. Fudge looked grim. Has it been paid in full? You didn't take it. The staff, who realized there was a risk of being blamed, became anxious. Of course I took it. Everyone who works in this field has to take something, but, Minister, we already over-reported the budget a lot when we submitted it. Now that it's been deducted from each level, it will offset the difference. The remaining galleons are still enough to maintain the platform. We calculated it clearly when we submitted the budget. Fudge stared at his staff. So, now that the money has been paid, why is the channel still inoperative? The aide was so anxious that he was sweating, and then he spoke quickly as if he had thought of something. Oh, Minister, the money has arrived, but because the Hogwarts Express is an asset of Hogwarts, the money for repairing the platform is actually given to Hogwarts in the form of a subsidy. The specific repairs were done by someone hired by Hogwarts. If this happened, it is not the responsibility of our Ministry of Magic. It must be that Hogwarts didn't use the galleons properly. As soon as these words were spoken, Fudge and the other staff members on the scene suddenly realized what was going on, and they uttered a name in unison with the gritted teeth. Dumbledore. It's him again. Fudge waved his hand. Go, add one more charge to the one we are going to use to try Dumbledore. He enriched himself and was blinded by greed, causing congestion at King's Cross Station and seriously affecting the travel of the wizarding community. Also, Dumbledore must have done this at this critical moment to lower our support rate. What a vicious old bee. Fudge clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. Dumbledore, I'm not done with you. Immediately, he turned to his staff. Continue to add budget to the Ciel reimbursement agreement. I want Dumbledore to reveal more clues as soon as possible. At this time, in the principal's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was also stunned when he heard the news that King's Cross Station was extremely congested. Nothing like this has ever happened in all these years in this way. His plan to arrange for Ciel, Harry Potter and others to meet by chance at the station would fail, but Dumbledore remained calm. It's okay. Although it was a bit unexpected, the backup plan still works. Those who get on the train first will be assigned seats by the conductor, and then they will be reminded that the remaining wizards are in an empty carriage and will be taken there. This way, they can still be put together. At this time, with the temporary repairs by the Ministry of Magic Commissioner and Hogwarts professors, Platform 9 3/4, which had been out of service due to lack of magic power, was finally repaired after a 2-hour delay. The little wizard and his parents finally entered the platform smoothly and performed a farewell scene in the crowded crowd boarding the Hogwarts Express. Harry, Hermione and Ron were gathered together by chance, looking for a vacant carriage. Just then, the attendant guided them to the outside of Charles' carriage. There's only one person in this carriage, so you can just fill up another carriage. Immediately, the door of the carriage opened. Hermione immediately spotted Charles, who was chewing on a shorthand quill. Out of boredom in the carriage, she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Charles Evans, but the next moment, Hermione looked at the full seats in Charles' carriage, and a look of hesitation appeared in her eyes. The remaining seats were occupied by girls. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. They had covered their faces with hats and fell asleep. Ciel said softly with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry, the carriage is full and they are all asleep. Could you please close the door?" Hermione looked at Charles, who was surrounded by the girls, and gritted her teeth, but she didn't know what to say. She could only close the door and go find another carriage with Harry and Ron. The flight attendant led them and looked back every few steps, his face full of confusion. She clearly remembered that Charles's box was empty, so when did it become full of people? Could it be that he was too busy just now and became confused? Forget it, there was nothing we could do. The attendant apologetically directed Harry, Ron and Hermione to the new carriage. After they left, an inexplicable look appeared on Charles's lips. "I really found it. The three saviors found my carriage exactly. I don't believe that this was not arranged by Dumbledore. Dumbledore is old and likes children. He likes to play house with them. I don't like that. No. One really wants to be in a carriage with three 11-year-olds on a green train, right? Come on, this is exactly what I hated in my previous life. Fortunately, I'm smart enough, Dumbledore, right, old man? Even if you are as cunning as a devil, you can still be defended by me alone, right?" Immediately, Charles waved his wand, and the three girls sitting next to him turned back into dolls. Charles naturally locked the door of the carriage and posted a notice outside saying "Do not disturb someone sleeping," then cast a silencing spell to block out the noise and screams coming from outside, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's nice that the world is quiet now. Then, Charles' eyes became deep. It seems that old fellow Dumbledore is still the same as in the original book. He likes to arrange things for others and use them as pawns. This time we are going to Hogwarts, on Dumbledore's territory, so safety is the priority. We have to use occlumency. I don't ask for a very impressive deduction, nor do I ask for myself to be crazy enough to enter Arlia as I imagined before, but at least I have to be able to deal with Dumbledore's usual temptations and the Sorting Hat." The next moment, Ciel whispered in his mind, "Deep blue, deduce occlumency for me." Chapter 78, Mental Transformation, Sudden Increase in Strength, Memory Palace. Following the whispers in Ciel's mind, Deep Blue began to deduce the brain occlumency technique. Waves of knowledge flooded into Charles' mind, making his eyes show enlightenment. Brain occlumency is more of an application of mental will than magic. It does not require a wand or spell, it only requires a strong spirit and will, and the invocation of one's own spiritual will. In a sense, occlumency is not just a skill for wizards, muggle monks, ascetics, meditation practitioners, and even some muggles with extremely strong wills and clear goals may actively or passively master the art of brain occlusion. Some schools call the state of entering the brain blocking technique meditation, some call it mirror. The names are varied, but the effects are similar to the wizard's brain blocking technique. It's just that compared to the wizard's already very perfect method of practicing brain occlumency, it is more difficult for them to master this thing after entering this state. There will be no distracting thoughts in the mind, and the mind can be more focused, which is very effective in learning and researching. Therefore, for alchemists and potion masters among wizards, brain occlumency is almost an essential skill for them, not only to prevent the unique formula in their minds from being dug out by legilimency, but also because the state of brain occlumency can prevent them from being disturbed by distracting thoughts when they need to concentrate the most at this time, as Deep Blue deduced the brain blocking technique. Charles gradually felt the magical effect of this ancient skill that was praised by both Dumbledore and Snape. He felt the countless scattered thoughts and associations in his mind gradually dissipate. A clear and transparent feeling emerges in my heart, and my spirit and will are becoming more focused than ever before. An instinctive joy arose in Charles' heart. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had been so pure. Perhaps it was during his carefree childhood in his previous life, but later, as I grew older and was exposed to more and more information and things, it became increasingly difficult to enter a state of immersion. I could no longer concentrate on one thing to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep like when I was a child. Even when I sit in front of the high-end computer that I dreamed of as a child, I feel bored and it is difficult to devote myself to it in this life. Even though Charles traveled through time and his body developed again, his soul and spirit were still in the state of an adult. But now, as the occlumency deduction progressed, Ciel felt as if his mind was being dusted off. Then, a deep blue mechanical prompt sounded in my mind. The first occlumency deduction is complete. The next moment, an unprecedented sense of clarity emerged in Charles' mind. He even had the feeling that he could keep his brain in a blank state for up to an hour or two without any distracting thoughts. This state requires wizards to practice brain block for many years to enter. For those Muggle monks and ascetics, even more than 10 years or even dozens of years of struggle may not be able to achieve their goals. But for Charles, it was just a moment. Since this was his first deduction, the points consumed were just a small amount for Charles, but the changes this brought to Charles were immediate. Ciel raised his wand in doubt. His mind was more focused than ever before, without any distractions. And he performed a transformation spell. It is much easier than before, and the accuracy and strength have been greatly improved, as if it has reached a new level. Charles tried to activate the Night's Edge spell again. From his perspective, the lightsaber bursting out from the tip of the wand was much more stable than before, and its power also increased to a higher level. After pondering for a while, Ciel suddenly realized, the magic in this world is certainly related to the strength of magic power, but it also has a more idealistic nature. The killing curse requires a strong desire to kill, and the cruciatus curse requires a strong urge to torture a person. Even for various daily magic, the most common reminder for young wizards in the original book by the professor when they practice is to concentrate and think about the effect of the magic. Everything shows that mental concentration will have a great impact on the power of the spell and whether it will be effective. Before I learned occlumency, I was skilled in magic as if it were instinct. However, as an adult, I had a scattered mind and uncontrollable thoughts, which prevented me from concentrating 100%. The power and accuracy of the spell have also been affected. Now that the first deduction of occlumency is complete, I can already gather all the distracting thoughts in my mind. When I cast a spell, I can concentrate more on the spell. Of course, the power and effectiveness of the spell will be greatly improved. After figuring this out, Charles couldn't help but reveal a look of joy on his face. The development of occlumency brought about a transformation in his spirit and a dramatic increase in his strength, which was definitely an unexpected surprise. He conservatively estimated that his strength had improved by at least 50% in all aspects compared to before completing the brain closure surgery. Ciel finally understood why Dumbledore and Voldemort, two wizards at the top of the world, had such profound attainments in occlumency and legilimency. Perhaps this is also a necessary quality for a wizard to stand at the top. It seems that occlumency is more important than I expected. I originally just used it as a key to drive myself crazy and enter the dream world of Arliet, but now I need to spend more points to upgrade it. This is so important that it can even be compared to my animagus transfiguration and the dragon language magic of the ancient dragon form. After a moment's hesitation, Ciel looked at the points required to perform a second deduction of the brain block technique. It's about 100,000, which is not a burden for him now, thinking that he might have to face Dumbledore and Voldemort's legilimency frequently in the future, and that occlumency itself had greatly improved Ciel's strength. Ciel continued to speak to Deep Blue. Deep Blue, occlumency rededuction. The direction of deduction is to deduce in a direction that can continue to improve your spirit. The next moment, 100,000 points were deducted. Knowledge is pouring in like a tide. Occlumency is the product of wizards' thorough understanding of the brain, and its practice efficiency is dozens or hundreds of times higher than that of muggles who are also pursuing the same goal. If you want to go one step further, you will have to go through a lot of experiments, but at this time, with the help of Deep Blue, Ciel easily surpassed the original scope of occlumency in the state of brain occlumency. Charles closed his eyes and saw a mirror in front of him, with nothing in it except him, spotless. Then, an ancient palace with distinct layers appeared in the mirror. The palace is filled with densely packed grids, as if various things could be stored in them according to categories. A Deep Blue mechanical prompt sounded at this time. Secondary deduction of occlumency completed. The host has obtained the spiritual realm cultivation method. Memory palace. Sorry for the late update. I seem to be out of shape and not feeling well, but I will try to finish the 10,000th update before 12 o'clock. I will update more if my body allows, and I will definitely update more tomorrow if I can't hold on. Thank you for your support. Chapter 79 Knowledge is Spirit, Arrival at Hogwarts. Memory Palace, Spiritual. Training Method. Charles raised his eyebrows, with a look of surprise in his eyes. This palace in his spiritual world is the product of Deep Blue's second deduction of brain closure surgery, the so-called spiritual practice method. However, apart from the fact that his attainments in brain occlumency were further improved during the second deduction process, Charles did not feel any immediate changes. How does this so-called memory palace enhance the mind? At this moment, Deep Blue also gave a mechanical explanation: endless knowledge breeds infinite spirit, and knowledge is the food of the spirit. The host can store the knowledge he has mastered in the memory palace. Once stored, any forgetfulness spell will have difficulty affecting this knowledge. Even if the host falls completely insane, this knowledge will still be engraved in the soul and will never be forgotten. The more knowledge stored in the memory palace, the larger its area will be. The host's spirit will also be fed back, becoming more resilient and powerful. After listening to Shenlon's explanation, Charles also understood the principle of how the memory palace could enhance the spirit. Just like a saying he had heard in his previous life, a man of culture is naturally elegant. If you read more poetry and books, your temperament will naturally be extraordinary, and the so-called temperament is actually a manifestation of the spirit. It is a consensus in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds that reading and studying can enrich one's spirit. A memory palace actually makes this process more concrete and more efficient. Every time Charles finished reading a book and learned a little knowledge, he would store it in the memory palace and could visually see the progress of his mental strengthening. At this time, Charles could see that a lot of the knowledge he had mastered was already stored in the memory palace. For example, animagus transfiguration, dragon language magic, luminescent spell, etc. Ciel nodded and sighed. Knowledge is power. The ancients were right. Looks like there's one more reason to go to the Hogwarts library. If I were to place all the magic books accumulated in it over the past 1,000 years into my memory palace, I'm afraid my spirit would grow to a terrifying level. Hogwarts, a place full of treasures. Although Ciel had not yet arrived at Hogwarts, he had several boxes of books bought from Flourish and Blots. Just filing these into the memory palace would surely allow Charles to make great progress mentally. Immediately, Charles randomly pulled out a copy of 30 practical spells from his bag and started reading in the state of brain occlusion. Charles read very efficiently, without any distractions, and felt as absorbed in reading novels as when he was secretly reading under the quilt at school in his previous life, accompanied by the sound of turning pages. Half a while later, Charles finished reading the book 30 Practical Spells carefully. With his current level of magic, he would naturally be able to learn the cleaning spells, repair spells, and the like recorded in it at a glance in the memory palace of the spiritual world. There is also a book called 30 Practical Magic Spells. Charles put it into the memory palace for storage. The next moment, as Charles felt it carefully, his spirit seemed to be slightly strengthened. Ciel frowned and checked the time. In reality, even with his learning speed, it took him more than an hour to finish reading the short 30 practical spells. If it were a big book like Transfiguration, such as the Transfiguration from Beginners to Divine Servant that Charles had read before, it would take 5 or 6 hours just to flip through the book. At this rate, when will the Hogwarts library be emptied? I'm afraid even dozens or hundreds of years won't work. Ciel sighed. Sure enough, just reading books honestly still leads to no solution. I still have to cheat. He took out another magic book, waved his wand, and the pages began to turn rapidly. With the eyesight of an ordinary little wizard, he might not even be able to see the words clearly when turning the pages so quickly, but due to the influence of the ancient dragon form, Charles' physical fitness in the wizard form is extremely strong, and his eyesight is greatly enhanced. At this speed, he can scan the handwriting completely in just half a minute. Charles had flipped through the book. Then, Charles spoke to Deep Blue in his mind. Deep Blue, you can deduce and let me master the knowledge in this book directly. I don't need to use it instinctively. As long as I learn it, it will be fine. How many points will it take? After a moment, Deep Blue responded, since the host has accumulated a certain amount of magical knowledge, he only needs to master the knowledge and does not need to do any additional deduction. 100 deduction points are required to achieve this requirement. Charles calculated that one book was 100, and 10,000 books would only be 1,000,000 points. Unless you invest them in a field like occlumency that can address your shortcomings, it won't be a big improvement for you. But mastering this knowledge and filing the memory palace can actually enhance the spirit, and the input and output seem to be more stable. As for the fact that he did not learn this process by himself but had the help of Shenlon, if he was still a teenager in his previous life, Charles might have felt a little uncomfortable, feeling that it was not the result of his own hard work, and would have felt uneasy, but now, Charles just wants to say, go to hell with the effort. What's the point of hard work? If you have a cheat but don't use it, you're an idiot. So Charles didn't even hesitate. Deduction for me. He waved the wand in his hand, and one magic book after another flew out of the box and hovered in the carriage ceilings, walls, behind doors, windows. All the gaps are filled with books whose pages are constantly turned as Charles looked around. A dizzying amount of text flooded into his field of vision, and then was transformed by the deep blue into the knowledge that Charles mastered in the spiritual world. In the memory palace, books one after another fell like raindrops and were filled into the memory palace by Charles. 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, as Charles continued to add knowledge to his memory palace. His originally imperceptible spiritual improvement finally became noticeable. Charles was so immersed in the process that he almost forgot the time. It was not until the Hogwarts Express stopped at the platform that the loud whistle broke through the soundproofing spell that Charles had casually cast earlier. And excited screams flooded in from the aisle of the carriage. There was a knock at the door of the carriage, accompanied by a reminder from the Hogwarts Express attendant. Little wizards, please change into your school uniforms and prepare to go to Hogwarts. Do not stay on the train, only. Then did Charles come back to his senses, already at Hogwarts. At this moment, Charles took a deep breath, and a very strange look appeared in his eyes. The world before my eyes seemed to have been wiped clean of dirt, and it has become completely different ever since. Chapter 80. I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want. The Black Lake is like a big hot pot. What are the benefits of mental enhancement? If you had previously judged based on the power of the spell, but didn't have a very intuitive experience yourself now, Charles could clearly feel the beauty of it after continuously stuffing knowledge into the memory palace and improving the spirit bit by bit. The quantitative change seemed to cause a qualitative change at this moment. Charles felt more refreshed and energetic than ever before. It's like the feeling of a long tired person waking up after a good sleep. The sunshine is exceptionally bright, and the flowers and plants are exceptionally beautiful. Even the things that we usually see often seem to have a different feel, and even Ciel's thinking and reaction speed have improved compared to before when facing the same enemy. Perhaps just a slight increase in reaction speed can make a big difference in the battle situation. Besides, Charles can operate over short distances, so the improvement in reaction speed will become more obvious after flashing, allowing him to recover and cast spells more quickly after flashing. Charles suddenly realized something and remembered the scene in the original book where Dumbledore and Voldemort fought. Logically speaking, Dumbledore was a 110-year-old man at that time, and Voldemort was already in his 60s or 70s. Their fight was simply the Battle of Wielding. If a muggle of this age came here, it would be good enough if he didn't suffer from Alzheimer's disease. But not only were they agile in their movements, their reactions were also frighteningly fast, which overwhelmed the young wizards present. Yet, they were able to continue using short-range apparition to fight, and cast spells at the critical moment. Ciel originally thought that the reason was that Voldemort had been transformed by dark magic and was different from ordinary people, and Dumbledore might have drunk some kind of potion, so his reaction speed was still so fast. But now it seems that perhaps because of their strong spirits, their reaction speed has not declined even at this age. Spirit is indeed the cornerstone of magic in the Harry Potter world. No wonder Harry Potter's strength increased so rapidly during his escape in the 7th year of school. This period was a test of his spirit and will. He was undergoing a spiritual transformation every day. Even when he was not studying at Hogwarts, his strength was increasing rapidly. Charles' eyes brightened. But I don't need to test my spirit under extreme conditions like Harry Potter did. All I need to do is read books. The more books you read, the more your memory palace is filled up, and the stronger your spirit will naturally become. If I fill all the knowledge in the Hogwarts library into the memory palace, even if I don't deduce any magic during this period, the power of the existing magic will increase several times or even 10 times under the blessing of the shocking spirit. Dumbledore? Voldemort? I'm invincible. Do whatever you want. Immediately, Charles opened the carriage door, followed the excited little wizards out of the Hogwarts Express, and walked towards the Hogwarts castle according to the instructions. More than 10 minutes later, at the end of the narrow path, a black lake came into view in the dark night. The moonlight shone down, and the waves of the black lake were covered with ripples of white light, like fine snow falling on the black land. Opposite the black lake, on the steep cliffs, stands an ancient castle. It is the Hogwarts that countless little wizards dream of. When they saw Hogwarts, the young wizards all exclaimed in surprise. The fatigue from a whole day's train ride and trekking through the mountain seemed to have disappeared, and they began to chatter like birds. Hogwarts? That's Hogwarts. In the crowd, the bespectacled boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, the savior Harry Potter, shouted excitedly to his companions. The red-haired Ron was equally excited and almost danced with joy. However, Hermione, one of the three, although also excited, turned her gaze involuntarily to Charles, who was standing alone in the corner of the crowd. Hermione looked around Charles cautiously, but did not see the girls he had transfigured earlier, and she felt a little secretly delighted. After walking through the crowd, Hermione came to Charles again and greeted him. "Charles, I don't know if you remember me. I am." Charles felt a headache when he saw Hermione, who always wanted to get closer to him. "Hermione Granger, I know, we've met in Diagon Alley. I think we've met many times before in the Muggle School competition." Hermione was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Charles to mention this. She then became excited and her eyes sparkled. "I've never beaten you once before, but now we're in Hogwarts, a whole new field, and we have to learn magic. Charles, I will definitely surpass you." Charles smiled helplessly and nodded repeatedly, using the tricks he learned in his previous life to dismiss children, and absent-mindedly dismissed Hermione while Hermione was still talking. Harry Potter and Ron also came here, panting through the crowd. "Hermione, why are you here? We all thought you were lost. Who is this?" Harry Potter and Ron looked at Charles, and before he could speak, Hermione, who was still in high spirits, chattered out Charles' identity. "Charles Evans, you must have heard of his name, right?" Harry Potter was stunned for a moment, then he took a breath. "Ciel Evans, the famous and most talented student in the UK? You are also going to Hogwarts to study. My aunt and her family never miss any reports about you on TV or in newspapers, saying that they want to inspire Dudley to become an excellent student like you. I am so honored." Harry Potter stretched out his hands and shook hands with Charles with a bit of helplessness and excitement. Ron on the side had a puzzled look on his face. Charles Evans? He didn't know much about the Muggle world, so he was not familiar with this name that was so famous among Muggle-born students. But in Ron's view, the person next to him was Harry Potter, the boy who survived. How could a hero who saved the wizarding world be so enthusiastic and admiring towards another little wizard? Now seeing Harry shaking hands with Charles so enthusiastically, Ron suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and changed the subject. "Ciel, I noticed that you were just here the whole time. You weren't looking at Hogwarts Castle, but at the Black Lake. What's so interesting about the Black Lake? What did you see, hearing?" Ron's question. Charles slowly grinned. He turned his back to the crowd, with orange ancient dragon vertical pupils appearing in his eyes, and his sight seemed to be able to penetrate the water of the Black Lake. As he looked into the depths of the Black Lake, the smell of the lake also carries the scent of countless magical creatures. With his spirit strengthened again, Charles seemed to be able to feel their magic. Gudu Ciel could hear himself swallowing. He grinned. "Don't you think that Black Lake is like a big hot pot? I was thinking, if I put some fish fillets or octopus in it, it would taste delicious." Chapter 81 Sorting Ceremony, Azkaban. 2-in-1. After hearing what Charles said, the faces of several young wizards nearby became quite strange. The Black Lake inside is bottomless, as if there are countless monsters hiding in it. They were on the train to Hogwarts, but they also heard some senior students excitedly talking about many rumors about Hogwarts. Black Lake appears frequently in these rumors. Now that Charles actually said that the Black Lake was like a big hot pot? How greedy! Ron couldn't help but burst out laughing, and looked at Harry Potter and Hermione, his expression clearly revealing something. "This is what you call the most talented and outstanding student in the Muggle world? You don't look very smart," Hermione advised Charles with some concern. "I heard that some mountains and lakes in the wizarding world have special magic powers, and the Black Lake at Hogwarts is one of them. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you, Charles. You should stop staring at the Black Lake for too long, right?" Charles smiled at this, licked his lips while looking in the direction of the Black Lake, and said softly, "It's okay. Is there a possibility that I am the abyss after all?" As he said this, Charles couldn't help but tap the wand in his hand a few times. Time and space marks burst out from the tip of the wand, appearing under the Black Lake in an instant and falling on the aquatic magical creatures. "This meat looks plump and tender, suitable for steaming. This big octopus is great. Slice it raw and make sashimi. This big fish is a little old, so let's just braise it. When Ciel was muttering to himself. Hermione and Harry Potter were confused and had no idea what Ciel was doing. Ron, who was standing aside, had an expression as if he saw through everything, and he already had a guess in his mind. It's just pretentious. It seems that Charles Evans has discovered that he has no talent for magic, but he can't let go of his reputation and face among Muggle students, so he pretends to be profound here. Look at him waving his wand, but there's no reaction at all. Isn't that similar to me? Thinking of this, the depression caused by Hermione laughing at his failed magic attempt on the Hogwarts Express disappeared in an instant, turning into a sense of superiority of knowing the truth. Ron was eager to see what was about to happen. When school starts, maybe this Muggle genius will perform worse than me. At this time, Hagrid's voice came from not far away, asking the little wizards to board the wooden boat and cross the Black Lake. Hermione also wanted Charles to go on the boat with them, but he flatly refused. Just kidding. In just this short while, Hermione and the others were pestering him, and their chattering almost made Charles' head fall off. He could confirm once again that he didn't like children at all, no matter if it's the Savior Trio or some other kid. Even if your original novel is extremely popular, or you are a beautiful Hogwarts campus beauty, sorry, you are just a childish kid now. Don't get involved with me. Charles came to the shore of Black Lake alone, and directly turned a floating piece of wood into a wooden boat, crossing the Black Lake easily. Meanwhile, on another boat, Ron was still talking about Charles and seemed to be arguing with Hermione. No matter how talented he is in a Muggle school, we are in Hogwarts, a school for the wizarding world. Does that mean he must be great? You all saw how stupid he was just now. Also, he waved his wand so many times, but what effect did it have? Nothing. Ron's face was full of disdain. We just invited him to go on the boat, but he turned us down like he was avoiding the plague. Does he think he's so great? It's just posturing. Harry is the best. He's the boy who lived. Some say he killed you-know-who, Hermione retorted bitingly. I know Charles Evans. He is a genius, perhaps even more talented than Headmaster Dumbledore. He can learn things that others need years to learn in a short period of time. Ron, you haven't seen Charles' performance, so you can't understand it. His actions must have a deeper meaning. Ron, you don't understand it all. Ron said, unconvinced. More genius than Headmaster Dumbledore? Hermione, you have no idea what you are talking about. Besides, Harry is recognized as the most powerful little wizard in the wizarding world. He is the boy who survived a disaster. Some people say that he defeated the you-know-who. Can Ciel be more powerful than Harry? Can he defeat the you-know-who? Seeing Ron and Hermione arguing with each other, Harry Potter said in a low voice with embarrassment on his face, keep your voice down. We're almost there. We have to hold the sorting ceremony after we arrive. Have you figured out how to deal with the sorting ceremony? You're not really going to let us fight some monsters, are you? At this point, Ron and Hermione's quarrel finally came to an end, and they both began to worry about the upcoming sorting ceremony, which was said to be extremely bloody and cruel. After the boat docked, the feeling of worry spread among the little wizards as if it were contagious. Only Charles didn't care about this at all at this moment. All his attention was attracted by the nearby Hogwarts. When you get closer, you can feel the omnipresent magic in this castle. It is no exaggeration to say that the bricks and the castle walls should all be magical. In Charles's opinion, the entire Hogwarts is simply a huge delicacy. He can get a lot of points by just picking up a brick and sucking on it. He made a rough estimate. Not counting the books, horcruxes, basilisks, etc. in Hogwarts, and only counting the castle and its attached defensive magic, the deduction points it could provide might be even greater than that of the Dragon's Blood Sea in Romania. Thinking of this, Charles' breathing couldn't help but quicken. He took out his mithril wand and had an urge to print a big word on the clock tower of Hogwarts, but at this moment, a surprised cry interrupted Charles' actions. The call was made by Professor McGonagall, who came to welcome the freshmen to the sorting ceremony. As a master in the field of transfiguration, she could tell at a glance that the wooden boat that Charles was riding on was not issued by Hogwarts, but was transformed by transfiguration. Professor McGonagall walked quickly through the crowd, looking at the wooden boat that Charles was on, and did not hesitate to praise it. Perfect transfiguration. You transformed a piece of wood into a wooden boat. Both its functionality and texture are exactly the same as the real thing. Ciel, you actually rode it across the Black Lake. Even senior students can't do what you did. It's incredible, Professor. McGonagall's call attracted a lot of attention from the little wizards, and even their nervousness was temporarily diluted. Transfiguration, that wooden boat was actually created through transfiguration. You must be kidding. Isn't transfiguration the most difficult magic subject? My brother told me that as long as a first-year student can turn a match into a needle, he is already very good. That little wizard who turned wood into a boat, he hasn't even started school yet. Is he going to graduate soon? No. Isn't Hogwarts so curly? In the crowd, Ron's eyes widened and his face turned red. Hermione was in high spirits, as if she had performed the transfiguration herself, and glared at Ron in a demonstrative manner. Professor McGonagall looked at Ciel at this moment and liked him more and more. Isn't it a pity that such a little wizard who possesses divine magic and is so talented in transfiguration doesn't come to Gryffindor? If the sorting ceremony hadn't started yet, Mr. Ciel, I would definitely give your house an extra 50 points just for your transfiguration. Charles smiled but sighed inwardly. No, what's the benefit of this extra point? Isn't it just the little red flowers given out in kindergarten in the previous life? As for the college cup, it's just a big award. Maybe the kids would enjoy it, but Ciel really had no interest in it at this time. He reminded Professor McGonagall, "Professor, is the sorting ceremony about to begin, Professor?" McGonagall then came back to her senses from her admiration for Ciel's transfiguration and hurriedly led the young wizards to the auditorium. Charles walked among the crowd, surrounded by curious looks and occasional whispers, making him feel like a member of society among elementary school students on their way home from school. He could only quicken his pace with an expressionless face, while silently saying it in his heart, "I have to apply to skip most of the classes. I would rather eat 100 kilograms of dragon dung than live and study with them for the next few years." Fortunately, after entering the auditorium, the worry and tension about the sorting ceremony filled the hearts of every little wizard. And no one paid attention to others anymore. As for the senior students who were already seated, all of them cast their eyes towards Harry Potter without exception, and whispered excitedly about which college Harry Potter would go to soon. The sorting ceremony officially began, and the sorting hat appeared in front of the little wizards. The first little wizard's name was called Hannah. Abbott, Hannah, the granddaughter of old Tom from the Leaky Cauldron, who had delivered meals to Charles several times, blushed and stumbled towards the sorting hat the moment it was put on. The sorting hat blurted out Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table burst into applause, welcoming Hannah. Then there were rounds of applause when Harry Potter put on the sorting hat. It fell into a long silence, and finally chose Gryffindor. The applause that erupted from Gryffindor seemed to blow the dome off. The Weasley brothers were still there shouting and cheering, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" And after the applause died down, another name was called, Charles Evans. At this moment, the young wizards who had just heard Ciel being praised by Professor McGonagall, as well as many professors in the professorial seats, all cast their eyes over. Here a hint of anticipation appeared on Dumbledore's face. He already knew what Charles had just done, which was a very impressive achievement in transfiguration. "I have never taught Ciel transfiguration, which means that Ciel learned it entirely by himself, proving that Ciel's magical talent is even higher than Dumbledore originally expected. In this way, the thug I prepared for Harry Potter will be more powerful. And I believe it can play a huge role in the cause of fighting against evil." Quirrell also turned his gaze away from Harry Potter and set his eyes on Ciel. Voldemort hissed in his mind, "Look at the disgusting look in Dumbledore's eyes as he stares at Ciel. The old man must be trying to turn this little wizard into a pawn again. Haha, I want to make Ciel mine and let him willingly devote himself to the field of black magic." Under these gazes, Charles calmly came to the front of the sorting hat. He knew the principle of the sorting hat's sorting, which was similar to legilimency, allowing the sorting hat to judge a person's character through some thoughts. If occlumency is used, the sorting hat won't be able to read anything. Forget it. Just let go a little and end this ceremony quickly. So, the next moment, Ciel reached out and put on the sorting hat. The first thought the sorting hat had when reading this was, "This hat looks very vintage. How can I make it delicious? How about chopping it into big pieces and stir-frying it with some spicy crayfish sauce? It's said that it's delicious when dipped into shoe soles, so it should be good when dipped into hats, right?" Hiss, "I'm greedy." The sorting hat's expression froze, and then as it watched the image of frying and deep frying that appeared in Charles' mind, its expression gradually turned into horror. The next moment, an ear-piercing scream erupted from the sorting hat, so sharp that it seemed to break through the sky. The sorting hat yelled hysterically, "Azkaban! It has to be Azkaban! Someone, come quickly, take me off this little wizard's head. My life is in danger." Today's Guaranteed update is complete, and I feel like I can write an extra update. But it will be late. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Making History, The Collapse of the Sorting Hat Azkaban. This high-pitched scream echoed under the dome of the Hogwarts Great Hall, freezing the atmosphere in an instant. The expectation and smile on Dumbledore's face froze in an instant and turned into disbelief. Professor McGonagall's eyes revealed fear even in Quirrell's mind. Voldemort's voice paused for a moment, and then burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest thing. Azkaban, ha, has the hair oil on this lousy hat made its brain sticky? And, after the laughter, Voldemort's voice gradually became more curious. Or, does the young wizard Charles Evans really have such potential? Is he so evil that the Sorting Hat sent him to Azkaban? What else did he do besides robbing Nocturne Alley? At this time, there was also a lot of noise in the Hogwarts Great Hall. All the eyes, some curious, some frightened, some in awe, converged on Charles. Ciel was filled with righteous indignation and pulled off the Sorting Hat. Azkaban? How am I related to Azkaban? Slander. This is blatant slander. At the same time, Charles was confused. Is the Sorting Hat's legitimacy so powerful? With my attainments in brain occlumency, even if I only opened a small hole and allowed it to read a little bit of my thoughts, it would only be able to read my strongest thoughts. At the moment, the Sorting Hat couldn't read my memories or see what I had done, so how could it have put me in Azkaban? How about destroying the Sorting Hat now, so that there is no evidence to prove anything? Fortunately, just before Ciel was about to take action, Dumbledore waved his wand. Quiet. The originally noisy hall immediately fell silent. As all sounds were silenced by Dumbledore's spell, Charles was startled. He felt the strength of Dumbledore's silencing charm. If he didn't have the dragon armor charm as a magical protection to offset it, he would probably be unable to make any sound for a while. That means that you won't be able to chant the spell, and your strength will drop drastically just from this one spell. We can tell that Dumbledore, holding the Elder Wand, has probably already used the spell to its maximum strength if confronted head-on. Even Voldemort, who had 7 Horcruxes and whose magical power was off the charts, would not be able to hold out for long. A deep blue reminder sounded in Charles' mind as well. The host has obtained high-level materials for the silence spell. The points required to perform the silence spell in the future have been greatly reduced. Upon hearing this reminder, Charles' eyes suddenly lit up. Dumbledore is bursting with gold coins. Then can we find more opportunities for Dumbledore to take action in the future? How much high-level materials can be obtained and how many points can be saved? At the same time, Dumbledore came to the center of the hall, picked up the Sorting Hat, and then he understood the previous reason. After finding out why the Sorting Hat put Charles into Azkaban, Dumbledore's expression changed and he looked at Charles with a mixture of laughter and tears. When the Hogwarts sorting system was established, the creators had already imposed countless restrictions on the Sorting Hat. In the subsequent admissions, hundreds of loopholes were plugged to ensure that the Sorting Hat sorted students in the most reasonable and fair way. As a result, the magic on the Sorting Hat has not needed any adjustments for hundreds of years. But I'm afraid that starting today, the Sorting Hat will have to add a new restriction. You can't put a little wizard into Azkaban just because he wants to cook the Sorting Hat. Ciel Evans, I have to say that you have made history at Hogwarts, but I sincerely advise you that the Sorting Hat really hasn't been washed for 1,000 years, so no matter how strong the seasoning is, it may not be able to cover the smell of hair oil on it. Really don't, cook the Sorting Hat. I don't want the whole Hogwarts castle to be filled with the smell of grease. When Dumbledore's voice was heard in the hall, the silencing spell was immediately lifted, but everyone in the hall was still in shock, and it took them a long time to recover. One after another, their gazes fell on Charles with admiration in their eyes, especially the Hufflepuff wizards. They were almost worshipping Charles. They thought Hufflepuff was the best house at cooking, and they had tried all kinds of magical ingredients, but I never expected that there would be such talent. Want to take a bite of the Sorting Hat? When it comes to eating, Hufflepuff would like to call Ciel the best. Immediately afterwards, some little witches screamed in fear when they put on the Sorting Hat. They were so nervous that they didn't react much now that they had come to their senses and heard Dumbledore himself admit that the Sorting Hat had never been cleaned for thousands of years. The smell of greasy hair seemed to be overwhelming them. making them feel uneasy, and they wanted to find a place to wash their hair as soon as possible after this farce. Dumbledore looked at the sorting hat. Okay, now it's time to sort the houses seriously, but even with a patch on it, the sorting hat still refused to be worn on Charles's head. Dumbledore, I tell you, he is serious. This little devil is serious. He really wants to eat me. I could just feel his saliva was flowing like crazy. Watch your things carefully, or he might chew your wand if you're not paying attention. As for the sorting, let him choose whatever he wants. Anyway, please keep me away from Charles Evans, and don't let him know where I'm kept. I don't want him to pry open the door and cook me one day. Dumbledore's face was full of helplessness. How can it be that exaggerated? It's normal for a little wizard to be a little greedy. You think too much, sorting hat. How could Mr. Ciel pry open the door and cook you? Such a cruel thing, a little wizard would never do. After some persuasion, the sorting hat reluctantly recarried out the sorting process. It was placed back on Ciel's head, whispering in Ciel's mind, where should I assign you, Charles Evans? You have courage, I am sure of that. You should have the courage to do some incredible things. Of course, you also have a passion for knowledge. I sense you also have quite a voracious appetite for those ancient magical books, ambition, and no lack of it. As for your pursuit of delicious food, you are even more intense. All 4 colleges are suitable for you. What do you think? In response, Charles asked, which academy can eat more magical delicacies? Which academy can be exposed to the most magical materials? The sorting hat said immediately, of course it's Hufflepuff. Hufflepuffs themselves are very keen on food. Many of the delicious foods that have been passed down in the wizarding world to this day were created by Hufflepuffs. The students of this academy are also very keen on eating. They have a separate small kitchen that is open 24 hours a day. At the same time, Hufflepuff has always produced many magical herbalists who have access to a variety of rare herbs. They are also very good at breeding magical animals. Before he finished speaking, Charles made his choice without hesitation, Hufflepuff. When this shout was heard, warm applause also echoed from the Hufflepuff table. Countless Hufflepuff wizards looked at Ciel with eyes welcoming a god. They were sure that when Charles, the first little wizard in 1,000 years who thought of using the sorting hat to make delicious food, joined the Hufflepuff house menu, many more interesting things would appear at this time. Charles slowly stood up, slowly stretched his hand towards the sorting hat on his head, and said something sincerely to the sorting hat in his heart. I'm sorry, Grandpa Sorting Hat. I was just a little greedy. I didn't expect to give you such a big scare. I just thought you were an ordinary magic hat, but who knew you were really a unique sorting hat with life, thoughts, and thousands of years of history. If I had known this earlier, how could I have planned to attack you? Will you accept my apology? The sorting hat's shock gradually subsided, and it felt a little guilty. Although I was frightened, how could I shout out the Azkaban school in public? This had a very bad impact on the little wizard. It's rare that this kid actually apologized to me. Yes, he was just a little greedy. Ignorance is not a crime, so the sorting hat said kindly. It's okay, kid. I want to apologize to you, too. What I did just now was inappropriate. Without waiting for the sorting hat to finish, Ciel said urgently in his mind, then, can I go talk to you, Grandpa Sorting Hat, when I'm free? I feel like you speak very nicely, you are knowledgeable, and you are very humorous. Alice, I don't have many friends, I don't fit in, and I can't play with children. The sorting hat immediately said happily, of course, kid, to be honest, it's only taken out once a year, and I'm also very lonely, and I really want to find someone to talk to. I'm in the second cabinet in the 3rd row on the left side of the principal's office. If you want to talk to me, you can come to the principal's office to find me. The password to the principal's office is some weird dessert, a pile of cockroaches or something like that. You just have to try them one by one according to Honeydukes candy list. Just as the sorting hat was talking incessantly, Charles slowly opened his mouth and took it off his head. The principal's office is in the 3rd row, 2nd seat on the left-hand side after entering the door, right? I remember it. At this moment, the sorting hat was stunned. Fuck, is he trying to trick me? Dumbledore, Dumbledore, I want to move Dumbledore, but before the sorting hat could even utter a word, Charles waved his wand and tapped it lightly. A silencing spell silenced the Sorting Hat's voice. The Sorting Hat's eyes were bloodshot, and it was mumbling something. It stared at Dumbledore, hoping that Dumbledore would make the decision for it. Dumbledore, do something. Dumbledore, speak up, in broad daylight, and Charles Evans won't let me. Then, with the Sorting Hat looking expectant, Dumbledore took action. He cast another silencing charm on the Sorting Hat. Merlin, the hat was noisy, and tonight had been noisy enough, and Dumbledore didn't want to cause any more trouble. At the same time, Dumbledore gave Charles a look of praise. Nice. Silencing charm, Ciel, 10 points for Hufflepuff. 4. A moment, the Sorting Hat was stunned. Grass, this world, may it be destroyed, today. I will add another 3,000 words. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 83, Hufflepuff's Defense Mechanism? You've come to the right place. After the incident between Charles and the Sorting Hat, Dumbledore seemed to be afraid of any more accidents, so he quickly started the next step. Dishes appeared on the long tables of the 4 major colleges, and the hungry students couldn't wait to eat. Charles also deliberately did not use Deep Blue to convert the food into deduction points. Instead, he tasted the Hogwarts meal himself and nodded slightly. I have to say, the food at Hogwarts tastes pretty good. Among the British delicacies, which mainly consist of fish and chips, this dish stands out from the crowd. After all, it is the craftsmanship of the house elves, and the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen have been passed down from generation to generation, cooking every day. I am afraid it is comparable to the kitchen of the Shaolin Temple in the movies of previous lives. Each of them is a master chef. What made Charles feel regretful was that the dishes served were all made of ordinary ingredients and did not contain any magical ingredients. Therefore, no matter how delicious the food is, the deduction points it can provide to Charles are very meager. But this is not surprising. Magic materials are expensive to begin with, and it is even rarer to find ones that can be used to cook delicious dishes. If we provide magical ingredients to so many students at Hogwarts every day, the tuition fees collected by Hogwarts may not be enough to cover even a month. It seems that if you want to eat something good, you have to prepare your own ingredients. The Sorting Hat said that Hufflepuff House has its own separate kitchenette, which even contains magical recipes passed down by Hufflepuff himself. If you collect the corresponding ingredients, you can ask the Hufflepuff House elves to make magical meals. Not only are they delicious, but some of them have special effects that are not inferior to potions. Thinking of this, Charles couldn't help but lick his lips. The next batch of fire dragon materials that I ordered from Romania should arrive soon. In order to minimize the loss of magic power of the fire dragon materials, he swallowed all the materials after killing all the robbing wizards. Thinking about it now, it's still quite regrettable. After all, whether the fire dragon materials are used to prepare potions or magic potions, after being combined with multiple materials, the magic power will stimulate each other, and it is possible to burst out more powerful magic power if you eat it in this way. You can get more deduction points. Charles didn't have the conditions before, but now that he is in Hogwarts, he can give it a try. In addition to dragon materials, there are also many kinds of magical ingredients in Hogwarts, some of which are even top-notch ingredients that may not be found in the entire magical world. For example, there is a 1,000-year-old basilisk, and there is no other one in the magical world. If we use snake monster bones to make soup, or a pot of dragon tiger fight, how delicious would it be? Charles' eyes showed anticipation. Just at this time, the admission dinner gradually came to an end. Just like in the original book, Dumbledore first asked everyone to sing the school song together, then warned the freshmen not to go near the Forbidden Forest and the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, and then asked the prefects of each college to take the young wizards to the common room. In the ancient castle, the stairs kept moving as if they had their own consciousness, crisscrossing each other, making the place look like a maze. Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff prefect and the best student in the original book who died at the hands of Voldemort in the Triwizard Tournament, was leading Charles and other new wizards through the stairs, explaining the rules of these stairs. The little Hufflepuffs listened attentively, not daring to slack off for a moment. And some even took out pens and papers, fearing that they would be late for class tomorrow because they remembered the wrong staircase. This is also one of the characteristics of Hufflepuff House, diligent and down to earth. Although not very smart, diligence can make up for lack of talent in a sense, knowing that you are not smart and have a bad memory, so you listen carefully and remember carefully. Isn't this also a kind of intelligence? Ciel doesn't have to be like these little wizards. As his spirit became stronger, not only did his reaction speed increase, but his memory also improved significantly. He couldn't say that he had a photographic memory, but it was far better than ordinary people. He remembered what Cedric said after listening to it once, and even figured out some of the rules governing the operation of the stairs. As Cedric continued to explain, they finally arrived at the door of the Hufflepuff common room. Cedric emphasized, "You must listen carefully to what I say next. Each house's common room has a unique entry mechanism that prevents students from other houses from entering. Gryffindors is a password. Ravenclaw's knocker asks questions. I'm not sure about Slytherins, but it's similar. In our Hufflepuff common room, the door knocker is knocked in a specific rhythm. The rhythm of opening the door changes every week. The prefect will pick a few notes from a song and announce it to the whole academy, so you'd better remember it." Speaking of this, Cedric showed a hint of pride on his face. The constantly changing password is simple, but also the most secure. Unlike other college common rooms, our Hufflepuff common room is one where no one can sneak in unless we actively invite them. Oh, yes, our common room also has a unique punishment mechanism for intruders, so you'd better write down the weekly door opening rhythm in your notebook, otherwise this punishment mechanism will not be pleasant. The little Hufflepuffs became visibly nervous when they heard Cedric mention the punishment mechanism. "Will a flying knife fly out of the door, or will you cast a curse on anyone who knocks on the wrong door? What should I do? I'm a little scared. I don't dare to knock on the door alone." Cedric smiled. "This is Hogwarts. How can we use such harmful punishment methods?" He blinked. "As we all know, Hufflepuff, the founder of our school, loves food and therefore created many magical condiments. One time, he accidentally created a magical vinegar that was sour beyond imagination. If you put this vinegar into your mouth, you will not be able to taste anything but sourness for a whole week, and everything you eat will seem to make your teeth sour, and over time, the acidity of this magical vinegar will become higher and higher, so it becomes our unique defense mechanism for Hufflepuffs." He pointed to the nozzles on either side of the common room door. "See, if you knock on the wrong rhythm to open the door, this magic vinegar will spray out here. It was okay the first time I hit it wrong. It was diluted. It would probably only make people sour for a day. If you knock wrong the second time, you will be scolded for 3 days. If you make a mistake the third time, prepare yourself to be tortured with 10 lemons in your mouth for a week." At this moment, Charles suddenly asked, "What if the intruder refuses to give up and keeps making mistakes?" Cedric was stunned for a moment, then smiled sinisterly. "The age of the magic vinegar will grow older and older, and the magic contained in it will become stronger and stronger. If the intruder has good teeth, he might be able to taste the exquisite vinegar from the time of Hufflepuff's founders. Tisk, tisk, the taste might even make ghosts cry." As for the idea of many people breaking in together and trying to consume our Hufflepuff magical vinegar reserves, that is wishful thinking. It is said that the Academy has stored enough vinegar to fill a lake. Using the traceless extension charm, the intruder can't drink up all the vinegar in a lake, right? Hearing this, the little Hufflepuffs all clapped with admiration in their eyes. Even Ciel was no exception as he clapped. Ciel couldn't help but have his eyes light up, with only one thought in his mind: Hufflepuff house, I've come to the right place. Chapter 84. Target the Three-Headed Dog. Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell. After explaining to the little Hufflepuffs how to enter the common room, Cedric led them in. The Hufflepuff common room is not as cool as Ravenclaw's blue. It looks like a small library, but it is not as luxurious as Slytherin's. It is a bit similar to the Gryffindor common room. Both are warm colors, but compared to the eye-catching golden and red colors, the Hufflepuff common room appears warmer and more comfortable. It's the feeling of staying in bed in the winter without coming out. The most exaggerated thing is that there is a door next to the fireplace in the common room that leads directly to the Hufflepuff kitchen. Cedric beamed with joy when he talked about this. Hogwarts house elves are already excellent cooks, but since ancient times, only those house elves with the best cooking skills can enter the Hufflepuff kitchen. Whenever an important guest comes to Hogwarts, the most sumptuous and delicious banquet is prepared by the elves in the Hufflepuff kitchen. You can't get this kind of food outside very often, and other colleges can only eat it a few times a year, but in Hufflepuff, food is available 24/7. Whenever you feel hungry, go to the kitchen and there will be a steaming hot meal waiting for you. If you can get some special ingredients, the house elves can customize the meal for you. That would be wonderful. As Cedric described, the little wizards' faces were filled with greed just thinking about being able to have a delicious midnight snack in this comfortable lounge, even if it is for them to finish their final homework. seems quite happy seeing the expressions of the little wizards. Cedric also showed a satisfied expression. Apart from anything else, the sense of belonging and unity among Hufflepuff students is definitely the strongest among the 4 colleges, and Gryffindor has to lag behind a little. How was it cultivated? That's what everyone makes together for midnight snack every night. While Gryffindor was busy with their night outings, Ravenclaw was busy reading, and Slytherin was busy with something else. The Hufflepuff wizards were busy eating here. How can this sense of belonging not be strong? Then, Cedric continued, "Alright, I'll leave the common room for you to explore later. For now, I'll take you to your respective dormitories." At the door of a 4-person dormitory, Charles stood in front of the door with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. As for the dormitory, he really hasn't lived there for many years, but after a moment, Ciel's nostalgic look disappeared and he pulled out his wand. What he missed was not the dormitory, but the carefree time of studying. As for the dormitory, unless you have a good relationship with your roommates, who would miss it? Do you miss the narrow bunk beds, the restrictions that came with having no privacy at all? That's fine. Who in their right mind would say that they like living in a dormitory with 3 other children? It's pure torture. Immediately, Charles pushed the door open and walked in. The 3 roommates inside all looked towards the door, ready to welcome Charles, but the next moment, a flash of magic light appeared. Ciel cast a confusion charm in the dormitory. The effect of this confusing spell was to make several roommates ignore Ciel's existence, and even make them think that Ciel was not their roommate, but just an ordinary classmate, and that there were only 3 people in their dormitory from beginning to end. With the mental strength of Charles after his transformation, and the magical strength that surpassed most adult wizards after the ancient dragon form was fed back, even if he didn't deliberately deduce the confusion spell. The most common version was enough to work perfectly on several young wizards. For a moment, the 3 roommates were stunned. What was I trying to do just now? Oh. Yet, I still have to pack my luggage. Even though Charles walked past them, the 3 of them seemed not to notice and completely ignored Charles' actions. Then, Charles took out a tent with a traceless stretching spell cast on it, and cast various protective spells on it. In this way, even if there is an occasional dormitory inspection, the student union members who come in will not find that there is a tent here. When Charles opened the tent curtain and walked in, he saw an ultra-luxurious suite inside, which was elegantly decorated, fully furnished with all kinds of furniture, and an extra-large, ultra-soft bed. Charles' eyes showed satisfaction. It's no wonder that old Tom from the Leaky Cauldron gave me this super VIP gift. It's really quite nice. This area is equivalent to a large flat in my previous life. A 5-star presidential suite is about this size, although I will be very busy in the next period of time at Hogwarts and may not sleep here often. It is still nice to rest here occasionally. It is better than sharing a dormitory with 3 children. Of course, not all Hogwarts dormitories are 4-person rooms. There are also single rooms. For example, the class leaders of each college live in luxurious single rooms. According to the original book, the luxury of a single dormitory is almost the same as that of a 5-star hotel, but one needs to be a class leader to get one. As for the position of prefect, Charles respectfully declined it. Aren't they just students' union cotters? They have so much to do, taking care of this and that, and whoever wants to do it can do it. How could it be as good as the luxury tent that Charles got for free? Then, Charles lay on the bed, thinking about how to spend the next period of time. It's the first night at Hogwarts after all. How can I sleep like this? Besides, I didn't feel full after the dinner just now. The deduction points provided by eating those ordinary foods are not as good as eating half a pound of dragon dung. I have to go and worship my own stomach and get some points at the same time. A series of options emerged in Charles' mind, and then he eliminated them one by one. Basilisk? I haven't learned Parseltongue yet, so I can't enter the Chamber of Secrets for the time being. Besides, the Basilisk has an instant kill effect, and the dragon armor spell may not be effective. There is still a risk of failure. Let's cast a spell related to the eyes to ensure that there is no risk of failure before going. As for the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake, they are a bit far away, so we won't bother with them on the first day. So is Ravenclaw's diadem. It will take a while to find it in the room of requirement. There's no rush. After some thought, a name emerged in Charles' mind. 3-headed dog. It's decided to be you. This extremely rare magical creature is only produced in Greece and is even more precious than a fire dragon. It is best known for its limitless power, violent aggression, and superior recovery ability. The most famous 3-headed dog in mythology is Cerberus, The three-headed dog of hell in Greek mythology is the warden of the underworld and himself in the netherworld. Cerberus is nearly unkillable and has a strong resistance to instant death magic. There may be a little bit of his blood left in the three-headed dog of Greece today, making it an extremely rare creature that is resistant to the killing curse. No wonder in the original book, Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. But it took a lot of effort for him to get the Philosopher's Stone through the three-headed dog. This thing is indeed difficult to deal with. Even if Voldemort were to play on the enemy's behalf, his residual soul would probably consume a lot of energy. Charles chose the three-headed dog as his target. Besides wanting to get some deduction points from it, he also had another idea in mind, that is, perhaps through the blood of the three-headed dog, he could obtain a second magical animagus transformation and become a being close to the legendary Cerberus. Chapter 85. Can you be a human being? Brother Cerberus, you smell so good. Thinking of the description of the three-headed dog of hell in the legend, Charles also became excited. That is a monster that can give headaches to heroes and demigods in mythology, so it is naturally very powerful. But what Charles values most is its resistance to the death curse. After all, the killing curse is really too perverted in this era. Even if the real strength is several levels lower, once the killing curse comes, if you are hit, you will be killed instantly. The key point is that according to the original book, this thing cannot be resisted by any protective magic and ignores all defenses as long as the person who releases the curse meets the conditions and can unleash the power of the killing curse. The person will surely die without resistance to the killing curse. You really have to be careful at all times. If you are not careful, you may end up in trouble. But if the idea of transforming the animagus into the three-headed dog of hell through magic could really be realized, the threat of the killing curse and similar death curses to the Charles might be greatly reduced. Therefore, even if it is just a possibility, Charles still attaches great importance to the three-headed dog. The second position of the magic animagus transfiguration was reserved for the three-headed dog. At this moment, Ciel walked out of the dormitory, left the Hufflepuff common room, and came to the nearest staircase. Then Charles paused. Cedric's previous explanation did include the routes to several classrooms, but the three-headed dog was at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, which was the forbidden area mentioned by Dumbledore, so Cedric didn't mention it at all. Even if Ciel had an excellent memory and knew all the routes clearly, he couldn't come up with a route he had never heard of. As for using deep blue for deduction, it's such a small matter to use dark blue, it's not a waste. After hesitating for a moment, Charles made a decision. Since entering Hogwarts, whether it is Dumbledore, other professors or senior students, they all say that Hogwarts is a living castle. It's as if these stairs can understand human language. Each staircase even has its own personality. In that case, let's see if my unique skill of asking for directions can work. The next moment, Charles pulled out his wand and tapped the stair railing in front of him, saying softly, "Hey, can you hear me? You and your friends on the stairs have 3 minutes to line up and walk me all the way to the 4th floor corridor, otherwise, I'll eat you." As soon as these words were spoken, the staircase, which was originally moving at a specific rhythm, suddenly stopped, as if it heard something that made it confused. During the thousands of years at Hogwarts, it had heard and seen countless secrets. It has seen young lovers unable to control their emotions and kissing passionately on this staircase at night. It has seen ambitious people walk up this staircase and tiptoe towards the restricted books area. It had even seen 2 male professors at Hogwarts, following British tradition, perform an obscene scene on this staircase, but it dared to swear that this was the first time it heard a newly enrolled wizard threaten to eat it. In an instant, the speed of this section of stairs increased exponentially, like a whistling windmill. It was obviously very angry and didn't want Charles to climb it again. In response, Charles sighed. "It seems you didn't listen to what I said. Why, did the hard tiles give you a false sense of security? Then you are wrong. The countless bricks in Diagon Alley and the bricks in platform 9 3/4 are not necessarily more fragile than you." Then, Charles jumped nimbly, stood steadily on the fast-moving stairs, and rushed up the stairs fiercely. Deduction. Points plus 20. A deep blue reminder sounded immediately at the same time. The stairs suddenly stiffened. It didn't expect that this little wizard was serious. "No, Hufflepuffs are greedy, but they can't be this greedy, right? Are you tired of stairs? Can you just be a human being?" What's even more outrageous is that with Charles's sucking just now, some of the magic power was really sucked away by Charles. If all the magic power was taken away by Charles, the magic of this section of stairs would no longer exist, and it would just become an ordinary section of stairs. Thinking of this, the stairs couldn't help but tremble, and the steps rose and fell as if they were feeling fear. Ciel grinned. "Now, you know you're afraid. Be good, Then tell your friends to send me up quickly. Also, tell the stairs at Hogwarts to keep their eyes open and be discerning when they see me next time. I don't want to waste time rushing up the stairs." The stairs shook twice, as if to indicate that they understood immediately. It began to rotate slowly, sending Charles to a higher place. Even the steps began to rise and fall automatically, slowly bringing Charles to the end of the stairs. And here, a new staircase just happened to come over and took Charles up just like that, without even moving a step, or trying to find the way. Charles was taken to the corridor on the 4th floor by the magic stairs. Charles then nodded in satisfaction. He waved his wand, cast a disillusionment charm, and disappeared into the air, walking towards the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. After Charles left, the stairs that had brought him here seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. We have seen everything in thousands of years, but this little monster that eats stairs is the first time we have seen it. It's bad luck for them then. The stairs led one by one to a place where the class schedule was posted. There was nothing else they had to do. Memorize the first-year Hufflepuff timetable this way. The next time Charles goes out, they will know which classroom to send him to. Let us not mention the pathetic and humble appearance of the stairs at this time. At the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, two figures escaped in shock. Judging from their fiery red hair color and almost identical appearance, they are naturally the Weasley twins in the original book. Given their mischievous nature, after hearing Dumbledore say today that if they didn't want to die miserably, they should stay away from here, they naturally couldn't hold back and came here for a night stroll on the first night of school. We have calculated that the headmaster and professors are very tired on the first day and will not be patrolling here. The one patrolling tonight is our old acquaintance Filch. We are really good at getting rid of him. I thought there was some treasure inside this trapdoor, but it turned out to be such a huge three-headed dog. I was so scared. Luckily we ran away quickly, otherwise we would have become dog food. The Weasley twins were still frightened, but at the same time they couldn't help but be excited by the thrilling adventure they had just had. At the same time, they were also curious why the three-headed dog was imprisoned here. From the looks of it, the three-headed dog looks like a guard. It must be something extraordinary that can be guarded by a three-headed dog. The Weasley twins looked at each other and decided to see what was inside to satisfy their curiosity. But at this point, let's go back to sleep then. The two took out the Marauder's map, and after solemnly swearing that they would do no good, dense ink dots spread out on it, covering the movements of everyone in Hogwarts. The two had intended to avoid Filch in this way, but at this moment, Fred, one of the twins, let out a low cry and suddenly looked towards the end of the corridor shown on the map. There, a name emerged. Charles Evans. The expressions of the two changed. Oops, it's the little first-year wizard from Hufflepuff. He's here for a night out. No matter how much they liked playing pranks, they could clearly understand how dangerous it would be for a first-year wizard to encounter a three-headed dog. The two of them didn't care about anything else, took out their wands, turned around and rushed to the end of the corridor again. Quick, go save people. At this time, Charles had already pushed open the trapdoor at the end of the corridor and stepped into it. What came towards me was a gust of hot and smelly wind. A three-headed dog that occupied all the space from the ceiling to the floor stared at Charles ferociously. Tick, tick. The sound of saliva dripping was heard. The three-headed dog was stunned for a moment. The two little wizards just ran away, so I couldn't eat them, so I swallowed all the saliva I secreted. Where does this dripping sound come from? Then he saw Charles wipe his mouth shyly. Sorry, I saw something delicious and couldn't help myself, so I lost my composure. Charles stared at the huge body of the three-headed dog with a burning face and said intoxicatedly, "Brother, three-headed dog, you smell so good. Let me smell it. Let me get closer and smell it." The three heads of the three-headed dog looked at each other in bewilderment, and their already low IQ became even more confused. What's the situation? Meta-psychopath? Chapter 86. Three-headed dog Luwei, let me sterilize you. The three heads of the three-headed dog looked at each other, and there was confusion in each other's eyes, as if they couldn't figure out the current situation. But the next moment, as Charles got closer, the three-headed dog's confusion dissipated and its instinctive ferocity was triggered, accompanied by roars. The three heads suddenly bit towards Charles in response. Charles took a deep breath and a cold look flashed in his eyes after he deduced the brain occlumency technique and used the memory palace to strengthen his spirit. His strength was greatly improved compared to before he came to Hogwarts, but I couldn't find any opportunity to make a move, so now is a good time to try using the three-headed dog. The next moment, Charles took the initiative to activate the dragon armor curse. The powerful magic power forms a special structure on his body surface, which is extremely tough. Just like dragon scales and dragon skin, even the three-headed dog with amazing bite force felt like it was biting on something old and stuck in the teeth, and it couldn't be chewed through at all. Charles' eyes brightened. If it was the previous dragon armor curse, it would not be able to do this even if it was actively activated, but now the defense has been qualitatively improved compared to before. This is the benefit of mental enhancement then. Ciel waved the mithril wand again. Transfiguration, so smooth as to be almost artistic, whizzed out from the tip of the wand. Previously, when Ciel was crossing the Black Lake, he turned wood into a wooden boat, which caused Professor McGonagall to be amazed, and she said that she would give Ciel's house an extra 50 points. But now, if Professor McGonagall were here, I'm afraid Hufflepuff's points would be added up to the point where the hourglass would explode. Change, change, change. Everything in the room is changing. The floor was changing, becoming like quicksand and mud. The heavy three-headed dog had no place to stand and could only sink down little by little. The ceiling was also changing, becoming as flexible as plasticine, and turned into chains hanging down and wrapping around the three-headed dog. Charles even turned a wall into a stone man, holding down the three-headed dog Fluffy. During this process, the three-headed dog Lu Wei was naturally struggling. The powerful magic resistance of its skin was also taking effect, constantly weakening the effectiveness of transfiguration on it. If the strength of Ciel's transfiguration had been used on Lu Wei before his mental transformation, it would have had little effect, as the chains would have slipped away and would not have been able to wrap around him. But now, even though he has been weakened, there are still chains firmly wrapped around Lu Wei. In addition to the changes on the ground and the head-on wrestling between the Stone Man and Lou Williams, who was charging forward relying only on brute force, was gradually entangled by the chains and was hung up, unable to move. Even the three dog heads were stuffed with ball gags formed by chains, and the only sound that could be heard was the rapid panting sounds. Looking at the three-headed dog Fluffy, who was subdued by transfiguration, Charles shook his head with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He had originally thought that it would be more difficult, but he had not expected that the process of subduing Lu Wei would be so easy. In fact, Lu Wei's three heads could not use any other magical abilities except attacking together. But in mythology, Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell, at least has the ability to spit venom. The poison made from its venom can even kill demigod heroes in myths and legends, which shows how horribly toxic it is. But from beginning to end, the three-headed dog Fluffy did nothing but spit some saliva. This shows that the Cerberus bloodline in his body is extremely weak. Charles was not sure whether he could get what he wanted from the three-headed dog Fluffy, or obtain the transformation of the legendary three-headed dog of hell. He frowned slightly, and a blade of light burst out from the tip of the wand, easily cutting through Lu Wei's skin and releasing a large bottle of three-headed dog's blood. Then Ciel raised his head and drank it all in one gulp, whispering in his mind, "Deep Blue, analyze the magic power in the blood of the three-headed dog. Is it possible to obtain the power related to the three-headed dog of hell, just like I obtained the dragon language inheritance from the blood of the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon before?" After a moment, Deep Blue gave a mechanical reply. Analysis of the three-headed dog's magic power is complete. It does contain blood related to the three-headed dog of hell, but it is too weak. Using this blood to perform the magic animagus transformation can only turn it into an ordinary three-headed dog, not a three-headed dog of hell, unless it is further deduced. Even though he had expected this, there was still disappointment in Charles' eyes. If it can only turn into an ordinary three-headed dog, then it would be a waste of time. Not only does it take up a spot for the magic animagus transformation, but it also requires an extra large amount of points to deduce the method of transforming into the three-headed dog of hell, so the cost effectiveness is too low. It was just that Charles was reluctant to give up the idea of the three-headed dog of hell. That is a change that may lead to resistance to the killing curse, which is of great significance, and once he can transform into the three-headed dog of hell and gain resistance to the instant death curse, Charles will be invincible when facing the gaze of the 1,000-year-old basilisk, and will be able to enter the secret room and defeat the 1,000-year-old basilisk quickly. If you continue to breed basilisks, you don't have to worry about accidentally dying from looking into the eyes of a basilisk. I really don't want to give up like this, so Charles asked again, "Is there any way to solve it?" Deep Blue responded again, giving the three-headed dog some magic potion with the effect of atavism may significantly increase the concentration of the three-headed dog of hell blood in its body. Hearing this, Charles' eyes lit up. As long as there is a way, as long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more methods than difficulties. Hogwarts has a potions master. Maybe Snape can solve the problem of atavistic potions. As long as there is a little hope, you have to fight for it immediately. Charles' gaze fell on the three-headed dog in front of him. It seems that you're lucky. You don't have to die today. At this time, Charles discovered that the wound on the three-headed dog Lu Wei that he had just cut to cause bleeding had healed. This resilience is also where the difficulty lies, but at this moment, Charles suddenly had an idea. Kill the three-headed dog. This will be a good meal, but if we raise the three-headed dog and take its blood and meat every day, it would be much more cost-effective. It would be a full meal every time, with such a strong regeneration ability. Isn't this a good seedling to be cultivated? At this moment, the three-headed dog Lu Wei suddenly felt creepy. There was a chilling aura coming from the ridiculously powerful little wizard in front of it, as if he was planning to torture it inhumanely if he wasn't tied up and hung up. The three-headed dog Lu Wei would have wanted to perform about a Charles and quickly send this plague out away. It looked at Charles in fear, not knowing what Charles was going to do with it. Charles was also looking at the three-headed dog Fluffy with his chin in his hand. Since I'm here today, I can't go back empty-handed. I haven't earned any deduction points yet. What should I bring back? Chop off a dog's paw, or chop off a dog's head? But no matter how Charles thought about it, he felt a little dissatisfied, mainly where Fluffy is. Professors will come from time to time, and even Dumbledore may come to check each level in person. If you go too far, like chopping off a dog's head, it would probably take a long time for the three-headed dog to grow back given its regenerative ability. What if Dumbledore and the others took the three-headed dog away? So where can Charles make up for the nutrients he lacks? Besides, chopping off dog paws and dog heads is too cruel. Charles, am not such a cruel person. The three-headed dog Lu Wei seemed to understand what people said, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Visibly it doesn't want to have its paws or head chopped off. Merlin, it seems this little wizard still has some humanity. But the next moment, the words that came out of Charles' mouth made Lu Wei's 6 eyes widen in an instant. Charles said faintly, "It's hidden, not easy to be discovered, and it's a better part for you after it's gone." Ah, I thought of it, Lu Wei, you are already this old, an adult, right? Have you been sterilized? I heard that neutering is good for the dog's health. It can prolong its life and help it grow meat. Charles, have always been fair in doing things, and what I believe in is a win-win situation. Well, it's settled. From now on, I'll come to your place every day to perform sterilization surgery for you for free. I got food, and you got health and a longer life. Happy cooperation, all. 3 of Lu Wei's heads were stunned. The huge three-headed dog was shaking like a sieve at this moment. It never dreamed that Charles had set his eyes on its treasure and wanted to use it as food. It would be fine if it happened once, but he also wants to come here every day to sterilize himself? Is this still a little wizard? This is a devil. Hello, is Cerberus here? Can you take this little wizard down to the underworld? He is not a human being at all, he is a dog. Chapter 87 The Strongest Defensive Magic. Millions of points. After seeing Charles Evans' name on the Marauders map and entering the trapdoor at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, the Weasley twins, who had already left, ran over for their lives. It's too late to call the professor now. Only they can rescue Charles in the first place, hopefully. It's not too late. The Weasley twins held young bombs in their hands. This was a method they came up with in a short period of time to deal with the three-headed dog. As we all know, a dog can't change his nature. Maybe throwing a dung bomb out would make the three-headed dog change its appetite and let Charles go? It was just as the two of them rushed through the trapdoor, wand in one hand and dung bomb in the other, ready to rescue Ciel. The scene before them stunned them. There was no sign of Ciel through the trapdoor. The two of them felt a tightness in their hearts and thought of the same possibility at the same time. Has Charles Evans been eaten by the three-headed dog? The thought made them pale, but soon they realized something was wrong. If Ciel had been eaten, there should have been at least bloodstains and torn pieces of skull uniform on the ground, but there was nothing. Even the three-headed dog no longer had its previous ferocity. Instead, it seemed to be wilted, huddled in the corner of the room, curled up, and making whimpering sounds from its mouth and nose. From the looks of it, it looks like he was beaten and cried. Even when it saw the Weasley twins, the three-headed dog didn't even think of pouncing on them. Instead, it seemed to be quite frightened, and its huge body shrank a little. This left the Weasley twins confused. What's going on? In such a short period of time, the three-headed dog has completely changed its temperament. What terrible thing happened to it? The Weasley twins stepped out of the trapdoor and could not help but take out the Marauders map again, wanting to see where Ciel Evans' name appeared. But when they reached out, they found that the Marauders map had disappeared. The Weasley twins looked at each other. What's the situation? The Marauders map was clearly in our pockets just now. How come it's gone now? What the hell? But before they could think about it, the voice of Filch, the school manager, came from the stairs. Got you? The Weasley twins threw the dung bomb out reflexively and then ran away. While running, the two looked at each other and had the same idea. Charles Evans, this first-year student, is definitely not simple. At the same time, Charles had already leisurely stepped onto the stairs of Hogwarts with his harvest tonight. The stairs were very tactful this time, and carried Charles to the Hufflepuff common room one level at a time. There was also a Marauder's map in Charles' hand, which was the one he had just taken from the Weasley twins using the disillusionment charm. Looking at the Marauder's map, Charles' eyes showed a bit of strangeness. This thing is pretty awesome. In the original book, not only can it display the names of Dumbledore and Voldemort, it can even display Peter Pettigrew in his animagus form. It is unbelievable that such a thing was created by James Potter and others. This couldn't help but make Charles wonder if the technology of the live map could be replicated somewhere else, or could be expanded. Wouldn't it be possible to clearly detect all the enemy's manpower movements? Why didn't we see technology like the Marauder's map used in the battle between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters? The only explanation is that the special nature of the Marauder's map depends on Hogwarts. James Potter and others must have used Hogwarts' own magic to create the Marauder's map. This is the only way to explain why the Marauder's map can clearly show the movements of everyone in Hogwarts, because this thing is equivalent to borrowing the surveillance authority of Hogwarts. Ciel tapped his wand on the Marauder's map and uttered the oath from the book. Soon, names and a map of Hogwarts appeared on the parchment. Along with this scene, a deep blue reminder sounded in Charles' mind. The host has obtained knowledge that can be used for deduction. Hogwarts protective magic. Part. The first deduction requires 1,000,000 deduction points. Do you want to deduce? Obtaining the inheritance of the 4 founders of Hogwarts will greatly reduce the required deduction points. After hearing this prompt, Charles' pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect that his guess was right. The Marauder's map really borrowed the protective magic of Hogwarts. He also didn't expect that the Hogwarts protective magic could also be deduced by Deep Blue. And just looking at the number of points required for this initial deduction, it can be said that it is the most demanding of all the knowledge that Charles has come into contact with so far. But it's not surprising when you think about it. This protective magic has covered Hogwarts for thousands of years, with only a few incidents of failure. Almost no foreign enemy has been able to break in, earning Hogwarts the title of the safest place in the wizarding world, which is enough to prove the power of this magic. How could this work, which was the result of the painstaking efforts of the 4 founders, be just a work of fame in vain? The protective magic probably also contains the 4 people's immense magical knowledge. Even in the next 1,000 years, generations of principals, professors, and outstanding wizards have been constantly improving this protective magic. To fully understand this protective magic means to have mastered the essence of so many protective spells, and to be able to create a place comparable to Hogwarts on your own. It's not an exaggeration to call this the most powerful protective magic in history. It would be abnormal if the required deduction points were small. An idea even came to Ciel's mind. Hogwarts protective magic needs to cover the entire school to still have such strong protective power. If the range is reduced and the protective effect is more concentrated, then wouldn't the area covered by the protective magic be as solid as a rock? Exclamation mark. Thinking of this, Charles' eyes became hot. Hogwarts is a 1,000-year-old institution that has produced countless geniuses, as well as wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort. It really lives up to its reputation. There are so many secrets. According to Deep Blue, obtaining the inheritance of the 4 founders can significantly reduce the points required to deduce Hogwarts protective magic. But in the original book, apart from Slytherin, there seems to be no similar saying in other academies. It seems to have been lost in history. We need to look carefully for it. While Charles was thinking, the stairs slowly stopped and brought Charles to the door of the Hufflepuff common room. Ciel also collected his thoughts and looked at the handle of the door to the common room. There is no need to rush to find the inheritance of the 4 founders, as it will take time to find it. I did go and find a 3-headed dog, and had it neutered, and I'm a little thirsty. According to Cedric Diggory, there seems to be a self-service magic vinegar here. The next moment, Charles grabbed the handle and said with a troubled look on his face, "Oh, what was the entrance pass? I forgot. Look at my memory." Then he knocked twice at random. Immediately afterwards, magic vinegar with a strong acetic acid smell gushed out from the nozzles on both sides of the door. These nozzles seemed to have an aiming function, and they were all spraying vinegar towards Charles' mouth. Ciel grinned at the sight. How thoughtful. Immediately, he opened his mouth and swallowed the vinegar juice. In my mind, a deep blue reminder sounded. deduction. Points plus 50, deduction. Points plus 50, after. This wave of vinegar splashed, Charles's deduction points increased by thousands of points. This number is already quite large, not to mention that according to Cedric, the magic vinegar that spurts out later will be even more concentrated, and even the vinegar brewed by Hufflepuff himself can be sprayed out. Charles' eyes showed passion and greed, and he knocked on the door knocker again without stopping for a moment. A large amount of vinegar gushed out. Come. Again, come. Again, in. The end, Ciel didn't even bother to pretend, and he just knocked on the door knocker and said directly to the door of the Hufflepuff common room, "I'm a bad guy. I'm going to go into Hufflepuff and do evil. Quick, spray all that Hufflepuff era magic vinegar out for me, or I'm going to do something bad." Then, Charles opened his mouth wide and stopped directly in front of the nozzle gushing out vinegar. The next moment, the magic vinegar that would make ordinary people feel sour just by smelling it gushed out. However, Charles grinned and laughed wildly. It is worthy of being a magical product left over from the Hufflepuff era. Even if it is just magic vinegar, the magic contained in it is extremely rich. In a short period of time, Charles' mind was filled with a continuous sound of deep blue prompts. Deduction. Points plus 1,000. Deduction. Points plus 1,000. By the time the magic vinegar stopped gushing out, Charles's deduction points soared by nearly 1 million in this short period of time. Chapter 88. Hufflepuff Inheritance? Applying for exemption from class, Professor McGonagall is furious. After this wave of harvest, Charles finally tapped out the correct rhythm with satisfaction, putting an end to the Hufflepuff door continuing to splash vinegar. After all, after the dream of Arlette, Charles has learned his lesson and knows that he cannot eat too much in one go and must focus on sustainable development. What if I drink up all the vinegar reserves of Hufflepuff House in one go tonight and Hufflepuff changes its defense mechanism in the future? But if you drink it in moderation like this, taking into account the Hufflepuff House's reserves and the vinegar that will be brewed every once in a while, you can drink it for a long time. Then, Ciel walked into the Hufflepuff common room. It was already late at night, and it was the first day back at school, so even the senior students were exhausted, and there was no one in the common room. Ciel walked straight into the door leading to the kitchenette. The small kitchen was still brightly lit, and the house elf seemed to be testing recipes and cooking something in the pot. Waves of rich aroma emanate, making one's appetite wet. The house elves were very happy to see Charles come in. "Ahoha, a little Hufflepuff wizard, coming for a midnight snack on your first day? You have finally grasped the essence of Hufflepuff House. Come on, there are ready-made desserts such as caramel pudding, macaroons, and cream rolls. The main course is beef Wellington. You have to wait a moment for the soup, it will be ready soon." Listening to the house elves announcing the names of the dishes, Ciel grinned and then shook his head. "No, I'm not here for this normal food. I heard from the prefect that if you bring your own magical ingredients, you can make magical meals according to the recipes left by Hufflepuff." Hearing Ciel's words, the house elves were stunned at first, and then they all became excited. "Do you have those rare ingredients? If you can get the ingredients, we can certainly process them. But little wizard, the ingredients that can be specially developed into magical meal recipes by Hufflepuff are extremely precious and rare. After all, one of the main motivations for Hufflepuffs to practice magic is to eat more delicious food. What materials do you have?" The next moment, Ciel took out a bloody stick-shaped object and a ball-shaped object from his traceless extension charm clutch and threw them to the house elves. These house elves are indeed masters of culinary arts and recognized the origin of the ingredients at a glance. Three-headed dog whip and three-headed dog balls? How could you get this? When Hufflepuff was in Greece, they actually studied the recipes of the three-headed dog. There were records of using the three-headed dog's penis and eggs to make nourishing magic soup, but it's a pity. According to Hufflepuff's records, if we can use dragon blood and three-headed dog ingredients to make soup, the taste will be even better, and the fusion of the magic of two dangerous magical creatures will be more delicious than a single ingredient. Hearing what the house elf said, Charles' eyes showed an even more strange look. Dragon blood. He really has it. When he bled the vampire lord in Nocturne Alley, he collected several swimming pools of dragon blood. At the time, I thought that since I didn't lack too many points for the time being, I might as well save them as materials for making potions or alchemy in the future. I didn't expect that I would use them in the Hufflepuff recipe first. Immediately, Ciel took out a large glass bottle of dragon's blood and handed it to the house elves. "Is this much dragon blood enough?" Upon seeing the dragon blood, the house elf, who had originally felt a little regretful as he thought he could not bring out the full effect of the three-headed dog material, suddenly became excited. That's enough. That's enough. With so many dog penises and dog eggs, it's enough to make a big pot of nourishing soup. But can you drink this much nourishing soup, little wizard? It is said that this tonic has a very good effect. In response, Charles smiled and said that the elves just needed to make soup, and he could handle as much as they made then. The house elves quickly began to process the various materials after throwing the three-headed dog and dragon's blood and other main ingredients into the soup pot. Various plants and seasonings that were unheard of in the Shire were added according to the house elves. Some of them are magical plants and magical seasonings, which would be worth a lot if they were sold outside. However, since Hufflepuff House is best at herb cultivation, it is very common here, and since Charles had already taken out the most important ingredients, it would be no problem for them to produce these auxiliary ingredients after all. Even in a Hufflepuff kitchen, there are not many opportunities to recreate high-end magical meals from the Hufflepuff recipe book. Charles watched with great interest as the house elves processed the ingredients and cooked the magical soup. Gradually, a look of doubt and surprise appeared on his face. He could feel that the two different types of magic contained in the dragon blood and the three-headed dog materials were actually beginning to blend with each other under the technique passed down by Hufflepuff himself. Being able to reconcile the magic of two dangerous magical animals is definitely not easy. At this moment, the deep blue reminder sounded again in Charles' mind. The host has obtained knowledge that can be used for deduction. Hufflepuff Magic Recipe, Three-Headed Dog Chapter. Continue to deduce, and you will obtain the complete Hufflepuff heritage. The first deduction requires 200,000 deduction points. Do you want to deduce? When Charles heard this reminder, he was stunned for a moment. He could never have imagined that he would find a clue to the inheritance of the four founders that he had heard about from the Hogwarts defense magic so quickly. It turns out that the heritage of Hufflepuff has long been left in the academy, hidden in the magic recipe she left behind. Judging from the fact that this magic recipe can easily allow the elves to harmonize the magic of the dragon and the three-headed dog, the true inheritance of Hufflepuff should be related to harmonizing various magical powers and stimulating them to a higher level. Thinking of this, Ciel also thought of Hufflepuff's admissions philosophy. The other three houses require students with distinct characteristics, but Hufflepuff is the only house that accepts everyone no matter what the characteristics of the young wizard are. If he does not meet the characteristics of the other three houses, he will be accepted by Hufflepuff. The feeling this reveals is exactly in line with the Hufflepuff heritage. This college, founded by Hufflepuff, upholds the same philosophy as Hufflepuff's magic. It can accommodate students with all kinds of personalities and magical powers, and allows them to inspire and promote each other to reach a more perfect level. Charles' eyes showed shock. A glimpse of the whole picture shows that Hufflepuff's magical attainments are probably extremely high. Maybe even Dumbledore might not be as good as Hufflepuff himself. It is no wonder that Dumbledore's title is not the strongest wizard in history, but is limited to this century. It seems that before this, there have indeed been wizards in history who are recognized as stronger than Dumbledore. At least the four founders are at least to the level of Dumbledore, and may even go further. This made Charles have another question. If so, why did the four founders establish Hogwarts as a refuge and place of inheritance for wizards? In the history of magic, it is said that it was to escape the pursuit of Muggles, but the Muggles at that time didn't even have hot weapons, so why would they hunt down a group of wizards under the protection of the four founders? Even the four founders left their legacy here, as if they were ready to die. Layers of doubt spread in Charles' heart just as he was lost in thought. A fresh and rich fragrance that went straight to his head came to his nose, interrupting Charles' thoughts. In the house elves' magic soup pot, a large pot of soup was cooked, and the fragrance that Charles smelled was emitted by them. Ciel took a deep breath. Let's put those ancient mysteries aside for a moment and drink the soup first. The elf served Charles a bowl of soup, and he drank it in one gulp. The next moment, a reminder sound came from Deep Blue. Deduction. Points plus 2,000. Charles' eyes lit up. One bowl of soup adds 2,000 points, and this pot can hold at least 30 bowls, which means more than 60,000 points. This is just part of the material of the three-headed dog and the dragon. After being blended with Hufflepuff's magic recipe, it has undergone such a change. Thinking of this, Charles felt a little regretful. If I had known this earlier, I would have saved the materials that were consumed before and used them in the Hufflepuff kitchen for cooking. Perhaps the profits could have been greatly increased. However, thinking about the many opportunities to get various materials in Hogwarts in the future, Charles' regret disappeared, and he continued to eat bowl after bowl of soup without raising his head. At this time, The door of the kitchenette was pushed open again. Cedric Diggory walked in his pajamas. It seemed that his half-asleep state triggered the Hufflepuff wizard's instinct, and he came to the kitchenette to find food after smelling the aroma of the three-headed dog soup. Cedric woke up instantly, staring at the soup pot in front of Charles, and swallowed with a gulp. Char, what kind of soup are you drinking? Ciel glanced at Cedric. Although a bowl of soup is worth 2,000 deduction points, it is not a big deal for Charles, so it is not impossible to share a bowl. Cedric is a calm person with good character, and he is not a noisy brat. Charles likes him. Moreover, it was because Cedric mentioned the defense mechanism of the Hufflepuff common room that Ciel had just drank the magic vinegar and earned millions of points, so he just gave him a bowl of soup. But a half-smile appeared on Charles's lips. Cedric, do you have a girlfriend? This soup is very nourishing, so don't drink too much. Cedric blushed. Of course I have a girlfriend. But you, Ciel, it's impossible for you to date a little witch when you just started school, right? You, a little wizard, can drink that much? Why can't I? Immediately, Cedric thanked Ciel, carefully took the bowl of soup and took a sip. In an instant, when the delicious fragrance hit his head, Cedric ignored everything and started swallowing in big gulps. After finishing the bowl of soup, Cedric's face suddenly turned red, and he felt like there was a fire burning in his lower abdomen. His expression became extremely excited, and he couldn't help but swear. Fuck, this soup is too nutritious, isn't it? What's in it? Then, Cedric looked at Charles' usual expression, with admiration in his eyes. You drank so much, Ciel, can you handle this? Brilliant. But are you sure everything is fine? Can you sleep well when you go back? Don't raise the flag during class tomorrow. Charles smiled slightly. You are too weak. You should go back and find a solution. As for my class attendance, I didn't plan to take every class. Cedric was stunned at first, then gave a thumbs up. Planning to skip class on the first day? Awesome. Ciel smiled brightly. Skipping class? Is it possible that I don't need to skip classes and can openly skip them? Cedric was completely stunned now, and asked humbly, I'm already a prefect. How come I didn't know there was such a thing? Charles said faintly, isn't it enough to just tell the professor in person that the contents of the lecture hall and the textbook are too low level and not suitable for me, and apply to not attend the class? Cedric stood there for a long time. But your first class tomorrow is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. As he finished speaking, Ciel's smile grew wider. Isn't that just right? I'm the best at Transfiguration, so there's no need to take lessons. Immediately, Charles drank the remaining soup in the pot in one gulp and turned to leave the kitchen. Cedric looked at Charles' back and took a deep breath. So handsome? Then, Cedric couldn't help but look excited. Hufflepuff House has always been criticized by several other houses as a gathering place for mediocre people. It was through his talent and unremitting efforts that Cedric gradually gained recognition and was considered one of the best students in Hogwarts. He has always wanted to wash away the impression that Hufflepuff House left on others, proving that the little badgers are simply down to earth and don't like fighting, but that doesn't mean they are mediocre. If Charles could really do what he said tomorrow, it would definitely be a scene that has never happened in Hogwarts in 100 years. By then, who would dare to say that Hufflepuff House is mediocre? Even if it was Ravenclaw, who was known to be extremely smart, was there anyone who could just ask Professor McGonagall to exempt him from class? Although such an action seemed impossible to others, inexplicably, Cedric felt unparalleled confidence in Ciel. Things like this are just a piece of cake. Cedric smiled. It seems that this time, our Hufflepuff is really going to have a genius of the demon level. The next morning the first-year students, who had just woken up from their sleep, were running around the castle like headless flies. Most of the freshmen had already forgotten what the class leaders had said about the operation rules of the stairs yesterday, and could only keep asking senior students for directions. But at this moment, a figure attracted everyone's attention. Even the old students who were familiar with the roads in the castle were staring at the figure in amazement, because compared to them who still had to find the way, this little wizard didn't even have to move. The stairs in the castle were like an escalator, taking him all the way up. In an instant, everyone was stunned. No, what's going on? Is there an elevator in the castle? Why is it that only he can sit there and not us? In Slytherin House, Draco Malfoy, who is always proud of his father's status as a school director, was also stunned. This is the cool scene he wanted. He couldn't help but scream, "What's going on? My father is a school director. Why can't I take the stairs like this? But the stairs at Hogwarts are not even repaired. Are you kidding me? School director? There have been thousands of Hogwarts directors in history, but Ciel is the first little monster who can even chew on the stairs. They are not to be trifled with. At this time, Ciel had arrived at the door of the Transfiguration classroom. Some Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students also came here, and many girls were looking at a tabby cat on the podium with curious eyes. That is naturally Professor McGonagall. She usually uses animagus to teach young wizards their first lesson, so as to arouse their curiosity and awe of transfiguration. Ciel walked towards Professor McGonagall. What he told Cedric was certainly not bragging with his level, let alone teaching the first grade at Hogwarts. Even teaching the 7th grade would be of no use to him. Taking classes with these little wizards is just another form of playing house and a waste of time. As for essays and homework, it's even more ridiculous. If you use the time you have to do your homework, eating a few more bites would be better than anything else. Is there really anyone who likes to do homework and prepare for exams with children? Adults naturally have more efficient ways to plan their time. After arriving beside Professor McGonagall, Ciel said frankly, "Professor McGonagall, I feel that my level does not require wasting time in large classes, so I plan not to attend large classes on transfiguration in the future, and not to submit homework or papers. Of course, I will still attend the final exam. If I don't get full marks, you can revoke this privilege from me." After hearing what Ciel said, Professor McGonagall changed from a tabby cat back to a wizard form. Amid the exclamations of the little wizards, she looked at Charles seriously, her eyes narrowed, as if she was considering, given the transfiguration skills you have demonstrated before, you really don't need to participate in the first-year courses. How about this? I'll arrange for you to take the 3rd grade course. How about that? Ciel shook his head. No, Professor, I mean not just exempting me from the transfiguration course in my first year, but exempting me from all transfiguration courses in my 7 years at Hogwarts. So, forget about joining the class. I really don't have the time for that, Professor. McGonagall's expression was no longer serious, but almost stern. Charles Evans, do you understand what you are saying? Do you think you have reached a level of transfiguration that Hogwarts can teach you? The next moment, Charles drew out his wand and said seriously, I never do anything that wastes my time. Taking large classes is a waste of my time. I have no intention of arguing with you, Professor. If you still have doubts, why don't we try transfiguration? Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, looking extremely angry, and slowly drew out her wand. Ciel Evans, in all my years of teaching at Hogwarts, I swear you are the most arrogant student I have ever seen. Then, let me see, how advanced is your transfiguration? There are still 2.5k words left to reach words. I will make up for it after midnight. There should be more chapters after words. In addition, in order to increase the average subscription and recommendation, the following chapters may be 2 in 1. I hope you can understand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Professor McGonagall is amazed, the most powerful genius in history. At this moment, all the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw young wizards in the classroom were stunned. They could never have imagined that someone would ask Professor McGonagall to be exempted from the next 7 years of courses in the first class. This is too explosive. The young wizards didn't dare to breathe as they looked at Professor McGonagall, who had drawn her wand and looked furious when Ciel faced Professor McGonagall and heard her call him the most arrogant student in Hogwarts. He just smiled. To say something that you can't do is called arrogance. For someone like me, Professor, you should call me a genius, Professor. McGonagall stared at Ciel, feeling a little regretful. She felt that perhaps it was her praise of Ciel's transfiguration before the sorting ceremony yesterday that made the young wizard too proud of himself, and led him to have the arrogant idea that he could not learn anything in the Hogwarts classroom. Then Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. Since it was my own mistake, I should make amends for it myself. She wanted to make Ciel realize how ridiculous the idea of requesting exemption from classes was. Immediately, Professor McGonagall waved her wand. The pieces of chalk in the classroom suddenly stretched and deformed like plasticine, turning into the most useful ropes in transfiguration battles and wrapping around Charles. Charles smiled slightly and waved his mithril wand as well. The remaining chalks were transformed into sharp scissors in the same way, which were then used to accurately find the rope that Professor McGonagall had transformed and then cut it off fiercely in a moment. Professor McGonagall's attempt to tie up Ciel was foiled. Instead, Ciel continued to wave his wand, and a pair of sharp scissors approached Professor McGonagall. Seeing this, the little wizards in the classroom couldn't contain their fear and screamed. Professor McGonagall's pupils also shrank slightly. She certainly didn't use her full strength when she attacked just now, but transfiguration performed in anger was definitely not something that an ordinary wizard could handle. Even the senior students at Hogwarts would be tied up in an instant, but Charles was able to make restrained changes in such a short time, and his speed and accuracy were impeccable. Then, facing the scissors coming towards her, Professor McGonagall waved her wand again. Without thinking too much, the ground in the classroom began to deform, and the dirt and bricks bulged up, forming a solid wall in front of Professor McGonagall, blocking all the incoming scissors. Charles' eyes also showed excitement. This is the level of a master of transfiguration. Before, when he dealt with those ordinary dark wizards, even without using the dustless land, he could still slaughter them with just transfiguration. The three-headed dog was just like that. It took advantage of the changes in terrain and easily restrained the beast that only knew how to use brute force. This transfiguration contest with Professor McGonagall was the most evenly matched one Ciel had ever had since he traveled through time. He no longer held back and waved his mithril wand repeatedly. The blocked scissors immediately turned into a hissing poisonous snake, climbing up the earth wall and spreading towards Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was also calm and composed. With a wave of her wand, the earth wall collapsed and the falling pieces of earth turned into eagles, which grabbed the venomous snakes and cut them into several pieces at the same time. Several eagles flew towards Charles and grabbed his shoulders with their sharp claws. Charles smiled and threw out a copper coin, which turned into a large metal net, catching all the eagles in the air. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and was about to speak. Charles, who was in high spirits, used more changes as the magic wand was waved. Miraculous transformations ensued. The desks, books, teaching tools, even the soil and walls in the classroom all changed under Ciel's magic, transforming into lifelike animals that surrounded Professor McGonagall. After all, the branch of transfiguration that Ciel had deduced the most profoundly was animagus transfiguration. And the feedback from animagus transfiguration enabled Ciel to make great progress in the basic transfiguration of animal transformation. This is the highest level of Ciel transfiguration without exposing the magical animagus. Lion's roar, wolf's howl, golden eagle's circle. When Professor McGonagall on the opposite side saw this scene, shock and admiration in her eyes were overflowing. She was completely serious about it. Compared to Ciel's partiality in transfiguration, Professor McGonagall is much more balanced and comprehensive. Being good at animagus transformation also means that she is also good at animal transformation, but at the same time, she is also proficient in summoning, disappearing, etc. For a moment, Professor McGonagall also summoned many animals, accompanied by the waving of her wand and low chanting of incantations, as well as the summoning of flames and lightning related to transfiguration. From time to time, she would wave her wand to perform counter summoning to eliminate the changes used by Ciel. The little wizards who had retreated outside the classroom looked at the scene in the classroom, their faces full of doubts about life. Is Ciel on par with Professor McGonagall in the field of transfiguration? Is it true that one of the parties here is a first-year wizard? Do I feel like it's a fight between gods? No, we're all here to study. Why is Ciel so fierce? He can't really graduate right after he enrolls, and won't have to go to class from now on, right? Just as the little wizards were shocked and at a loss, the smoke and dust in the classroom gradually dissipated. At this time, Ciel was entangled in a rope conjured by Professor McGonagall, but he broke free with a little effort. He smiled. Professor, you won, but is my performance good enough for me to be exempted from class? Opposite Ciel, Professor McGonagall had an extremely complicated expression, including confusion, shock, loss, and even a bit of doubt about life. Just now she really used all her skills and used all her methods in various fields of transfiguration to suppress Charles' transfiguration, but she had a feeling that Ciel still had some transfiguration skills that he hadn't used yet. If Ciel had given his all, it would have been hard to say who would have won this transfiguration showdown. She has been immersed in the field of transfiguration for so long that she won the Best Young Witch of the Year award when she just graduated from Hogwarts. Now she is also a famous master of transfiguration in the wizarding world. As a result, in the field of transfiguration, he is on par with a first-year student. Professor McGonagall felt a burning pain on her face when she thought about what she had said before. She would let Ciel know how ridiculous his words were. With a level of skill like Ciel, if he could show outstanding achievements in a particular branch, he would deserve the title of Master of Transfiguration. How could I be worthy enough to allow a Master of Transfiguration to take classes with a group of young wizards? Maybe it's not Charles who is arrogant, but myself. After coming to her senses, Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and apologized to Ciel. Ciel, I apologize for my prejudice. Indeed, your request for exemption from class is not arrogant, but reasonable. In Hogwarts, apart from Dumbledore, no one else is qualified to teach you in the field of transfiguration, not even me. Charles waved his hand. Professor McGonagall is too modest. I have lost. How about this? In the field of transfiguration, how about we communicate more when we have time? I still have a lot to learn from you, Charles. Words were not false. Professor McGonagall had just used all her strength, allowing Ciel to obtain a lot of materials for various branches of transfiguration. If you need to deduce on these branches later, you can save a lot of points. After all, Professor McGonagall is a master of transfiguration. Her experience and knowledge are absolutely treasures that cannot be obtained even by reading through all the papers. Ciel felt that he could get a lot of transfiguration materials from her, and what Ciel said made Professor McGonagall excited. She felt that she had been stuck in the field of transfiguration for a long time. If she could communicate with a young, creative and talented wizard like Ciel, it would be of great help to her breakthrough in transfiguration. Immediately, Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. It is also an honor to communicate with a genius who can be called a master of transfiguration. Also, although it may not match the shocking transformation you displayed, and it may seem a bit childish and ridiculous to you, this is the most points I can add at one time. 200 points to Hufflepuff for Ciel Evans's masterful transfiguration. Then, with a slight bow, Ciel took the opportunity to discuss the animagus transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Although he has already surpassed the entire wizarding world in attainments in animagus transfiguration and has even completed the animagus transfiguration magic, a master of transfiguration like Professor McGonagall who specializes in animagus transfiguration might have some very inspiring research results or magical materials. Deep Blue can obtain knowledge about Hogwarts defensive magic from the Marauder's map. So who knows if he will get something from Professor McGonagall's collection. Perhaps this could be the material for Ciel to further deduce the magic of animagus. After collecting the 3 magical animagus, Ciel began to consider further deducing the transfiguration. The next step, according to Deep Blue, is to be able to freely transform into magical animals, and even into beings from long-lost myths and legends, and master the corresponding characteristics. The number of points required is not something that can be achieved in a million. So every bit saved counts. As for the area that Ciel started to discuss, Professor McGonagall was also immersed in it. For a scholar of her level, it was very rare to have someone of the same level to communicate with. Dumbledore is from the driving branch, which is different from Professor McGonagall's, so the advice he can give to Professor McGonagall is limited. Now that she had met Ciel, Professor McGonagall was unwilling to miss the opportunity on the spot. The two of them started discussing and communicating in the classroom. As for the remaining Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw little wizards, they were looking at each other. What should we do then? What else can I do? Do you dare to disturb me? Forget it, let's look at the textbook and study on our own. In fact, seeing that Ciel is also a first-year student and has mastered transfiguration to this extent, maybe transfiguration is not that difficult after all? A self-proclaimed clever little Ravenclaw wizard took out his wand and waved it confidently at a pen in his hand. Change. The other little wizards were also very excited and began to practice transfiguration with a longing for it. But even at the end of the get out of class, no one could make any changes at this moment. They fully understood the difficulty of transfiguration, and when they looked at Ciel, who was still communicating with Professor McGonagall, the shock and awe in their eyes were truly beyond words. It turns out that the difficulty of transfiguration was not exaggerated, but that Ciel's talent was so strong that he was not in the same dimension as them at all. At this moment, as the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Ciel and Professor McGonagall's discussion was interrupted. Professor McGonagall looked unsatisfied. Many of Ciel's insights on animagus transfiguration were a great inspiration to her. After just a short exchange of ideas, Professor McGonagall felt that she had gained some new understanding of transfiguration. Charles also looked very satisfied just now. Professor McGonagall mentioned a point in an ancient book of transfiguration, which triggered Deep Blue's prompt, saying that Ciel had obtained advanced materials in the field of animagus transfiguration, which could reduce some of the points required to continue to deduce animagus for Charles. Exchanging his existing knowledge for these materials is the most cost-effective thing. By communicating with Professor McGonagall a few more times, perhaps you can use Professor McGonagall's circle to get in touch with more masters of transfiguration. And in this way you may be able to obtain more high-level materials. In Charles' opinion, This is much wiser than foolishly hiding all his strength and attending classes with the little wizards. At this time, Professor McGonagall said to Charles, "If you have any opinions, feel free to come to my office and discuss them with me." Ciel nodded in thanks. Professor McGonagall asked again, "By the way, Ciel, what's your next class?" Charles said, "Charms, Professor." McGonagall asked hesitantly, "Did you also take this course?" Ciel smiled, "Yes, I think I don't need to attend the big class anymore. It might be more effective for me to communicate with Professor Flitwick alone." Then, Charles walked out of the classroom, and for the first time ever, a look of relief and secret joy appeared on Professor McGonagall's face. "That's great." If she was the only one who was asked to be exempted from class, even Professor McGonagall would feel a little embarrassed. But now, there are still victims? Professor McGonagall had a weird smile on her face. Flitwick, it's your turn to be shocked by this genius who may be the greatest genius in history." At the same time, the Hogwarts students, who had just finished their first class, were hurrying through the corridors. The first graders were even more excited, chattering about the wonders of magic. Of course, there is also the desire to add points to the college cup. Hermione was walking down the corridor with Harry and Ron, all of them regretting their mistake on a question in class earlier: lack of sleep. "It must be the lack of sleep yesterday that caused my train of thought to get stuck. Otherwise, I would be able to answer this question more comprehensively. In that case, instead of adding 3 points, I might be able to add 5 points to Gryffindor." Harry and Ron's mouth twitched twice. Hermione is a real academic genius, and she almost answered all the questions raised by the professor in class just now. The two poor students could only stand by with confused looks on their faces. After the class, Hermione probably gave Gryffindor nearly 10 extra points. Ron suddenly thought of Charles, who had shined yesterday, and said with a hint of sourness, "I wonder how much points the highly praised Charles Evans can add to Hufflepuff." "In my opinion, Hermione, you are too modest. If you put all the energy you put into reading books into practicing transfiguration, you will definitely be stronger than Ciel when you enter school." Hermione smiled bitterly. "Transfiguration is known as the most advanced subject. How can it be that easy?" Since even Professor McGonagall praised him, one can only imagine Ciel's level of transfiguration. Ron was still not convinced, but at this moment, the three of them passed by the location of the college cup and saw a group of people gathered around the scoring hourglasses of each college, all of them standing there as if they were doubting their lives. When they got closer, they saw that Hufflepuff's score was enough to beat all the other houses combined. There were senior students nearby with confused faces. "It's only the first day of school and Hufflepuff already has 200 points? You must be joking." In previous years, Hufflepuffs might not even get 200 points by the middle of the school year. What's going on today? Did the scoring magic go wrong? At this time, the first-year Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw wizards who had just walked out of the Transfiguration classroom answered their questions as they spoke. Everyone present began to doubt their lives more and more. "What's the matter? You said that Ciel Evans went directly to Professor McGonagall to ask for exemption from class and to have a Transfiguration duel with Professor McGonagall? He was on par with Professor McGonagall in Transfiguration, but was defeated due to his inferiority. However, Professor McGonagall herself admitted that he was a master of Transfiguration, and then he had academic exchanges with Professor McGonagall. Fuck, can you please stop joking like that?" But when all the first-year Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws said so, and solemnly vowed to let them go to the Transfiguration classroom to watch the aftermath of the battle, everyone swallowed with a gulp. Harry, Ron and Hermione also fell into a daze. A first-year student who was on par with the professor in his field of expertise and was acknowledged to be a master in Transfiguration. They felt like they were listening to some legend. After a long while, Hermione came back to her senses and a wry smile appeared on her face. The familiar feeling is back. "This is how it feels every time I'm crushed by Ciel in a competition. I thought I was already very good among my peers, but Ciel always compared me with professional standards beyond my age. This time, it's too exaggerated." Hermione, who had read History of Magic, could guarantee that there had never been a student in history who had master-level transfiguration skills right after entering school. Dumbledore was far from it when he entered school. In other words, Ciel Evans, he may be the most talented person in the history of Hogwarts. Hermione's words were like a thunderclap in everyone's mind. Hogwarts has a history of thousands of years. There are probably more than one genius of Dumbledore's level here, and other outstanding wizards are even more numerous now. Hermione actually said that Ciel Evans is the greatest genius in history? Stronger than Dumbledore back then? Exclamation mark. Subconsciously, some people want to deny this, but before they could say anything, several senior Ravenclaw students hurried out of the Charms classroom with shocked looks on their faces. Hufflepuff's first-year wizard, Charles Evans, wants to have a spell duel with Dean Flitwick. The next moment, everyone present was in an uproar and ran desperately towards the spells classroom. Hermione ran among the crowd with a dizzy head. She felt like she was in a dream and her heart was beating wildly. She felt that everyone present might witness history today. Charles Evans, is he going to graduate right after he enrolls? 5K make up for the overdue updates and add more updates. Chapter 90, The Shock of the Self-Created Spell. Dual title, King of Fluorescence. At this time, Ron, who was running in the crowd, had a face that turned pale and blue from the first time he met Ciel. He had no good impression of him, and later he told Harry and Hermione behind his back many times that Ciel might not be that great after all. As a result, Ciel has now achieved results that even Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, is amazed. This isn't over yet? Ron comforted himself subconsciously. He may just be good at transfiguration, but he can't possibly have such a deep attainment in charms. Besides, although Professor Flitwick is small in stature, he is said to be a dueling champion. A first-year wizard would be defeated in a spell duel with Professor Flitwick in no time. But next to Ron, even though Hermione was running out of breath, her tone was still extremely firm. Impossible. I know Charles Evans too well. When I first met him, I thought what he wanted to do was impossible, but it turns out that he succeeded every time, so I'm sure that he never does anything without confidence, and I believe this even more firmly than I believe that I'm smart. Nothing is impossible for him. He is always creating miracles. Ron's face turned a little paler. Miracle? There is only one miracle in the wizarding world, and that is Harry. Harry, who was standing by, felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Look, there are so many people gathered in the spell classroom in front. Ron and Hermione looked forward and found that the front was packed with people just when latecomers like them were worried about not being able to see what was happening in the classroom. The tables, chairs and benches in the classroom flew up one after another, overlapping layer by layer, and under the effect of transformation, they created a platform for people to stand on. On one side of the ring was Ciel holding a mithril wand, and on the other side was Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Professor Flitwick's eyes showed surprise. Nice transfiguration. No wonder I heard from the students that Minerva approved your application for exemption from the class. Charles also exclaimed in admiration. The professor's levitation spell is also quite amazing. It can levitate multiple targets over such a large area, and all of them are floating at the same height. It's amazing, Professor. Flitwick laughed. All right, Ciel, enough of the mutual flattery. I admit that your transfiguration is amazing, but you are now asking me for exemption from charms. I will not look at your transfiguration skills. You have to show me how well you have mastered the spells. Transfiguration is not within the scope of my assessment. A fiery look gradually appeared in Charles' eyes. I also want to learn from Professor Flitwick, who is the professor of charms at Hogwarts and is said to be a dueling champion for more than 10 years. How far can he go in using spells? Charles' words were not false. Professor Flitwick, who has few roles in the original work, is definitely in the first tier of strength below Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald Dolohov. The elite Death Eater who was able to kill Lupin in a duel, was also easily killed by Professor Flitwick in a duel, which shows that his strength is far superior to Lupin, a core member of the Order of the Phoenix. The previous Transfiguration duel with Professor McGonagall provided Ciel with a lot of Transfiguration materials, but compared to Transfiguration, Charles is undoubtedly much weaker in spells apart from his extraordinary proficiency in the luminescent charm and a few holy charms. He has only dabbled in other spells. Getting some materials from Professor Flitwick would be enough to reduce a lot of points consumed when Charles deduces these spells later. At this time, Professor Flitwick and Ciel exchanged a dual salute. And then the professor signaled Ciel to attack first. Charles was not brave enough and immediately cast a stun spell that he had read from the spell book. Then the mithril wand in his hand drew a beautiful arc and cast another disarming spell with his attainments in the expulsion spell and the patronus spell, although he could not copy them completely. But by analogy, this kind of low-level spell was not difficult at all, and he used it as standard as in a textbook. Professor Flitwick exclaimed in surprise. Not Bad, a standard spell, many senior students are not as good as you. No wonder you dare to apply for exemption from charms. This conversation did not affect Professor Flitwick's spellcasting at all. He waved his wand without reciting any spell, but an invisible iron wall appeared and easily blocked Charles' two spells. Ciel's pupils shrank slightly. Silent casting? He also knows this technique, but it is limited to the spells that Deep Blue has deduced. Moreover, silent casting and more advanced wandless casting have a disadvantage, that is, without spells and wands, although it is faster, the power of the spell will be significantly reduced. But even so, Professor Flitwick's shield charm still easily blocked the two spells thrown by Ciel. It can only be said that in Professor Flitwick's opinion, the level of these two spells cast by Ciel was easy for him to deal with. Sure enough, Professor Flitwick continued with a smile, but if that's all, then forget about exempting me from class, Ciel-san. Immediately, he waved his wand repeatedly, and spells fell towards Charles like a storm. Since there was no sound of any spells being chanted, Charles had no way of determining what those spells were. What's more, Professor Flitwick cast spells too quickly, and spells came one after another. Even if Charles could judge them, he would not have time to cast the corresponding counter spells for all of them. Fortunately, Charles' attainments in the Iron Armor Curse are also profound. After all, he has already deduced the Dragon Armor Curse, so the ordinary Iron Armor Curse is naturally more powerful. Along with the equally silent casting of the spell, an invisible wall that was even more resilient than the one cast by Professor Flitwick stood up, blocking the incoming spell. This time, Professor Flitwick was clearly taken aback. Silently release the armor spell? Is the intensity still so high? Good fellow, Ciel, you are really amazing at this. 99% of the auras in the Ministry of Magic are not as good as you. Then, a serious look appeared on his face, with a hint of excitement. In that case, I can't underestimate you. I'm going to get serious about it. Come on, let me see your limits. Then, Professor Flitwick stopped talking altogether, and the only sound on the stage was his rapid chanting of spells. A series of spells that were obviously much more powerful than the previous ones whizzed in, hitting Charles' armor spell and causing sparks to fly. Under such intensive attacks of magic spells, the silent armor spell was obviously not enough. Charles concentrated, held his breath, and shouted softly, "Armor! Protection!" A thicker barrier rose up, but under Professor Flitwick's magical machine gun-like attack, the armor spell soon began to falter. Charles looked at these colorful spells and was gradually suppressed in the corner of the ring, but there was no anxiety on his face. Instead, there was a look of joy because as Professor Flitwick cast the spell, Deep Blue also kept emitting prompt sounds like a screen refresh. The host has obtained the materials for the coma spell. The points required for subsequent deductions have decreased. The host has obtained the materials for the decomposition spell. The points required for subsequent deductions have decreased. Ciel simply stopped fighting back and focused on casting the shield charm to see how many tricks Professor Flitwick had left. Naturally, they were at an absolute disadvantage on the scene. The Hogwarts students who came to watch the show after hearing the news couldn't help but be dazzled by Professor Flitwick's magic show. Professor Flitwick is really strong. There are almost no two spells that are the same, and the casting speed is too fast. The power of the spell is also terrifying, except for the two attacks at the beginning. Ciel is now completely suppressed and can only defend with the iron armor spell. There is no room for breathing. The young wizards of Ravenclaw are very proud of this. After all, this is the headmaster of their Ravenclaw house. Ron in the crowd breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Hermione and Harry beside him, "See, I told you that Ciel is only good at transfiguration. Isn't his application for exemption from charms going to fail soon?" Hermione, "Ciel is not as great as you say." Hermione said nothing, but just kept looking at Charles with a firm gaze. At this time, Professor Flitwick, who had completely gained the upper hand, joked, "Ciel, you used the armor charm beautifully, but the other spells are too common. You can't be exempted from my courses if you are so biased. But just based on your shield charm, I plan to give Hufflepuff an extra 100 points." Charles smiled. From the beginning till now, he had obtained dozens of materials from Professor Flitwick. Although he may not be able to use all of these spells, their value is immeasurable when you calculate it this way, and it is really a pleasure to use them at this time. Facing Professor Flitwick's joke, Ciel also admitted it. "Indeed, my other spells are quite common. I haven't practiced them specifically. I just looked at them in the spell book and used them casually. There aren't many spells I've studied specifically. The shield charm is one, and the other one I can use is the luminescence charm. Professor, please give me some advice." After hearing what Ciel said, not only Professor Flitwick, but also the Hogwarts students who were watching were stunned. Then a feeling of sourness arose in my heart as for the stunning spell and disarming spell that Charles had used earlier. 90% of the people present couldn't use them, and they weren't even written in the textbooks. But even so, Charles actually said that he just casually looked at the spell book and used it without studying it carefully at all. Is this the difference between people? However, when they heard Charles say that he had another special spell, the luminescent spell, everyone felt confused. The fluorescent spell is the lowest level of magic even among the first-year wizards who have just taken their first spells class. Nearly half of them can successfully cast the fluorescent spell. Such a spell, Charles said he had studied it specifically. What is there to study about this? You actually need Professor Flitwick's guidance? Professor Flitwick was curious and reduced the frequency of his spell attacks, motioning for Charles to show him his luminescent charm. The next moment, Charles raised his hand. An array of light as dazzling as the sun poured out from the tip of the wand. This was the flash spell that he hadn't used for a long time. When the flash spell was first developed, although it was truly like a flash bomb, it was not as dazzling as this one. However, with the subsequent development of the luminescent spell, spells such as Eternal Blazing Sun, Edge of Night, and Lightless Sun appeared, and the glitter spell became stronger and stronger due to the feedback. More importantly, Ciel's recent mental transformation has greatly enhanced his ability to cast fairly basic spells like the flash. All these factors combined to create a light as dazzling as the sun, except for Professor Flitwick, who reacted extremely quickly and immediately created a dark area. The vision of everyone inside and outside the charms classroom turned completely white in an instant, and they could not see what was happening. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but exclaim in praise, "Is this a new spell derived from the luminescent charm? It's actually possible to radiate the light of the luminescent charm to such an extent that it can create a flashing effect. Char, you are truly proficient in the fluorescent spell." At this moment, a strange smile appeared on Charles' lips. "Is it? Then Professor, your praise may be a little premature." Immediately, he waved the mithril wand in his hand again, and the laser spell came out. The thin beam of light contained the power to cut through metal and jade, and was also strengthened by Charles' spiritual transformation. Dense laser beams condensed into a net and enveloped Professor Flitwick wherever the laser net passed. The surface of the arena was cut into neat squares, which made Professor Flitwick look solemn. He waved his wand like the wind and growled, "Armor. Protection. Triple cast." The next moment, 3 invisible barriers appeared in front of Professor Flitwick, blocking the laser spell cast by Charles. At this point, Professor Flitwick was no longer just in admiration. He could hardly hide the shock on his face. He thought that changing the luminescent charm into the flash charm was already Ciel's limit. Just looking at this move, and taking into account the proficiency in the shield charm that Ciel had previously demonstrated, Professor Flitwick could actually agree to exempt Ciel from coming to class. But he could never have imagined that the flash spell was not Charles's limit, and he had even developed a lethal spell above it. The magnitude of this leap is truly incalculable. Professor Flitwick felt that this achievement alone was enough to publish a top paper in the wizarding world. Seeing that Ciel seemed eager to try, Professor Flitwick quickly called a stop. All right, let's stop here," he said half-jokingly. "If you keep fighting like this, I'm afraid you'll just pull out the sun curse. Be careful not to accidentally hurt the students nearby. Ciel, you don't need to attend my class. If you have any questions about charms, just come to my office and talk to me." At this time, the young wizards of Hogwarts nearby recovered from the state of white vision caused by the flash spell. After hearing what Professor Flitwick said, everyone looked confused. What happened? Did they just see Professor Flitwick suppressing Ciel? Why did Professor Flitwick just stop fighting after that flash of light? What on earth had Charles done? By this time, Professor Flitwick and Ciel had already performed the ceremony to end the duel. Professor Flitwick looked at Ciel with a feeling of deep emotion. "You are truly the first person I have ever seen who has studied the luminescent charm to this extent. Those 2 spells just now were both created by you from the luminescent charm? What are their names?" Ciel nodded. "One is called the flash charm, and the other is called the laser charm." Professor Flitwick patted Ciel on the shoulder. "You have created 2 spells at this age, and one of them is a powerful killing spell. Ciel, you are indeed the most powerful genius I have ever seen." He paused, then said with great certainty, "Headmaster, Dumbledore is far from being as good as you at your age." When these words came out, it was like a thunderclap. shocking all the onlookers so much that their minds went blank. Self-made spell? Aren't spells written in textbooks? How can we create our own? Some of the more knowledgeable Ravenclaw students murmured. Of course, spells can be created by oneself. For example, the most famous curse, the Killing Curse, was created by a mysterious person. The creators of the remaining spells can also be found, but what is certain is that creating a spell is no easy task. Even the creator of the seemingly insignificant luminescent charm has made his name in the history of magic because of his actions. As soon as their words came out, everyone present felt their heads buzzing. So, just the 2 spells Ciel created today are enough to make him famous in the history of magic, twice. What the hell? The difference between people is so big. We are still learning magic from the textbooks, but Ciel has already started to create his own spells. In addition, Professor Flitwick said personally that Ciel's talent was the strongest he had ever seen, and he even asserted that Dumbledore was far inferior to Ciel back then. Such words also caused shock in the hearts of everyone present. Before, everyone was just speculating that perhaps Ciel would be the greatest genius in the history of Hogwarts, but compared with Headmaster Dumbledore, most people still think that Dumbledore is the most talented. But now, what Professor Flitwick said was undoubtedly much more credible and could be regarded as the final conclusion. Ciel's talent indeed surpasses Dumbledore's. He deserves the title of the greatest genius in the history of Hogwarts. At this time, Professor Flitwick seemed to remember something and said to Charles, "Ciel, your dueling skills are pretty good. You're already qualified to join the British Wizard Dueling Club. It just so happens that as the honorary chairman of the club, I invite you to join." Charles was stunned for a moment, then gladly accepted it. The wizards in the duel club should all be strong in single combat. By registering their name here, they may be able to come into contact with some unique magic. Naturally, Charles would not refuse. When Flitwick saw that Charles agreed, he smiled and applauded. Then, give yourself a nickname. It has to be more domineering, like my nickname in the club is the King of the Wind, because my spells are as fast and fierce as the wind. There is also a wizard who is good at using a wand and a sword. His nickname is the King of Blades. You gave yourself a similar name? Charles hesitated for a moment. He didn't want the nickname to reveal too much about himself. It would be better for people to focus on the aspects he had already shown and ignore the hidden parts of him. Then, Charles said, "I'd better keep a low profile and just call myself the King of Fluorescence." Chapter 91: The Essence of Spellcasting. God-level skills. Multiple spellcasting. The King of Fluorescence? Professor Flitwick nodded and said with some regret, "I thought young people nowadays would be more innovative, like calling themselves the Golden Flash of Hogwarts. That's all, though. I'll help you fill out the membership documents, and the badge representing the Fluorescent King's identity will be delivered within 2 weeks." Professor Flitwick's conversation with Ciel about joining the British Wizard Dueling Club made some senior students so envious that their eyes almost turned green. They are worried about where to find jobs. The British Wizard Dueling Club is an extremely popular but also extremely difficult option to enter. Every wizard who can become a member of the Dueling Club has unique skills. Even if these senior students only work as staff after graduation, they will have many channels to access advanced magic knowledge for further study. Even if you are not interested in further studies in the field of magic, dueling, as an ancient tradition, has many supporters among wizards. This means that the Duel Club has so much sponsorship that it can't be spent all. Working here offers high salaries and generous benefits, making it definitely a first-rate place to work. It's a pity that the Dueling Club may not be able to recruit one person at Hogwarts every year, and many positions have been filled internally. But now, Ciel actually got the membership of the Duel Club directly. This is much better than the club staff position that countless Hogwarts senior students dream of. For a moment, the students who knew the importance of his status looked at Charles with envy and jealousy. But thinking about Charles's performance just now, the jealousy in their hearts disappeared. If the gap between two people is not big, jealousy is very easy. But if the gap is so huge, it would be much easier to accept. At this moment, Ciel looked at Professor Flitwick, and in his mind he recalled the special armor spell that he had just cast. Ciel asked tentatively, "Professor, the armor spell you used to block my laser spell just now seemed to release 3 at once?" When Professor Flitwick mentioned this, an expression of "I knew you were going to ask" appeared on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of pride. "Well, that's my specialty, whether it's the armor spell, the stun spell, or most of the less burdensome spells. I can cast several of them instantly. Otherwise, How do you think I won several consecutive duel championships and firmly defended my title of King of the Wind? Hey, purely relying on the speed of casting spells? Some well-trained wizards may not be slower than me, but as long as I'm serious, they won't be able to catch up with my speed of casting spells. Charles looked even more surprised. He originally thought that the triple shield charm just now was Professor Flitwick's improvement on the shield charm as the professor of charms at Hogwarts. Charles didn't think it was strange for him to create several unique spells, let alone improve a spell. After all, Snape was able to create the fuchsia charm when he was still in school, and he also created his signature spell, the shadowless spell. If a student can do it, how could Professor Flitwick not be able to do it? But Ciel didn't expect that. After listening to Professor Flitwick, this seemed not only limited to the shield charm, but could also be used on other spells. Is this a unique technique like silent casting and wandless casting? But compared to the first two, the added strength of this unique skill can be said to be quite terrifying. No wonder Professor Flitwick can defend the duel championship for so many years with a crushing attitude. If I could learn it, some of the already powerful spells would probably become even more terrifying. Even after Deep Blue's deduction, it may be used on the ancient dragon form by then. The power of the triple eternal blazing sun and the triple storm call will be far beyond imagination. Just as Ciel was considering how to learn this skill from Professor Flitwick, Professor Flitwick said with a smile on his face, "I named this technique multicasting. Want to learn?" Charles nodded calmly. "Think." The next moment, Professor Flitwick waved his hand, motioning for Ciel to follow him into the charms classroom. "Come in. Since you don't need to attend my big class, I will give you a private class." There was a look of surprise in Ciel's eyes. He didn't expect that Professor Flitwick would agree so easily. Professor Flitwick said with a proud look, "I am a professor at Hogwarts. As a professor, I should teach my students everything I know. Besides, Ciel, you are the most powerful genius I have ever seen. Your future achievements will far exceed my imagination. The multicasting technique, in my hands, is nothing more than winning a few duel championships, but in your hands, it may be improved to a higher level, accompanying you to achieve greater success. Then, won't I also go down in history with you?" A look of respect appeared on Ciel's face, and he bowed again to Professor Flitwick. It is easy to say give everything you know, but difficult to do it. Throughout history, many people have been unwilling to pass on to others the skills that have been developed with countless efforts, and many unique spells have been lost to history in this way. If it were Charles, how could he possibly teach others the spell he had spent points to deduce? Professor Flitwick's mind is truly incomparable at this time. The other Hogwarts students nearby were also jealous they can't learn Ciel's talent, but if they can learn Professor Flitwick's multiple casting techniques, wouldn't that be awesome too? Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick simply closed the door of the charms classroom and gave them a warning: "Don't try to eavesdrop. It's not that I'm biased and don't want to teach you, it's just that your foundation in magic is too weak. Rashly learning advanced spellcasting techniques will not only do you no good, but will make it difficult for you to even cast spells. Before you think about flying, you should first think about how to walk steadily. Of course, if any of you can create any new spell on your own, I will give him the opportunity to learn multicasting from me." Soon, the door of the classroom was closed and Professor Flitwick cast a spell to prevent eavesdropping and peeping, which made the Hogwarts students watching outside feel depressed. Create your own new spell? What a joke. How many Hogwarts students can create their own spells? They are self-aware, seeing that there was no hope of learning the multicasting technique. The students who gathered here gradually dispersed. Even after leaving the scene, everyone was still enthusiastically discussing what had just happened, as well as the fact that Ciel had created his own spell and was acknowledged by Professor Flitwick to have a higher talent than Dumbledore. When they returned to the House Cup, they were all filled with awe when they saw that Hufflepuff had once again surpassed the opponent by a large margin, with a total score of 400 points. With a pervert like Ciel here, Hufflepuff should be able to secure the House Cup this year in advance. But not only the Hufflepuff students were happy about this matter, but the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students were also quite pleased. After all, Slytherin had won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. If it was said that Slytherin won gloriously, everyone would accept it. At most, they would admit that they were not as skilled as others, but they would not have any resentment. But the problem is, the biggest reason why Slytherin won the House Cup was not because they were better, but because they had a protective and mean dean. Every time there was a potions class, it was an opportunity for Snape to deduct points from other houses and give extra points to Slytherin. Also, If Snape made any mistake, other professors might just give him a warning or give him an education, but Snape would be deducted points immediately. No other professor could be so shameless. So in the end the House Cup was naturally won by Slytherin House, but this year, Ciel Evans emerged, and Hufflepuff is now 400 points ahead. Can Slytherin still make a comeback? Not to mention that they didn't believe it. Even the Slytherin students at the scene were unsure. Draco Malfoy looked grim and hurried to Snape's office to report the situation to Snape. After hearing Malfoy's report, Snape's face showed surprise. On the day of the matriculation dinner, he did hear Professor McGonagall mention Charles Evans's talent for transfiguration, and Dumbledore nodded in agreement. But at the time, Snape didn't care too much. But today I didn't expect to hear such news that little Hufflepuff wizard's talent in transfiguration is more than just excellent. It's simply abnormal. And what about charms? You've just entered first grade and haven't even taken a single class, but you've already created 2 new spells? You know, Ciel is not from a pure-blooded noble family, but a muggle, so it is impossible for him to remove the magic in advance. In other words, he really accomplished this feat between the time he received the admission notice and the start of school. For this little wizard, Snape could only describe him as a monster. However, after hearing Malfoy express his concern about whether Slytherin could still win the House Cup this year, the shock on Snape's face turned into indifference. He said calmly, "No. One can take the House Cup away from Slytherin." Then, in Malfoy's surprised eyes, Snape said lightly, "Draco. Malfoy has the collective honor of the house in mind. Slytherin gets 10 points." He glanced at the timetable with a sarcastic look on his face. "Isn't Hufflepuff's potions class coming up soon? Hufflepuffs are all a bunch of idiots, even more stupid than Gryffindors. I'm going to punish Hufflepuffs for a long time just for the countless mistakes they made. Don't worry, it won't be long before this gap is narrowed." After hearing Snape's blatant words of defense, even Malfoy felt that Hufflepuff was a bit pitiful. However, instead of feeling unfair, he felt quite excited. The only person who still made him a little worried was Charles Ciel's previous performance. Really shocked Malfoy? Godfather, what if Charles Evans is dissatisfied with this? When Snape heard this, he was so angry that he almost laughed. He looked at his godson with disappointment. "If you ask if Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, would be unhappy, I would think you still have some brains. But Malfoy, what on earth are you thinking? Charles Evans is unhappy? So what if he is unhappy? He's a first-year student, and he wants to go against me, a professor and the head of Slytherin House?" Snape sneered dismissively. "Those students who are about to graduate don't dare to do it, let alone a little wizard. If he really dares to object," there was undisguised malice in Snape's eyes, "I wouldn't mind teaching him what it means to respect a professor." At the same time, in the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick was explaining the principles of multiple casting to Ciel. Reverberation. This unique technique exploits a phenomenon I call reverberation, and to understand the echo, we must understand the essence of the wizard's spellcasting. Ciel, every wizard or magical animal has magic in their body, but in most cases, the loss of magic when we cast spells can be said to be negligible. Instead, the main loss is mental, and even the loss of physical strength is greater than the magic. The power of a spell seems to be related to the amount of magic in our bodies, but in fact it is determined by the strength of our magic and our spirit. The reason why some people say that the greater the magic power, the more powerful the spell is because the strength of a wizard's magic power is generally proportional to the total amount of magic power, which creates this illusion. In fact, let alone wizards of Dumbledore's level, even young wizards who have just entered school rarely run out of magic power, even if they cast spells a large number of times. Why do you think this is the case? Such questions also caused Charles to think deeply. In his previous life, he had similar questions when he was reading the original Harry Potter. The wizard's blue bar here is too long. It even feels like there is no blue bar at all. To become a wizard, you must have magical powers, but after becoming a wizard, there is no sign of consuming magic power when casting spells, which is really strange. Not expecting Professor Flitwick to mention this phenomenon here, Charles couldn't help but turn his head to look at Professor Flitwick. The professor didn't intend to keep you in suspense and continued, "According to my personal understanding and after reading a lot of books on the principles of magic, I believe that when a wizard casts a spell, the magic power does not consume his own magic power, or the consumption of his own magic power is extremely weak. The magic power of the spell almost all comes from the outside world. You can understand this outside world as the world, ether, the void. In short, it is everywhere." The Reason why wizards must possess magic power to cast spells is because in order to call upon external magic power, one needs some kind of qualification, recognition or identity. Only those who possess magic power can have this identity. The strength of magic power in spirit determines the status of this person and how much magic power can be called from the outside world. The spell and the casting gesture are like orders, ordering the outside world to provide magic power for the spell we are about to cast. The higher your own magic power and mental strength, the more magic you can call upon when casting spells, making the same spell more powerful, or releasing more powerful spells. The reason why wandless and silent casting will weaken the power of the spell is that it weakens the accuracy of external commands and reduces the efficiency of the commands. As for the tiny amount of magic power consumed when we cast spells, that's easy to understand. It's the consumption of the action of giving orders, so it's naturally very small. After hearing Professor Flitwick's explanation, Ciel's face showed shock. Professor Flitwick's explanations had mostly resolved his doubts about the wizards in the Harry Potter world. Even the dragon language magic of the ancient dragons can be explained by this theory. At the same time, Deep Blue also sounded a series of reminder sounds. The host has obtained advanced magic materials. The points required for the host to deduce all magic have decreased. This reminder made Charles' heart surge with uncontrollable ecstasy. Different from the names of all the materials obtained previously, this time the materials are simply called advanced magic materials, and their effect is that they can be effective for all magic. In an instant, Ciel saw the admiration in Professor Flitwick's eyes grow stronger. I have been given so many separate spell materials before, and now there is such a big surprise. As a professor of spells for so many years, my accumulation in this area is really very profound. But after hearing this, Charles still had a question. Why is the outside world, or the world, ether, and void that you mentioned, filled with omnipresent magic? Where does this magic power come from? In response, Professor Flitwick shook his head, revealing a longing look. This is the ultimate proposition of magic scholars. Countless magic masters have been exploring this issue. Perhaps I will never find the answer to this question in my lifetime, but perhaps you, Charles, have the potential to do so. Then, Professor Flitwick brought the topic back to the multicasting technique. I mentioned the reverberation to you before, and now I can explain it clearly. When a wizard casts a spell, he uses incantations and hand gestures to convey commands to the outside world. This process is like shouting in a valley, causing an echo, or throwing a stone into the water, causing ripples. There will also be a similar magical resonance. Our command information is also stored in the magic echo. Then, through the resonance of magic power, I can naturally command the outside world again and cast the same magic spell again. Charles' eyes showed understanding. Professor Flitwick chuckled. That's the truth. It's actually quite simple, but it's quite difficult to put it into practice. It took me nearly 10 years after I came up with this theory before I could successfully use the echo to repeat the first spell. Then, it took almost another 20 years before I could repeat it again and achieve triple casting. You may be very talented, but I think it would be great if you could complete double casting in the 5th grade. You can complete triple casting around the age of 25, and you may be able to achieve unprecedented quadruple or even quintuple casting around the age of 40. When he mentioned this, in addition to being excited, he also warned Charles, remember, just as you need to concentrate more to discern the information in the echo, using magic echoes will also consume more mental energy. The more times you repeat it, the greater the consumption. Ciel nodded seriously to show that he understood. Professor Flitwick then waved his hand and asked Ciel to leave, telling him to come to him if he had any questions. Charles bowed earnestly to the professor, who was generally regarded as kind, and then left the classroom. Ciel kept in mind what Professor Flitwick had just said. However, when Professor Flitwick estimated how long it would take him to master the skill of multiple casting, Ciel's lips curled up into a smile. Maybe this is the case for normal geniuses, but I'm a hacker. He found an empty classroom, locked the door, then took a deep breath and whispered in his mind, Deep Blue, show me the multicasting technique. Sorry, I haven't been feeling well since I had an orgasm. I couldn't hold on after staying up late to update a few chapters, so I updated late. Today I'm almost recovered, so I'll continue to update at least 10,000 words and add more chapters. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 92 Triple Casting. Some words and some things require a price. Following the whispers in Charles' mind, Deep Blue directly deducted 150,000 deduction points and began the initial deduction of Professor Flitwick's multiple casting techniques. Charles was horrified. Just the initial deduction required 150,000 points, which was at the top of all the magical knowledge he had acquired, and you have to know that this was after he received a detailed explanation from Professor Flitwick and even obtained magic material reduction points. This shows how high the upper limit of this multiple casting technique is. According to the evaluation of the Deep Blue system, its value may be comparable to the ancient dragon's dragon language magic system. But Professor Flitwick passed on such precious knowledge to me without me having to pay anything. Ciel took a deep breath. I really owe you a big favor this time. I have to find a chance to pay it back. Then, waves of knowledge and experience about multiple spellcasting techniques began to flow in Charles' mind. The familiar feeling reappeared, as if there were countless Charles in countless parallel worlds, studying multiple spellcasting techniques at the same time without sleep or food. All the experience summarized was poured into the instincts of Charles' body in this world. With this surge of knowledge and experience, Charles seemed to see the process of Deep Blue deducing multiple spellcasting techniques. According to Professor Flitwick, the first step is to capture the resonance of magic, which is the echo produced after casting a spell. According to Professor Flitwick, it took at least 5 years from developing the theory to capturing the echoes, and then he came up with a more feasible plan to capture the echoes, and this time, in Deep Blue's deduction, Ciel started to capture the echo from the fluorescent spell he was most familiar with. Between every second of deduction, there were countless flashes of fluorescent spells and countless attempts to capture the echo. It took Professor Flitwick 5 years to successfully capture the echo, but Ciel did it in an instant. At this moment, he waved his wand and chanted a fluorescent spell. When the fluorescent light lit up, Charles also clearly felt a ripple of magic spreading in the space, which produced magical diffraction, interference, etc. like water waves. During the initial spread, Ciel clearly felt the enhanced part of the magical interference, which was the echo mentioned by Professor Flitwick that contained complete spell information. Echo capture complete. However, capturing echoes and using them to cast spells is a bigger challenge. During Professor Flitwick's first 20 years of research and development, 15 years were spent on tackling key issues in this area. With his talent and fairy bloodline, he will be more sensitive to magic than ordinary wizards, but it took a full 15 years, so you can imagine how difficult it was, and this only took Charles a moment. The next moment, a Deep Blue reminder sounded in Charles' mind. The initial deduction of multiple spellcasting techniques has been completed. The host has obtained a special spellcasting skill, spellcasting echo, capturing the echo and using it to cast a spell has become the host's instinct. The host can capture the echo and use it to cast a spell at the fastest speed, and the power of the spell after the echo is almost not reduced. This reminder made Charles' eyes light up. According to Professor Flitwick, using echoes to cast spells will cause the power of the spell to be weakened. After all, although the echo theoretically contains the information needed to form the spell, it is difficult to interpret it clearly in that fleeting moment. Then it will be like a silent spell, so the command is unclear, resulting in the spell being released correctly, but the power is lower than normal release. But the reduction in power for multiple casting is not that exaggerated, and in theory, the more proficient you are in this technique, the less its power will decay. Charles already had psychological expectations for this. Even if the power was reduced to 70% of the original spell, he felt that casting spells multiple times instantly was still a huge improvement. But Charles didn't expect that through Deep Blue's deduction, he could actually accumulate this technique into his instinct, making the power decay almost negligible. Then this is truly an epic upgrade. Ciel took a deep breath and waved his wand again, releasing the fluorescent spell, luminescent charm, casting echo. Then, 2 fluorescent spells bloomed on Ciel's wand at the same time. This can't be called a fluorescent light, but a bright high-power light bulb. Feeling the magic of the spell echo, Charles took a deep breath. This was a huge boost to his strength, and with this technique, a spell that might not have been able to penetrate the enemy's magical defenses might burst out with enough power to penetrate them in the next moment. How could the enemy have imagined that the same spell could transform in an instant and double its power? So the next moment, Charles spoke to Shaylin again without any hesitation. Deep Blue, continue the deduction. In an instant, 1.5 million points were deducted, and Deep Blue deduced in the direction of triple spellcasting. At the same time, in the Dark Potions classroom, a terrifying atmosphere was enveloping the little Hufflepuffs who came to class. Snape, dressed in a black robe, had his usual harsh and cold expression on his face. and a habitual sneer on the corner of his mouth. Just this look alone made the temperature in the classroom seem to drop a few degrees. The little badger and the little eagles who came to class with him trembled and sat down one after another when the class bell rang. The cold atmosphere not only did not weaken in the slightest, but instead became several times stronger in an instant. Snape looked at the empty seat among Hufflepuffs like a venomous snake seeing its prey. The little wizards in the classroom all had an illusion, as if they heard a poisonous snake hissing and grinning as if it was ready to bite someone. Is there a Hufflepuff missing? Snape's tone gradually rose. Let me guess. It must be that famous genius, Charles Evans. Haha, it really opened my eyes. I thought that the one who would show such arrogance should be another famous young wizard. I didn't expect that the usually honest Hufflepuff would produce such an arrogant person. Snape then sneered. There are always some foolish wizards who think they can ignore potions classes because they are talented in waving a wand. They think that their talents and charms and transfiguration can be transferred to potions intact, but I will say this is an art class that is not just silly waving of a magic wand. I don't expect you, the notoriously dull Hufflepuffs, to truly appreciate the beauty of a simmering cauldron emitting white smoke and fragrant aromas. You will never truly understand the magical power of the liquid flowing into people's veins, which makes people's hearts and minds excited and confused. You are the same stupid fools I always meet. I just want to get rid of you quickly, let you graduate early, and never show up in my class again. So the genius Charles Evans took the lead and didn't even come to the potions class? I don't remember that I approved his application for exemption. Then, Snape announced something that made the little Hufflepuff's blood run cold. 100 points are deducted from Hufflepuff for Ciel Evans' absence from class, and for the arrogance and disrespect for professors that his behavior reveals. The next moment, the little Hufflepuffs couldn't help but start to make a commotion. They had already heard from their seniors about the punishment for being late or absent from class. Being late is a very common thing at the beginning of the first semester. After all, the young wizards are not familiar with the ways in the castle, and the professors can tolerate it even if you are 20 minutes late. The professor will just give you a reminder and you won't be penalized, of course. If you skip classes, some strict professors will definitely deduct points, but the first time you miss a class, it's usually only about 10 minutes. And the more lenient professors may just give you a verbal warning. How could someone be deducted 100 points right from the start like Snape? That's not all. Snape continued to spew venom from his mouth. Charles Evans thinks he's amazing? Let me tell you, I have seen so many geniuses. What is genius? Many geniuses become ordinary people halfway through their careers. Many geniuses also die in their stupid, reckless, and arrogant actions, and even take others with them. In my opinion, Charles Evans is most likely the so-called genius who lost his life due to arrogance. Let me give you a suggestion. Stay away from this kind of person if you don't want to die miserably with him. Hannah Abbott, the shy little girl at the sorting ceremony, had helped old Tom deliver meals to Shire at the Leaky Cauldron several times. When she heard Snape assert that Charles would most likely die tragically, she could no longer bear it and stood up. Professor, Ciel won't die. He's not an arrogant person. He's a very nice person. Before he finished speaking, Snape showed a sneer. Is it? Hannah Abbott, before you come to the defense of Charles Evans, did you raise your hand? Did you stand up and get my permission? Hufflepuff will be deducted another 10 points for violating classroom discipline. Another Hufflepuff girl couldn't help but raise her hand. Susan Bones said after Snape sneered and nodded for her to stand up. Professor, there is a reason why Ciel didn't come to class. He must have been too tired after 2 exams. Besides, the bell just rang, so he can only be considered late, not absent. Before she could finish her words, she was forced to sit down again by Snape's stern gaze. Snape's sneer widened. Shirk, make excuses, quibble. Also, since when did Hufflepuff start being clever and trying to take advantage of the rules? 20 points off for Hufflepuff. Snape's ill intentions towards Hufflepuff were already obvious after Susan Bones sat down with a pale face. The little badgers lowered their heads and avoided Snape's gaze in fear. Snape seemed satisfied and said quietly, well, now that you have finally learned your lesson, we can finally start today's lesson. I am very much looking forward to your performance in the first class. The little badger and the little eagles beside him breathed a sigh of relief. If it's class, Snape will always be quiet, right? But the next moment, Snape did not start the formal content of the class, but instead called on Hufflepuff students by name and asked them questions like a machine gun. asking them some questions that were clearly in the later courses. This is not even at the beginning of the textbook. Even the Ravenclaws, who have the habit of previewing, at least 70% to 80% of them don't see this, let alone Hufflepuffs, who are not known for their intelligence. Under Snape's questioning, they were naturally wiped out. Snape's expression was cold. So, you didn't focus on studying? Didn't you prepare for the class? You think you're here to visit Hogwarts for sightseeing and entertainment? Deduction points, deduction points, deduction points. In the blink of an eye, Snape deducted another 30 points from Hufflepuff just for this question and answer session. During this period, the venom he spewed out made the little badgers hang their heads. Some of them had blood-red faces, and some looked pale. Without exception, all the little badgers who were called upon to answer questions fell into trance. Even so, Snape seemed to have a switch turned on, and the venom from his mouth did not stop throughout the entire class. He hovered over the badgers throughout the entire class. Once any mistake is discovered, there will be a torrent of ridicule, sarcasm, or even insults. Pig. What's going on in your head? Is it because you haven't digested the apple pie you ate last night? I'm talking about porcupine quills cut into 3-centimeter segments. What did you cut? Are you trying to cut porcupine foam? And you, have you figured out the stirring order? Which is left and which is right, and which is clockwise and which is counterclockwise? Answer my question. You think you can block this pot of garbage by lowering your head? Can't your eyes see clearly? Can't your nose smell anything? Why don't you throw away this pot of garbage you produced? The little Hufflepuffs lowered their heads one after another. This potions class had become a nightmare for them. All the girls had red eyes and were crying. Even the little boy who was taught to be strong was half crying. Many young wizards have fallen into trance and dare not touch the potion ingredients, not to mention the Ravenclaws who were trembling in fear on the side. Even Snape himself felt that he had gone a bit too far by the end of his scolding, but let him bow his head? Absolutely impossible. Just then, the bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Snape snorted coldly, "Get out of class is over." In the empty classroom, Deep Blue's voice echoed in Ciel's mind. The second deduction of the multiple casting technique is completed. The host has obtained a special casting technique, triple casting. At this moment, Charles' eyes showed joy. This is already on par with Professor Flitwick, who can cast 3 identical spells instantly. Unfortunately, too many points are needed to deduce further. Although Charles can afford it, he still doesn't want to use it rashly. The magical skill of triple casting is more than enough for him. At the moment, an impatient look emerged on his face, wanting to try out the power of triple casting this time. Ciel was not satisfied with just experimenting with a fluorescent spell. He raised his hand. Flash. Spell, triple cast. The next moment, a light far more dazzling than the previous battle with Professor Flitwick burst out. The light is so strong that even wearing sunglasses would be useless. Even if you use magic to create a dark area, it may be forcibly penetrated by the dazzling light. Then, Ciel tried the laser spell again. The laser spell under triple casting can instantly stimulate 3 horizontal and vertical lasers, greatly blocking the enemy's dodging space. It is also much faster to form the laser net that Charles had used previously through triple casting. However, these spells have almost been eliminated by Charles' current combat system. He only used them before in order not to reveal his exaggerated strength. The only combat method that Charles really uses now, apart from those high-powered magic, is the Knight's Edge curse, which can be tried here. Knight's Edge, triple cast. As the spell was recited, an invisible sharp edge suddenly burst out from the tip of Charles' mithril wand. Originally, after his spiritual transformation, the invisible light blade of the Night Blade curse that Charles activated could be about 2 meters long. Now, after 3 spells, the length of the light blade has reached an outrageous 6 meters, and because of its extremely fast activation speed, it almost instantly crossed the length of the classroom and pierced into the wall at the other end. Ciel's eyes widened. Both the killing speed and distance increased instantly, which was a qualitative improvement. Originally, Charles had to fight enemies at close range, but now they will be directly penetrated by the invisible light blade at medium distance. If strong enough magical protection is not set up in advance, I'm afraid few wizards will be able to react to this attack. Ciel took a deep breath, feeling agitated. Brilliant. The Knight's Edge spell had undergone such a qualitative change that he could no longer wait to find a place to try it out to see if he could afford to cast multiple spells of such powerful spells as Eternal Blazing Sun, Lightless Sun, Holy Kingdom, and Only I Am God. He even wanted to try whether he could use this technique in Ancient Dragon form. There's enough space in the Forbidden Forest, but the Room of Requirement is more convenient. Charles walked out of the classroom, Planning to go to the room of requirement to try out how these powerful spells performed under multiple castings before entering the corridor, he cast a disillusionment charm on himself. After all, he became famous in Hogwarts today, and he didn't want people to pay attention to his actions walking along the corridor. Charles was wondering about the location of the room of requirement when suddenly, the crying little Hufflepuffs came towards him from the front. As if a dark cloud was covering them, there was a hint of surprise in Charles' eyes. He wondered what had happened to them and why they were crying so miserably. He didn't intend to take care of these things. After all, he really didn't like being a nanny, and he didn't like children even more too noisy. Besides, no matter what setbacks the little badgers encounter, it is all part of their growth. Just bear some blows. Only children from wealthy families will be pampered everywhere. Ordinary people will be hit by the society sooner or later. The setbacks I received in school were huge, and I thought they were nothing when I was still in school. But after graduation, I realized they were nothing. But perhaps it is only by enduring some setbacks in school that one can gradually adapt to the failures and setbacks after graduation. Ciel didn't want to interfere with the normal growth of the child, and he was about to leave until he heard the sullen little Ravenclaws complaining to the little badgers, "Professor Snape is just targeting me on purpose." When Ciel didn't go to class, he was already very angry and deducted 100 points directly. You shouldn't have defended Ciel when you were angry. You should just go along with Professor Snape and say no. If you can't do anything else, just keep your head down and keep silent. Look at what he said about you later. It's simply humiliating and a personal attack. In this class, Hufflepuff lost more than half of his marks. Is it worth it? Hannah Abbott retorted, blushing. No. Ciel added so many points to Hufflepuff. He is our hero. Besides, the points belong to Sharjah. Even if half is deducted, it's still a lot of points. We Hufflepuffs are loyal to our friends and classmates. We won't just go along with what they say for a fear of being scolded or having points deducted. The Ravenclaw Eagles shook their heads, clearly disapproving of this approach. At this moment, Charles' voice suddenly came to Hannah and the little badger's ears. Ciel looked at Hannah and asked, "Little Hannah, were you scolded by Professor Snape? Tell me what Snape said about you, Hannah." And the others blushed and shook their heads, but tears were already welling up in their eyes. Ciel stared at Hannah. "Tell me. It's okay. I can handle it." Hannah's eyes suddenly became redder, tears poured down, and she sobbed and repeated what Snape had said. Charles listened quietly, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy and colder. To be honest, Charles was not annoyed when Snape talked about him at first. I did not go to class and broke the rules, so let Snape say what he wants. He was too lazy to argue with Snape about this. At most, when he was calculating Snape's potion materials, he would choose not to leave him a penny, or he would break a few of Snape's bones when he robbed him in the dark of night. As for being deducted points, Charles didn't care at all. We are adults, we can add or deduct points as needed. Who needs this kind of little red flower from kindergarten? He added 400 points to Hufflepuff House, and no one could blame him even if all the points were deducted. Charles was not angry about this, but what made Ciel angry was that Snape implicated the people who spoke up and defended him. What made him even more intolerable was that Snape did not stop there, and continued to attack the little badgers with vicious words, destroying their personal dignity. What kind of person could do such a thing? Charles stopped, his eyes as cold as ice. He doesn't care about many things. After all, he is an adult who has struggled in his previous life. He didn't make much money, but his moral bottom line and sense of responsibility have long been falling. But after what happened today, Charles felt that if he didn't do something, the tens of millions of points he spent on deduction would just be fed to the turtle. He stopped his steps on the way to the room of requirement and looked at Hannah and the badgers. "Send a few of you to find Professor Sprout and report to her word for word what Snape said to you today." Others went to find Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, who was also present. Then go to Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmaster, and Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and tell them exactly how Snape insulted you. Ciel's voice softened a little. "If something happens, you must trust our own professors and deans. Don't just swallow your anger. Do you understand?" Then Charles turned around. Hannah asked from behind him, "What about you, Charles?" Charles turned around and forced a sinister smile. "Since some people have no family education and don't know how to learn from their mistakes, I will teach them and let them remember one thing: some words spoken and some things done have a price to pay." Chapter 93. You are nothing special, right? Ciel takes action. Legitimacy. At this time, In the office of the Slytherin headmaster, Malfoy was excitedly reporting to Snape about the reactions of other houses after the class. They were all terrified. Now they will understand that the house cup belongs to us, Slytherin, and Godfather, no one can disobey your authority at Hogwarts. Those idiots from Gryffindor will tremble in fear when they come to your class in the future. The corners of Snape's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had thought of something, and continued to ask, "Where's that first-year Hufflepuff, Ciel Evans?" Malfoy's eyes sparkled. "I can't find him at all. I told you, no matter how talented he is, he's just a first-year student. How dare he disobey the professor? I think he's hiding out of fear now, not daring to face those Hufflepuffs." At this moment, Snape's ears moved, as if he heard some noise. There was a look of doubt in his eyes. "Why do I feel like there's someone outside the door?" "Who's outside the door? What's the noise? Don't you know to knock on the door?" The next moment, a sound so piercing that it made one's teeth ache came from the door into the office. On the heavy door, a bright red mark appeared clearly, which quickly spread out to form a passage large enough for one person to enter and exit. Then, Snape's heart was filled with warning signs, as if he felt that there was an evil dragon waiting to devour someone behind the door. He drew his wand subconsciously, armor, protection, immediately. Afterwards, the cut door panel came over like a cannonball, hitting the invisible barrier in the air with a loud bang. Sawdust flew everywhere, and broken pieces of wood hit the office walls, causing the entire office to shake. A figure walked in from the smoke and dust. It was the Charles that Malfoy and Snape had just mentioned. Charles tilted his head, looking at Malfoy, who fell to the ground in horror, and Snape, who was protected by the shield charm, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I didn't kill you guys after all. That's great. We'll have some fun next." Immediately, Charles waved the mithril wand, and the shattered door recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, it was also wrapped with thick iron chains and locked tightly. An ominous premonition arose in the hearts of Snape and Malfoy. What on earth is Charles trying to do by doing this? Breaking into the Slytherin headmaster's office? Is he crazy? Malfoy exclaimed. "Why are you here, you? What are you going to do?" Snape roared like a poisonous snake. "Who allowed you to come in like this?" 100 points for Hufflepuff. "No, 200 points for Hufflepuff. Get out of here. I will talk to the Hufflepuff headmaster about this matter and then decide on your punishment. But I promise, Charles Evans, your detention will not be less than 3 months." But the next moment, Charles said quietly, "You guys still don't seem to understand the situation. It's so noisy." Then, Charles raised his foot and broke the wrist bone of Malfoy, who was holding the wand. As he lay on the ground, there was a crisp click, and silence fell in the Slytherin headmaster's office. Snape and Malfoy were both stunned. They never expected Charles to do this immediately. Excruciating pain spread from his wrist to Malfoy's brain, causing him to howl hysterically in pain. "How dare you? You broke my wrist. My father won't let you go." Charles smiled, lifted his foot slightly, and then stepped down again. Stepped down, and stepped down again. It was not until Malfoy's wrist and ankle bones were broken that Charles looked down at Malfoy, whose pupils had already dilated, still barking. "I see you like to tell tales very much, and you run very fast, but I just don't like it. Break your ankle so you can run slower. Break your wrist so you can't dance around so proudly or even point your finger at me. Do you like this gift I gave you? When you wake up, you can call your father over. I don't mind breaking all your bones in front of your father. Then you will know that your weak father can't do anything." The clamor of the weak is really hard to hear. Ciel patted Malfoy's face, causing him to faint completely, not knowing whether it was from the severe pain or extreme fear. His series of quick and decisive actions left Snape, a former Death Eater, completely unable to react. When Snape finally came to his senses, he suddenly pointed his wand at Charles, with an unprecedented look of horror on his face. "You attacked your classmates, Charles Evans. Do you know what crime you have committed? I'm going to ask Headmaster Dumbledore to expel you and throw you into Azkaban." Just hearing these words, Charles almost laughed out loud. "Did what? Professor Snape, you, a former Death Eater, can't you see what I did? It's very simple. I just broke 4 of his bones and taught him a lesson he will never forget. After all, such injuries are easily healed in the magical world, but he should remember the pain very clearly. It's Just that I don't know how to cast the Cruciatus curse, otherwise this lesson might be more memorable. Professor Snape should be very familiar with this aspect. When Snape's identity as a Death Eater was revealed, his pupils contracted and his mind went blank. Charles Evans, what do you want to do, even? He himself did not notice that his usual sarcastic tone towards students from other colleges had become somewhat weak and yielding. This time it was Ciel's turn to show sarcasm on his face. Doing what? Be the professor that you like to do to the young wizards, bullying the weak, that's all. An exaggerated curve appeared at the corner of Charles' mouth. Professor Snape, have you ever thought that there are students who dare to do something to you, or have the ability to do something to you? Tisk, tisk. So you know exactly how vulnerable the students are to you. It's a shame you ran into me. You shouldn't have touched my stupid little friends. This will not go away as easily as your previous acts of violence, Professor, because I'm much stronger than you. At this moment, Snape felt as if a terrifying shadow was cast on him. The overwhelming momentum pressed down on him, forcing him to take the first step involuntarily and launch an attack on Charles. Accept your weapons. The light shone brightly and hit Charles solidly, but was then easily slid away by the dragon armor spell on Charles' body. Collapse. Another spell hit, and was blocked again without any suspense. Even Charles's steps forward were not hindered in the slightest. Snape's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He could never imagine how Charles could do all this. Why does a first-grade wizard have such momentum and strength? And there was this indifference to everything that emanated from him, as if anything that stood in his way would be crushed to pieces. The upside-down golden bell. Snape frantically used the control spell he created after the upside-down bell curse failed. He could no longer endure Charles' approach, and with a low growl, he cast an unmistakable dark magic spell, Invisible Strike. This is indeed Snape's specialty. The magic power condensed into an invisible sharp blade, whistling towards Charles. The shadowless divine sword, which had the magic-breaking effect, finally shook the dragon armor curse, causing a slight gap in the protection of the dragon armor curse. But before the joy on Snape's face could solidify, Charles raised his wand. That's all. God of Swords has no shadow, that's all. Then, Professor, please take a look at my sharp blade. Then, Ciel whispered, Knight's Edge. Triple cast. In an instant, an invisible blade of light burst out from the tip of the mithril wand, crossing the distance between Charles and Snape, piercing through Snape's body, and nailing Snape directly to the wall like a spear. Blood dripped and then was evaporated into a thin blood mist by the light blade of the Knight's Edge curse. Snape looked at Ciel, and fear finally appeared in his eyes. He had no doubt that Charles would kill him in the next moment. However, Charles did not take any action. He just released Snape's wand and continued to approach Snape step by step. This gave Snape a little hope that Charles was afraid of Dumbledore and was afraid of being expelled from Hogwarts. He spoke with difficulty. It's not too late for you to stop now. I can explain to Dumbledore, and maybe you won't be expelled. Before Snape could finish his words, Charles laughed. Dumbledore, expulsion from Hogwarts. Charles's laughter became more and more exaggerated. You don't really think I'm afraid of being expelled from Hogwarts? Come on, you are a Death Eater. Where else can you go except Dumbledore, who is willing to protect you, keep you in Hogwarts, and give you the position of professor or even dean? Of course you can't leave Hogwarts, but for me, with my talent and strength, the world is so big that I can fly wherever I want. Why should I worry? Besides, old Bat, you have been bullying students for so many years, and you are used to it. Fire. You're not naive enough to think you can fire me. Ciel cut open Snape's sleeve, revealing the dark mark on his arm. Snape subconsciously wanted to cover it up, but Charles nailed his arms to the wall again. Then, Ciel took out his camera and took a picture of Snape's dark mark. Snape was completely panicked now. He found that he had no idea about Ciel's purpose. He only knew that Ciel, a first-year student, could not be viewed from a student's perspective. This guy was a lunatic and a devil. What exactly do you want to do? Snape groaned in pain. Charles said faintly, In fact, I've always wondered, you're a Death Eater, you've finally been taken in and given a refuge, but why are you still so arrogant? Do you really think Dumbledore can cover up everything? He can't wash away your dark mark. If you were a little more docile, maybe people could temporarily forget what you did, but you have been waving the flag for Slytherin House all these years, defending the glory of pure blood. Are you afraid that others will forget that you were once a Death Eater? Maybe you are really not afraid. Then let's verify whether this is the case. Send this photo to the Daily Prophet and to all parents of Hogwarts students, and remind them that there is a Death Eater here, and that he is verbally abusing a large number of young wizards. There may even be corporal punishment. Maybe this will awaken some forgotten memories. Snape's body began to shake with fear. Don't want, he stammered out words of begging for mercy. Don't do it, I beg you. Ciel stared at Snape. This greasy and spooky old bat is actually a pure love warrior in the original book, a highly popular character, and is called one of the most courageous people by Harry Potter. But what does this have to do with Charles? Ciel sneered. Professor, Snape can also beg for mercy. It turns out that you also care about something. You care about your life at Hogwarts. You care about the identity you have managed to conceal. You care about your reputation and honor as a potions master, and you don't want the Death Eater's mark to ruin it all. But why haven't you ever thought about the fact that so many young wizards care about being insulted by the professor, about losing points in the college cup, about the evaluation they get? If you don't care about others, why should others care about you? I'm a person who is hard to get angry with, but once I get angry and decide to take action, my principle is to not care about the consequences, to fight to the death, and to leave no trouble behind. Charles raised his hand and the photo flew out of the window. An owl held the photo in its mouth and flew away. A mysterious smile appeared in Charles' eyes. The destination of this photo is the office of the Minister of Magic. Fudge had taken Charles to Azkaban before, and Charles had understood the hints in his words very well. Although no one knew what the Minister of Magic was thinking, it was obvious that he was targeting Dumbledore. Considering that Fudge had reimbursed me for so much, I decided to give him this photo of the dark mark on Snape's arm as a gift. Charles didn't want this generous Minister of Magic to fall, and he hoped that he would be successful. And the moment the owl took the photo away, Snape felt like he had fallen into hell. No matter where the photo fell, he knew that his life at Hogwarts was completely over. You win. Snape's voice was low, but the hatred and resentment in his eyes were as real as substance. Can you let me down now? But these words made Charles laugh. Professor, when you were Death Eaters, were you always so affectionate with your enemies? You dealt the enemy a minor blow, and then you let him go? Wow, are you playing house like a kid? Ciel repeated word for word. Since I have taken action and have become your enemy, I will completely eliminate your threat. After all, if a potions master or a Death Eater were hiding in the dark and madly plotting revenge, that would be quite troublesome. You don't think I didn't notice the hatred in your eyes? Or do you think that in my heart you are a person who doesn't bear grudges? Professor, we are in a life and death relationship. This is just the beginning. You don't think this is the end, do you? Ciel whispered in Snape's ear. Don't worry, your death will be applauded by everyone. I still have the means to do this. As for the knowledge in your head, I will break it down and squeeze it out bit by bit. Without these, you are nothing special. Fate is already a mess. So many people have died. You won't make a difference? Snape looked at Ciel, his heart beating wildly just when his defense was at risk. Charles's mithril wand pressed against Snape's temple. Ciel looked into Snape's confused eyes. Physical pain is not pain at all for you. Only the memories you have buried in your heart can really make you feel miserable. Do you like mental abuse? Does it make you happy? Then, Professor, you must be strong and smile later. The next moment, Charles whispered a spell, legilimency. At the same time, Ciel whispered to Deep Blue in his mind. Deep Blue, legilimency spell, direct me in the direction of digging out memories, stealing knowledge, and breaking through the brain's defenses. 4. Deductions. Chapter 94, Hogwarts is in shock. I would like to call Ciel the strongest. The silver light of the legilimency spell gushed out from Ciel's wand and hit Snape at close range. Snape instantly felt as if his brain was hit by a sledgehammer. His mind was already in a state of confusion, and the occlusion spell on his brain had loosened somewhat. At that moment, a crack was created in his brain's defenses, allowing the magical power of the Leviticus spell to invade immediately. Snape's memories began to play out. The child who grew up in the dark Nocturne Alley, who was of mixed race descent and full of inferiority complex, met the muggle-born witch named Lily by chance. At that moment, under the sunlight, the withered lily petals in Lily's hands gradually revived, making her look like a pure angel. The moment Lily appeared in her memory, Snape's occlumency was instantly restored. He is considered to be the most powerful occlumency master in the wizarding world. He was able to evade even the temptations of Dumbledore and Voldemort, and was even able to forge memories without directly using his wand to cast legilimency. It was easy to resist the legilimency that Charles released casually. "Get out of here! How dare you peek into my memories!" Snape's voice roared in the mind like thunder. Facing Snape's counterattack, Charles's legilimency was like facing a wave hundreds of meters high. It collapsed at the first touch and kept retreating just as Snape's eyes showed murderous intent. He even wanted to use this opportunity of mental confrontation between legilimency and occlumency to leave an irreparable trauma in Charles' spiritual world. The next moment, the strength of Charles's legilimency skyrocketed at an astonishing speed. The growth rate was so fast that even Snape was stunned. How can this be? How can there be such a rapid progress? Then, Snape gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce, and continued to launch a mental counterattack against Charles, hoping to crush Charles' spirit in one fell swoop. What he didn't know was that while he was using legilimency to fight Snape's occlumency, the deep blue prompting sound continued to ring in Ciel's mind. The host has obtained advanced materials for occlumency. The points required to deduce occlumency will be greatly reduced. The host has obtained advanced materials related to legilimency. The points required to deduce legilimency will be greatly reduced. The host has obtained materials related to spiritual magic. The points required to experience spiritual magic will be greatly reduced. A series of prompts almost filled the screen. The progress of legilimency that Charles was currently practicing was skyrocketing, but the points required were also decreasing at the same time. Ciel's already impressive brain occlumency skills were also honed in this mental confrontation, becoming even more resilient. All this combined made Snape's mental counterattack seem to have landed on an unshakable reef. No matter how high the waves are, the reefs remain unmoved. The waves are gone, only the deep blue remains forever. The first deduction of legilimency is complete. The host's legilimency has become instinctive and can be used without a wand or spell. The second deduction of legilimency is complete. The host's legilimency has the ability to see through people's hearts. The host can tell at a glance whether the person in front of him is lying, and even see through his mental weaknesses. The deep blue prompt sound continued, and this was what horrified Snape. The strength of Ciel's legilimency was skyrocketing at an alarming rate, and seemed to be even more tricky, heading straight for the loophole in his occlumency. The scene that had just been interrupted continued to reappear, and Lily's appearance flashed in the memory. The years when he and Lily were childhood sweethearts were the best time in Snape's memory. Even when it appeared in such an attack and defense, there was tenderness in Snape's eyes. However, Ciel didn't want Snape to relive such happiness the next second. Snape saw the sorting. This was the first time that something painful happened to him. Lily went to Gryffindor and he went to Slytherin, and distance began to appear between them. And there were more and more pictures. Barriers, more and more barriers emerge as the innocence of childhood sweethearts fades. The essential differences between the two become more apparent. Lily was moving closer to light and love, while Snape was becoming more narrow-minded, madly worshipping the power of dark magic. Arguments, and more arguments, especially when Lily began to be pursued by James Potter. The quarrels became more and more intensified until that time, Snape was hung upside down by James Potter and humiliated in public, and his dignity was completely lost when this memory came to him. Snape was horrified. No, he roared in his mind, even pleading with Charles. It was certainly painful for him to repeat this humiliating experience, but over the years, Snape is no longer the student he was back then, and he has suffered all kinds of humiliation. This part was not enough to break his defense. What really frightened Snape was what happened next. After being rescued by Lily, he angrily uttered the 3 unforgivable words, "Mudblood." From then on, Lily broke off her friendship with him and the two went their separate ways completely. As Ciel ruthlessly flashbacked this memory, Snape's spirit seemed to have suffered a severe blow, and the cracks in his brain occlusion were spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. He regretted these 3 words throughout his life. At this moment, Charles sneered in the spiritual world. "Professor Snape, you are so stupid. Wouldn't it be possible to redeem you by replacing the unforgivable word mudblood with some other insult? You've spent your whole life regretting being a mudblood, but you don't regret your other vicious words? If you say something wrong, especially something that hurts others and tramples on their dignity, you will pay an irreparable price. It seems that you haven't really repented enough. It's okay, let's continue." Charles said faintly. "James Potter, he is Harry Potter's father, right? So, Lily is Harry Potter's mother? Then I'm very curious. They all say that they were killed by the mysterious man. Why did the mysterious man kill them personally? Why did he target a baby like Harry Potter? I think your memory must have the answer, Snape's." Spirit was on the verge of collapse, and his brain was covered with spider web-like cracks and holes. He already knew that he couldn't stop Ciel. All he could do was to beg her not to recall the heart-wrenching incident again, but Charles rejected him without any mercy. "Oh, it's so touching and affectionate, but what does it have to do with me?" The next moment, what Snape had done in the past emerged in his memory. He overheard the prophecy about the Son of Prophecy, but only heard half of it and didn't know who the Son of Prophecy was in order to take credit for it. He told Voldemort the prophecy unexpectedly. Voldemort set his sights on Lily's child, Harry Potter. Snape begged Voldemort to spare Lily, but he never expected that Lily would not be afraid of Voldemort, but sacrificed herself to protect Harry Potter. When this bloody memory emerged, especially the anticipation and pride when Snape went to Voldemort to ask for credit, and the humility and pitifulness when he begged Voldemort, Snape was like a dead tree. "Kill me, kill me, I killed Lily. You meant to make me feel pain, didn't you? Now you did, kill me." Snape's mental voice was hoarse. Charles sneered again. "After Lily died, you confessed, right? But what did you confess? You just confessed that your informant led to Lily's death. You are angry that Harry Potter implicated Lily. You are angry that James Potter did not protect her well, but you never remember that if you do something wrong, you may regret it for the rest of your life. When you try to use the life of a child to achieve your own success, you pay with the life of the love of your life. Now, when you trample on the dignity of a group of children and cast a shadow on them for the glory of Slytherin and your own sense of superiority, you will pay with your reputation, honor, life and everything. Do you think this is the end? No, not at all." At this moment, the deep blue voice sounded again in Charles' mind. The fourth deduction of legilimency is completed. The host obtains the spiritual magic, Mirror of Samsara. In the Mirror of Samsara spell, the host can create everything that is like reincarnation based on the memories of the cursed person, in which the cursed person's happiest and most painful experiences can be repeated over and over again, and the cursed person can even experience a brand new life. In this process, the host can obtain all the secrets and the most crucial knowledge in the cursed person's memory. Charles' eyes lit up. Snape was not a generous person by nature, and all of his good qualities were shown to Lily and Lily's continuation. Harry Potter. Charles Evans? He has a dirty relationship with Lily? Because of this, since he had decided to take action against Snape, Charles didn't want to leave such a disaster behind. However, Snape's knowledge is quite important to Charles, not only the material for occlumency, but also the knowledge of potions. If Charles wants to obtain the second magical animagus transformation, he also needs an atavism potion to increase the blood concentration of the three-headed dog Fluffy, so as to obtain the transformation into the three-headed dog of hell. Originally, he was planning to find an opportunity to make a deal with Snape and let Snape conduct relevance research for him. As long as Snape can come up with an idea, Ciel can use relatively fewer points to let Deep Blue deduce and complete it, but now Snape is useless. After digging out his value, Ciel will develop the atavism potion by himself. The mithril wand was pressed against Snape's temple again, followed by a mental spell derived from legilimency, Mirror of Samsara, triple cast. Without holding back at all, Ciel wanted to complete it all before Dumbledore and the other professors arrived. The mental burden that the triple spellcasting and reincarnation realm brought to Charles was so great that blood was flowing from his nostrils. His mind felt dizzy as if he had been through 3 days and 3 nights, and there were bursts of tingling pain. But what followed was that Snape's mind fell into complete confusion in front of Snape's eyes. Memories related to Lily kept repeating. Happiness and pain are constantly intertwined. The joy of meeting and making friends with Lily will make the subsequent pain more obvious. The more painful it is, the more precious happiness seems. After this repetitive cycle, Snape's brain-blocking technique completely fell apart. His own spirit was completely lost in the mirror of reincarnation and was on the verge of collapse until a certain moment. "Snape?" Lily's voice rang in his ears. Snape opened his eyes blankly, and before him was Lily with a concerned look on her face. "Why? Did you fall asleep? We're almost at Hogwarts. We need to get ready to get off." Snape stared blankly at the scenery on both sides and found himself on the speeding Hogwarts Express. He looked in the mirror and found that he seemed to have returned to the age of 11. "Everything in my memory is fading away rapidly like a nightmare." Ecstasy surged in Snape's heart, and he couldn't help but grab Lily's hand, causing Lily's eyes to widen and her cheeks to flush. "This time, those things will not happen again. Snape swore to himself everything that was going to happen next surfaced in his mind. He carefully handled his relationship with Lily and everything after the Hogwarts sorting. He did not throw himself into the embrace of the dark arts again, nor did he listen to the instigation to join the Death Eaters. Instead, he kept a distance from his bad friends. He and Lily have always maintained a very close relationship, and the estrangements and quarrels that once left a deep impression on him have never happened again. He also used the potion knowledge that was impressed in his memory to become a remarkable new star in the field of potions. In his 5th year, he had already become a potion master, and fame, honor and wealth followed. James Potter, who originally made him feel a little inferior, was nothing in front of him. Finally, one night, he brought Lily to the Black Lake, confessed his love to her under the bright moonlight, and got Lily's nod. At that moment, Snape felt joy from the bottom of his soul. All he had to do was eliminate one more minor threat, and Lily would be his forever. James Potter will never be allowed to harass Lily again in this life. It's very simple to make. Just one potion is enough. With Snape's arrangement and design, everything went so smoothly. James Potter fell seriously ill and passed away unexpectedly, but no one doubted Snape, who had always been polite and respectful to James, until one day, Lily saw his notes and saw a potion that behaved exactly like James Potter's. At that moment, Snape's world collapsed again. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was on the Hogwarts Express again. Snape blinked in surprise, and then he was filled with the same ecstasy. We must learn from this lesson again. This time, Lily can't see the notes. Or rather, there's no need to leave any notes. Who takes notes seriously? So everything followed the same trajectory as before, except that it went much more smoothly. This time James Potter died, and Lily didn't find out until graduation. Snape started his new life as he wished until an unknown potion master, whom he had never cared about in the past, came to his door and maliciously revealed the truth about James Potter's death, that he had been researching and investigating. Snape killed him without hesitation, but the consequence of this incident was that the truth was revealed again. He was back on the Hogwarts Express again. Snape clenched his fists and decided not to bother with James Potter in this life. However, this time, James Potter pursued Lily passionately. What Snape feared happened. No matter how famous he is, no matter how powerful he is, no matter how little James Potter means to him, Lily still loves James Potter more no matter what. It seems that he and Lily will not be able to make it to the end. Countless reincarnations, all with the same ending until the last reincarnation. This time, James Potter no longer existed, and Snape married Lily and had children like a dream. This time there is no war, no dark clouds. Everything is peaceful and beautiful. Snape witnessed the little changes in Lily in his mind. Lily couldn't understand the field of potions that he was deeply involved in. The help he needed, Lily couldn't provide. As for emotional comfort, Snape no longer needed it. He discovered with horror that he had never really understood Lily. Except for their childhood, they had not had an open conversation about anything for a long time. What made Snape even more terrified was that a younger potions apprentice who looked more like Lily in her youth appeared beside him. She could understand his pain when he encountered the potion problem, his ambitions, and even his unrequited and anxious love for Lily and his deep-seated fear. At this moment, a question that Snape had never thought about pierced his heart sharply. What exactly do I love about Lily? Is it the little half-blood wizard who has low self-esteem, no friends, and a disharmonious family, who finally gets the gratitude and appreciation from his friends after seeing the little witch? Is the love that follows still love, or is it something that cannot be obtained? Without letting such doubt spread in his mind, Snape seemed to understand something and looked up at the sky. You won't succeed. My love for Lily is unshakable. Snape gritted his teeth, raised his wand towards himself, and released it on his own initiative, ending this cycle. After this reincarnation, Snape's spirit had completely collapsed and he went insane, so much so that the mirror of reincarnation was no longer effective. Snape himself fell to the floor of the office like mud. Charles showed surprise on his face, but for him, the goal had been achieved. After so many reincarnations, Charles already knew all the magic that Snape knew and the potions that he learned. The deep blue notification sound almost filled the screen. The host has obtained the advanced materials for the hanging golden bell curse. The host has obtained the advanced materials for the divine sword shadowless spell. The host has obtained advanced black magic materials. The host has obtained advanced materials for potion science, coupled with illegitimacy and occlumency materials he had previously obtained. Snape's value had been completely squeezed now. Charles said faintly, then, the next thing should be the last one. At the same time, the little Hufflepuffs had followed Ciel's instructions and explained to Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout and Dumbledore how Snape had insulted and humiliated them. At this moment, No matter what they felt in their hearts, several professors and the principal were furious after hearing that Charles was going to teach Snape a lesson angrily. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, was even more worried and rushed to the office of the head of Slytherin. Her concerns were simple. Snape had been a Death Eater, and they all knew that God knows what Snape can do to Ciel in his anger. Professor McGonagall also looked at Dumbledore meaningfully. Before she got a response from Dumbledore's deep blue eyes, she rushed over with Professor Flitwick. No matter what, they couldn't let Ciel be harmed by Snape. The mental humiliation suffered by the little Hufflepuffs has brought shame to Hogwarts. If something happened to a genius like Ciel again, the reputation of Hogwarts would be completely ruined, and they as professors would be extremely heartbroken. When several professors rushed out, something even more unexpected happened to them. The corridor was packed with students from Hufflepuff. In addition, students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, from lower grades to higher grades, and even the 7th year students who were about to graduate were all standing here. They gnashed their teeth. Professor, Principal, we have to help Ciel too. Old Bat Snape deserves it. He's extremely biased and mean to students from other colleges. I don't know how many people are afraid of taking potions classes, and how many people have cried because of being scolded in potions classes. No one likes Snape except the Slytherins. We support Ciel, and we are going to help Ciel beat up the old bat. Seeing this scene, Professor McGonagall and others looked at Dumbledore, and the meaning in their eyes was already very clear. Dumbledore didn't know what to think and lowered his head. He really didn't expect that the resentment Snape caused in Hogwarts had reached this point. But I don't have time to think about these things now. I will deal with Snape later. Now I have to save Charles Evans first. Dumbledore and several professors rushed towards Slytherin. Followed by a large crowd of students, they rushed to the door of the Slytherin headmaster's office. Just as Dumbledore waved his wand to force open the office door opened by itself with a swish. All the students took out their wands and pointed them at the door with a common hatred, intending to curse old Bat Snape, who came out. But the next moment, Charles' figure appeared in their sight. In the office was the unconscious Malfoy and the unconscious Snape, who was lying on the ground at this moment. No matter it was Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, or a group of students, they all stood there in a daze, as if they were under some kind of immobilization spell. Hannah and Hermione, who were worried about Ciel, opened their mouths in confusion. Charlotte, the usually lively Weasley twins, were also stunned. He beat the old bat? The next moment, there was a loud uproar, and the sound like a landslide and tsunami was really going to overturn the dome of Hogwarts. Countless eyes firmly remembered the scene of Ciel walking out of the Slytherin headmaster's office. A first-year student, on the first day of class, knocked the Slytherin headmaster to the ground to seek justice for his classmates. This is a legend that has never appeared in the 1,000-year history of Hogwarts. At this moment, no one doubted Ciel's title as the strongest anymore. Even the young wizards, who were Dumbledore's loyal fans, couldn't help but shout along with the people around them. Ciel Evans, the King of Luminescence, the strongest in Hogwarts. Chapter 95. Dumbledore? Punish me. What gives you the right? Exclamation mark. Under the dome of Hogwarts, shouts like a landslide and tsunami swept across the sky when they saw Charles defeat Snape and walk out of the Slytherin headmaster's office. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff all cheered for Charles with abandon. The thunderous applause lasted for a long time, and everyone looked at Charles as if they were looking at a hero in a myth who had returned after completing an incredible mission. The first-year Hufflepuffs were so excited that their faces turned red and their eyes were filled with tears when they saw Snape falling to the ground like a dead dog. The fear and shadow they had towards him in their hearts were shattered. It turns out that Snape is nothing special and just bullies ordinary students like them. If he really met a genius like Ciel, wouldn't he be knocked to the ground like a dead dog? Exclamation mark. Even the professors who rushed over after hearing the news were dumbfounded. Even Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, who had seen Ciel's strength, were filled with horror. Their battle with Ciel was to examine Ciel's skills in transfiguration and charms, and it did not have much practical significance. But in actual wizard combat, the situation changes rapidly. The strength on paper is strong, but without actual combat, it is hard to say whether it can be brought into play. Compared with Ciel, Snape undoubtedly has a huge advantage in terms of magical attainments, practical experience, and ruthlessness in the eyes of several professors. This is why they rushed here in a hurry to protect Charles, but they really didn't expect that Charles would beat Snape like a dead dog so easily. Judging from Charles' condition, apart from looking tired and a little pale, he did not suffer any injuries. It seems that their estimate of Charles' strength is probably still conservative. When the little wizard was fighting against them, he was still hiding his tricks and didn't use his full strength at all. This is really monster, this. thought came to the minds of the professors at the same time, but at this moment, Dumbledore's face showed a rare seriousness and solemnity. It can be seen that his mood is different from that of other professors, and can hardly be described as happy. The reason is very simple: Snape is his man, or in other words, the most useful chess piece in his hand. Among the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts, the 4 deans of course all love Hogwarts and love peace, but loving Hogwarts does not necessarily mean being loyal to Dumbledore, nor does it necessarily mean doing everything according to Dumbledore's ideas and suggestions. Professors Flitwick and Sprout were not members of the Order of the Phoenix, and they didn't even participate in Dumbledore's secret society, so their attitude was naturally evident. Although Professor McGonagall is a member of the Order of the Phoenix and the headmaster of Gryffindor, she is of the same lineage as Dumbledore and can be considered Dumbledore's confidant. Logically speaking, she should be the person Dumbledore trusts the most, but she is not a puppet, but an excellent witch with a rigorous and fair personality, principles and a strong sense of morality. For this reason, some private calculations and plans cannot be told to Professor McGonagall at all, otherwise it may alienate her from Professor McGonagall. Because of this, in the original book, Dumbledore did not reveal to Professor McGonagall that Harry Potter was Voldemort's 7th Horcrux, and that Harry Potter had to die first in order to destroy Voldemort. He did not even mention the Horcruxes to Professor McGonagall. He only told Snape about this. As for why Snape was chosen, the reason is obvious: this is a man who would do anything for Lily. Does Snape have principles? No, his principle, apart from the glory of Slytherin, was to protect everything about Lily. But that's why Snape is so useful. There is no need to worry about his sense of morality or whether he has any ideas. Anyway, all the dirty work can be thrown to Snape under the pretext of protecting Lily's child, be it potions, secret plans, or having him go undercover in Voldemort's place. As long as he has control over Harry Potter, Snape will do all of these. Such a powerful chess piece, who is also a master of potions and unscrupulous in his actions, is impossible to find even with a lantern. But now, Snape was beaten up by Charles in front of everyone. Can he still stay in Hogwarts? If Dumbledore were to use this chess piece, it would be much more troublesome. In addition to the fact that Snape's incident made Dumbledore feel depressed, what made Dumbledore even more alert was Ciel's current prestige among Hogwarts students. It had only been a day or 2 since school started, and all the students were already cheering for Ciel. The professors all applauded him. This momentum is so great, even more dazzling than the savior Harry Potter that Dumbledore had planned to introduce. This is troublesome in Dumbledore's heart. He believed in the prophecy as much as Voldemort did. The prophecy has been proven true once. Harry Potter did indeed destroy the mighty Voldemort. But Voldemort has many tricks up his sleeve, and he will definitely come back again. By then, only the Harry Potter in the prophecy can defeat Voldemort. So what if Charles is a genius now? If he is not a child of prophecy, he is destined to be only a supporting role, paving the way for Harry Potter and a stepping stone for Harry Potter to destroy Voldemort. Dumbledore didn't care about what happened after Voldemort was destroyed, but before that, no one can overshadow Harry Potter, otherwise Harry Potter will not have accumulated enough reputation by then, and the cause of fighting against Voldemort might be affected. Therefore, Dumbledore recalled the words in his mind, which he had stopped mentioning many years ago but which always ran through his every move: for the greater good, for the greater good. Even though he knew that Voldemort would break into Hogwarts, he still left the Philosopher's Stone here as a test, regardless of the possible casualties of young wizards in the process. For the sake of greater good, the school days of so many students can be turned into a foil for Harry Potter's journey to become the savior. No matter how hard they try, the one who shines and wins the House Cup is destined to be Harry Potter and Gryffindor. For the greater good, the Harry Potter trio can be arranged and given numerous tests to allow them to follow the path they are supposed to take as planned. So now, for the greater good, what's wrong with sacrificing Charles and suppressing his edge? Although he will suffer a little, this is also for Ciel's good. He is too aggressive. To receive such praise at such a young age may not be a good thing for his future. He needs to temper his temper. While Dumbledore was thinking, Madame Pomfrey from the school hospital hurried to the office of the Slytherin headmaster. She checked on Draco Malfoy first. Madame Pomfrey's pupils shrank slightly when she saw Malfoy's broken wrist and ankle bones. He had broken bones in his wrist and ankle, although it can be cured. I'm afraid I'll have to rest for at least 2 months. Also, it is very likely that they will be left with some psychological trauma, and may not be able to engage in some high-intensity confrontational activities in the future. In other words, the chances of him being able to play Quidditch are low. Upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's diagnosis, Several professors showed regret on their faces, and the cheers of the senior students who had experienced the passion of Quidditch became a little quieter for boys. Not being able to play Quidditch is indeed a huge loss in their time studying at Hogwarts, and everyone can relate to that. And next, Madame Pomfrey walked up to Snape. At first, when she saw the wounds on Snape's body, Madame Pomfrey was slightly relieved. Professor, Snape's injury is not serious. There is a penetrating wound from a curse, but the wound is not big and has not hurt his internal organs. It is just a flesh wound, but... When she pulled open Snape's eyelids and saw his confused and crazy expression, Madame Pomfrey's optimistic expression disappeared in an instant, and her expression became extremely solemn. This is trouble. His physical injuries are not serious, but he seems to have mental problems, which is a big problem, Professor. Snape has suffered a mental breakdown. I am not good at treating him in this area. He must be sent to the psychiatric department of St. Mungo's Hospital, but honestly, even there, this is an extremely serious mental problem and may not be fully recoverable. Even if he recovers, I'm afraid Professor Snape will find it difficult to take on the heavy workload of teaching. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience gasped, and there was an uproar. A series of horrified glances could not help but be cast towards Charles. Everyone was curious about what kind of magic Charles used to destroy Snape. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore could not help but clench his fists. He could not imagine that Ciel could cause such serious mental problems to Snape. Snape's brain occlumency was not ordinary. How did Ciel do it? Exclamation mark. This was really troublesome. He had thought Snape was just unconscious and could be easily cured. He was only worried that it would be difficult for Snape to stay in Hogwarts and that he might have to work for him somewhere else. But now it seems that the question of whether Snape can stay in Hogwarts is no longer whether his strength and skills in preparing potions may never be used again. His best and most powerful chess piece was destroyed by Charles. Just as everyone was in an uproar, Dumbledore finally spoke. His face was filled with a seriousness and coldness that most students had never seen before. The blue eyes behind the reading lenses were like a piece of blue ice at this moment, casting a sharp and cold look at Charles. Charles Evans, you are too impulsive. You have clearly asked your classmates to go to the professors and deans. You can just wait for us to deal with it. Hogwarts will give you a fair answer, but why did you come here by yourself and fight with your classmates and professors, which has now led to such a serious situation? A first-year student will say goodbye to Quidditch from now on. I can't imagine how much fun his life will lack. He may become depressed from now on. A famous potion master in the academic world has developed mental problems, and it is not known whether he can be cured. Do you know how many people are waiting for Professor Snape to prepare potions to solve their problems? You really are. Dumbledore sighed. You must explain as soon as possible what you did to Professor Snape and Draco Malfoy, what spells you used, and do your best to help with their treatment. This way, your guilt and punishment will be reduced. As for the specific punishment, you can wait for the school board to discuss it. I'm afraid your classes at Hogwarts will be temporarily suspended. This is for your protection. When Dumbledore said this, the place suddenly became so quiet that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared at Dumbledore in a daze, unable to believe that he would make such a decision. Headmaster Dumbledore? Why is Ciel being punished? He shouldn't be punished. He was standing up for his classmates. Old Bat Snape has gone too far. Malfoy is also a snitch. He deserves it. There was a clamor of shouting, but when Dumbledore's icy blue eyes turned and his gaze swept over, a heavy pressure fell on everyone. This most powerful wizard of this century, although he is usually kind and gentle, can be crazy sometimes and has no airs at all. But if he really wanted to do something, no one in Hogwarts could disobey him. Such was Dumbledore's authority at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's tone became more serious. I said that the punishment for Charles Evans will be made later. As for what kind of punishment to impose, this is something I should discuss with the school board. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick stood up. Dumbledore, Charles is not guilty of such a crime. Dumbledore's expression softened a little, as if he was giving face to the two deans, but his words were still as tough as before. Minerva, Phileas, I told you that any punishment decisions need to be discussed with the school board. You don't have to rush to plead for Charles Evans. I will give him a fair punishment. Hearing the strong determination revealed in Dumbledore's words, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick sighed in their hearts, feeling quite heavy. If the punishment was really mild, Dumbledore would not have said so. What's more, Draco Malfoy's father is also on the school board. How could he let Ciel go so easily? I'm afraid that Ciel will most likely be expelled from school, or even sent to the Wizengamot for trial. Thinking of this, the two professors made up their minds that no matter what, Ciel must not be expelled from Hogwarts. They would mobilize all their connections, even collecting signatures from students at Hogwarts, to save Ciel. But now, facing Dumbledore, who had made up his mind, they could only sigh inwardly, powerless to resist Dumbledore's majesty. Only Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, stood firmly in front of Ciel and even reached out to hold Ciel's hand to comfort him. Professor Sprout looked up at Dumbledore. Principal Dumbledore, I don't think my students have done anything wrong. If you ask me, the only thing he did wrong was to implicate Draco Malfoy, the snitch, but broken limbs are too easy to treat. Which Quidditch player hasn't broken a limb or rib during training? I'm afraid this is not enough for the school board to convict Ciel. As for Professor Snape, I firmly believe that he deserves what he gets. Besides, Ciel is just an 11-year-old little wizard. What kind of profound mental magic can he master that can cause Professor Snape to have a mental breakdown? I think Professor Snape is gloomy by nature. Perhaps he collapsed because he was defeated by his students and couldn't accept this fact. What does it have to do with Charles? When Professor Sprout spoke up and challenged Dumbledore's authority, Ciel's eyes moved. Hufflepuff wizards have always been known for their tenacity, and they are basically good guys who rarely cause trouble. As the head of Hufflepuff House and professor of herbology, Professor Sprout has a typical Hufflepuff personality and always acts in a low-key manner. But now, in order to protect his students, Professor Sprout faced Dumbledore's authority. The unity of Hufflepuff can be seen from this. After Professor Sprout stood up, all the students of Hufflepuff House gathered around Ciel. There were no words, but their actions showed their views. Dumbledore clenched his fists and felt increasingly depressed. He should have arranged such a scene for Harry Potter, allowing him to confirm his identity as the savior time and time again with the support of everyone. But now that Charles has done this, wouldn't the scenes he had arranged for Harry Potter this year, in which he would have to pass tests and defeat conspiracies, become just childish play? The corner of Dumbledore's mouth twitched, and he made up his mind that this time Charles Evans must be punished. There is no need to drop out of school. After all, this is a chess piece with unlimited potential and can clear countless obstacles for Harry Potter. But at least Charles should be suspended from classes for a few months or even half a year, so that he can fade out of the students' sight. In this way, Dumbledore can let Harry come to the fore and get the honor that the savior deserves. During this period, Harry Potter can also find an opportunity to contact Charles. Being saved by Harry Potter in his most difficult time, I believe that Ciel will help Harry Potter wholeheartedly and become Harry Potter's most loyal friend, right? Among the crowd, Quirrell noticed the subtle change in Dumbledore's expression. In his mind, Voldemort made a tisk sound, his voice filled with disgust and hatred. Here we go again. Every time the corner of this old bee's mouth twitches, he's angry. It's almost time to settle. Sprout and these stupid Hufflepuffs are no match for that old bee Dumbledore. He knows these professors and students too well and can fool them in no time, but it's good this way. Charles Evans will have to suffer a loss at the hands of Dumbledore this time. In this way, I believe that if I remind him again, he will realize Dumbledore's ugly and hypocritical face, and then he will definitely turn to my side. He's already defeated Snape at this age. With him at my service, it will be much easier for me to make a comeback. Just at this moment, under everyone's astonished gaze, Ciel pulled his hand out of Professor Sprout's, stepped forward and looked directly at Dumbledore. He opened his mouth and asked with extreme contempt, words that made everyone's mind go blank, "Dumbledore, you say I should be punished? Why do you?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, The Sword is Pointed at Dumbledore. Ciel is going crazy. When Charles' words came out, everyone who heard them was stunned and wondered if they had heard it wrongly. Even the portraits, ghosts in the castle, and even Dumbledore himself were stunned. For a moment Dumbledore looked at Ciel, wondering where Ciel got the courage from. Do you think that after defeating Snape, you can continue to challenge yourself? If this is true, then he is really too arrogant. Dumbledore's eyes grew colder. Isn't what I just said clear enough, Ciel? You are suspected of harming classmates and teachers in a dangerous way. Although there are some reasons for this, the harm you caused is real. Therefore, in order to ensure a harmonious, friendly and fair environment at Hogwarts, you will be punished. Before he finished speaking, Charles took another step forward. It seems that the principal didn't understand what I meant. Then I'll explain it more clearly. I'm asking you, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Why are you qualified to punish me before you reflect on yourself, admit your mistakes, and accept the punishment? I don't think you are qualified to make an impartial judgment. When these words were spoken, the minds of those who heard them were buzzing even more. A series of horrified looks were cast at Charles. Even Quirrell and Voldemort, who possessed Quirrell, looked at Ciel as if he were a madman. Is he crazy? He dares to speak to Dumbledore like this. Is he questioning Dumbledore's qualifications as the headmaster? Voldemort froze in Quirrell's mind. He had always thought that when he was in school he was the craziest, most hidden and dangerous person in the history of Hogwarts. He opened Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, killing a female classmate in the process, and successfully shifted the blame to another classmate, causing him to drop out of school. He also created horrific Horcruxes during his school years, committing multiple murders in the process. But all of this was nothing compared to what Charles had done today. A first-year wizard is questioning whether the headmaster of Hogwarts and the chief of the Wizengamot are qualified to make fair judgments. It's only been a dozen years, and the wizarding world has really become crazy. Voldemort couldn't help but sigh. Today's show is so interesting. At this moment, an aura as vast as the ocean and extremely terrifying suddenly burst out from Dumbledore, as if the sky was about to fall. Charles Evans, do you know what you are talking about? Charles was not moved at all. Dumbledore is terribly powerful, and the strength of his magical aura is so overwhelming that even the current Charles cannot even dream of it if a head-on fight really came up. Ciel estimated that apart from being able to transform into an ancient dragon and fight Dumbledore for a short period of time, the rest of the time he would only be able to use apparition to escape. But in Hogwarts, in front of so many people, Charles was 100% sure that Dumbledore would never do anything. Firstly, Dumbledore would not fight with a first-year student, as this would be beneath his dignity. Secondly, there are so many people at the scene. If Dumbledore really wants to do something to himself, then unless he modifies the memories of everyone present, his character will really collapse. There is a third point. Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts. He has the greatest authority in Hogwarts, but taking over the position of headmaster also means that Dumbledore is not without restrictions in Hogwarts. If he dared to kill a student, Hogwarts' own defensive magic would immediately take effect and strip him of his authority as headmaster. The headmaster cannot intentionally harm students. This is the rule written in Hogwarts, a history. Because of this, Charles was not intimidated by Dumbledore's aura. He sneered. Of course I know what I'm talking about. If the principal still doesn't understand, then I'll tell you one thing at a time. Well, first of all, Charles waved his wand, and Snape, who was in the Slytherin headmaster's office behind him, had his arm lifted up under the slit sleeve. The conspicuous dark mark of a skull and snake was revealed. Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat, and the next moment, Charles asked quietly, Severus Snape, head of Slytherin, professor of potions at Hogwarts. I found the dark mark on his arm when I was fighting him. According to what I read in the book, this is a mark that will only be branded on the core members who follow the Dark Lord. It symbolizes the highest honor among the Death Eaters. That is to say, Snape was a core member of the Death Eaters. Do you admit this, Headmaster Dumbledore? When Ciel said this, the young wizards at Hogwarts were completely furious. The first-year wizards were confused and most of them didn't know what the Dark Mark and Death Eaters meant, but they certainly knew the title of the Dark Lord. Even the young wizards of Muggle origin have been educated in the past few days about the horror of the Dark Lord because of Harry Potter. The Dark Lord is an existence whose name cannot even be mentioned in the wizarding world now. According to what Charles said, Snape actually has the mark of a Death Eater on his body. The students in higher grades all gasped. They knew much more about this symbol and what the core members of the Death Eaters meant than the little wizards, Skull and Snake. Is that really the Dark Mark? It couldn't be wrong, otherwise Snape would have washed it off, but he failed. Once the Dark Mark is branded, it cannot be washed off. He really is a Death Eater, and a core member. Why hasn't he been sent to Azkaban? Why is he still teaching at Hogwarts? The sound of discussions could not stop coming out. There was indeed a rumor among students that Snape was a Death Eater, but it was only circulated in a small circle and there was no evidence at all, so it did not cause any waves. After all, this is Hogwarts where Dumbledore is, so how could there be Death Eaters? Everyone firmly believes this, but now, the mark on Snape's hand broke their trust, especially those students whose family members died at the hands of Death Eaters or were harmed by them were already very excited at this time. Neville Longbottom of Gryffindor flushed red in the face. looking at the mark with uncontrollable hatred. Principal Dumbledore, is this true? Is that the mark of a Death Eater? Why is there a Death Eater in Hogwarts and he became the headmaster of Slytherin? How could this be possible? My parents were tortured to insanity by the Death Eaters. Questions like these were raised one after another in Hogwarts. Dumbledore's heart was shrouded in a haze after Snape suffered a mental breakdown due to Charles. Another unexpected thing happened to him. Snape's identity as a Death Eater was actually exposed by Charles in public. This is really troublesome, you know. Some things are not even a little bit heavy if they are not weighed, but if they are weighed, they weigh more than 1,000 pounds. Before, although there were rumors about Snape's identity as a Death Eater, there was no solid evidence, so for his sake, everyone turned a blind eye. Now that this has been exposed, it is impossible for others to pretend to be stupid. Dumbledore felt a headache and was still thinking about what excuse to use, but at this time, Charles did not give Dumbledore a chance to explain, and stepped forward again to question him. Principal Dumbledore, did you know that Snape was a Death Eater? If you knew, then you were deliberately concealing the fact that Snape was once a core member of the Death Eaters. Without any relevant notification, you put Hogwarts under the threat of the Death Eaters and even let the young wizards receive direct instruction from the Death Eaters. Then, I would like to ask, what is your purpose in not reporting the knowledge? If you don't know that Snape is a Death Eater, then can I understand that under your leadership, there are serious loopholes in Hogwarts' assessment system for hiring candidates? Snape is the professor of potions and the head of Slytherin, a very important position. Before he was hired, there was no check. Wasn't there any evidence of his dark mark? Then I have to ask, is it that you can't find out, or you didn't find out, or you knew it, but still chose to let Snape take this position? Is it incompetence, dereliction of duty, or other motives? Principal Dumbledore, how are you going to explain? The sharp words were like swords, blocking Dumbledore's escape routes one by one, causing beads of sweat to appear on Dumbledore's forehead, which was rare. He tried to defend himself. The past identity cannot become a burden in the present. What's past is past. Snape is still doing his duty as the potions professor and head of Slytherin. I can assure you of that, but... These words made Charles sneer again. The past cannot affect the present? Principal Dumbledore, what exactly is your position that makes you say such words? What happened in the past has had a profound impact on the present, and the impact is still ongoing, due to the crimes committed by the Death Eaters in the past. Many people present here have lost their fathers or mothers. Some of my classmates even lost their parents and became orphans because of the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters. The crimes they committed in the past still haunt the wizarding world. Countless people dare not think back to that period, and the damage they caused to the wizarding world has not yet been healed. Principal, you said that the past should not be a burden to the present. The past is over? Ciel looked at some of the students present whose eyes were red and fists were clenched tightly. I would like to ask the headmaster to look at them. Look at Neville Longbottom, whose parents were tortured to insanity by the Death Eaters with a Cruciatus curse, and look at Harry Potter, the boy who survived a disaster, but the price of his survival was that his parents died that day in the fight against the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters. Look at how many people are still holding on to hatred and pain here. Is the past really over? Have the past crimes really been forgiven? Principal, no matter how respected you are, what qualifications do you have to forgive them? Ciel asked Neville, Harry Potter and the others. Do you forgive me? Neville's eyes were bloodshot. The lightning-shaped scar on Harry Potter's forehead was about to explode with pain, and many students who had lost their loved ones to the Death Eaters growled through gritting their teeth. No. Forgiveness? How can I possibly forgive these beasts? Dumbledore fell silent, completely disoriented, but Ciel didn't give him any time to collect his thoughts. Well, I believe we have the answer to whether Snape, as a Death Eater, is qualified to teach at Hogwarts. Then, the next thing is what you just said, Headmaster, that Snape did a good job at Hogwarts. Charles gave a sarcastic smile. I really didn't expect that after seeing so many people applauding Snape for being knocked to the ground, you, the headmaster, would actually say that Snape did a good job. That means, Headmaster, you have no idea what Snape has done, right? Over the years, Snape has used countless vicious words to insult, suppress, and ridicule the young wizard. As long as you are not a Slytherin, no matter how good the potion you prepare is, it will be difficult to get his approval. Even if you make a perfect potion, you will not get the extra points if he is in a bad mood or doesn't like you. It is common for students other than Slytherin to be deducted points for no reason, and it is accompanied by insults to their intelligence and personality. There was no recognition or praise, only suppression. Is this how a professor should behave? I would also like to ask the headmaster, apart from the members of Slytherin House, how strong must a young wizard be to be able to maintain his interest in potions under such a blow? Then I can only say that he has done a great job in monopolizing potions in Slytherin and making students from other colleges lose interest in potions. Is this what you meant by headmaster, that Snape is doing a good job as a professor? Dumbledore opened his mouth, but no words came out. He is truly a loser. Didn't he know what Snape was doing? He really knew, but he just didn't take it seriously before Charles made such a big fuss. He had never imagined that Snape's insults to students would cause such an uproar anyway. There has been no students who cannot graduate because of this so far, and Snape is his most capable chess piece, so why should he let Snape down because of such a small matter? Ciel sneered even more. Also, headmaster, you mentioned the harmonious, friendly, fair and just atmosphere of Hogwarts. What a joke. It's really a huge joke. When has Hogwarts ever been harmonious and friendly? Do you dare to pat your chest and say that the conflict between the houses does not exist? How many young wizards who did not even know each other before have become enemies inexplicably because they were assigned to houses with bad relations? Have you thought of any way to solve this problem? No, you seem to think that this is a Hogwarts tradition that doesn't need to be changed. You let it be and even think it is harmonious and friendly, and fairness and justice is a joke. Fair? Snape can deduct students' marks and insult them at will. Is this fair? Fair? Slytherin has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. Is it because Slytherin is far better than other houses? I think all the senior students and professors present here understand what is going on. It's nothing more than Snape can arbitrarily give extra points to Slytherin and deduct points from the house that threatens Slytherin. Then, I would like to ask, the efforts made by students from other colleges for the House Cup are meaningless, but Slytherin can win the House Cup without doing anything. It would be fine if this happened once or twice, but now it has happened 6 times in a row. Where is the fairness and justice? If this continues, who would still want to work hard for the House Cup? Everyone knows that this is just Slytherin's decision, and anything they do is just to add a little fun to Slytherin House and Snape. I just don't believe it. Has no one ever reported this problem? What measures have you taken, Headmaster Dumbledore? Ciel's voice became louder and louder. If you knew all this, you would condone Snape's actions, condone insults, verbal violence, mental humiliation, cheating, favoritism, and injustice. You would have tacitly allowed Snape to teach all Hogwarts students a life lesson. Hard work is useless, and having talent behind the scenes is the key to success. Considering that Snape is a Death Eater but still holds a high position in Hogwarts, I have reason to suspect that there is a huge hidden conspiracy behind this. I have reason to suspect that there is a relationship of interest transfer between you and Snape. Dumbledore's face changed drastically and he denied it flatly. What nonsense. Charles chuckled. So, you don't know about these situations? Then I have to ask you, Headmaster Dumbledore, you have no idea about the school's situation over the years. Snape does whatever he wants. Are you being sidelined by him? The most powerful wizard of this century, Headmaster of Hogwarts, Chief of the Wizengamot, and holder of the Order of Merlin, Albus Dumbledore, what on earth have you been doing for so many years as the Headmaster of Hogwarts? Have you protected the students' mental health? Have you ensured fairness in the academy? Under your leadership, has Hogwarts become a place of learning and knowledge, or a breeding ground for bullying, discrimination, prejudice and injustice? As Charles was making his impassioned speech, the entire Hogwarts fell into silence. Then a hat fell from somewhere and landed in front of Charles. Sharford was so moved that he subconsciously reached out his hand and pulled out a jewel inlaid, gorgeous, exquisite, and coldly shining sword from the sorting hat. The sword of Gryffindor symbolizes the courage of Hogwarts students to resist authority and fight injustice. It will not only appear before Gryffindor, but also before every student who demonstrates this precious courage, and at this moment, it appeared in front of Charles. Ciel held the sword of Gryffindor, with the tip of the sword pointed at Dumbledore. You just said you were going to punish me? I'm sorry, but before you explain these things clearly, I don't admit or agree that you have any right to punish anyone. Because the facts have proven that you are either partial or incompetent, neither of which makes you qualified to judge others. Before you announce your own punishment, you are not qualified to judge me. Chapter 97. Even Dumbledore can't save the person I want to kill. Zhang. As Ciel spoke so powerfully, the swords of Gryffindor rang softly under the dome of Hogwarts. Professors, students, portraits and ghosts in the corridors, and even Voldemort and Dumbledore himself who were hiding there, all fell into deathly silence. Someone pointed a sword at Dumbledore at Hogwarts? Either they are crazy or the world is crazy. Especially for those who have read this school history and know that what Charles drew from the Sorting Hat was the sword of Gryffindor. They have a sense of fantasy. You have to know that before this, Dumbledore was the pride of Gryffindor House. When talking about Dumbledore, the Gryffindor students all puffed out their heads and chests as if they were superior to others. How could they not be proud that the greatest wizard of this century was a Gryffindor? But now, the sword of Gryffindor is in the hands of a Hufflepuff and pointing at Dumbledore, which is really disillusioning everyone present, especially those who had been in Hogwarts for a while and had experienced the things that Charles mentioned, suddenly felt as if they had been enlightened. What Ciel said seems to make sense. When I first came to Hogwarts, Snape targeted me and deducted points from me. I also felt confused when I witnessed Snape and Slytherin's reckless behavior. Later, I just got used to it. But now, the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. Where was Dumbledore when all this happened? Why didn't he do anything? When I was in my first year, Dumbledore told me that I could tell him any opinions or suggestions I had about Hogwarts. At that time, I naively wrote letters about these things, but the replies I received were completely meaningless. Now that I think about it, Headmaster Dumbledore doesn't seem to be like what he said. He saw these things, but he didn't want to care. Such thoughts had flashed through their minds from time to time before. After all, there are too many problems at Hogwarts. Apart from the magic, in this school that advocates love, peace, unity and justice, students still cannot escape from campus bullying, discrimination, etc. In the original book, we can see from Luna Lovegood's experience that her shoes, backpacks and other things were often hidden by her roommates. Harry Potter once saw Luna alone, wet and wearing only one shoe. This has happened more than once. Has the school provided any solutions? Although Ravenclaw is a relatively mild-mannered house, school bullying is still unavoidable. It's easy to imagine what would happen in places like Gryffindor and Slytherin, where personalities are even stronger. Students who are in this situation will naturally have some understanding and feel resentment in their hearts. It's just that before, Dumbledore's halo obscured too many things, making them subconsciously unwilling to question. Now that Charles has pierced through this halo, more and more questions begin to surge in my heart. Among the crowd, Voldemort, who was possessed by Quirrell, heard the whispers of the crowd. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock from the moment he gathered the Death Eaters to start the rebellion. Dumbledore had always been his biggest obstacle. Voldemort had thought more than once about discrediting Dumbledore from every angle. He asked various newspapers to publish articles and asked his nobles to laugh at and ridicule Dumbledore at various gatherings, and to fabricate negative information in an attempt to tarnish Dumbledore's reputation. But he found that the more he did this to improve Dumbledore's reputation, the more brilliant Dumbledore's image became in people's minds. He was like a saint and the embodiment of perfection. He was so angry at the time that he called those newspaper editors and the aristocratic Death Eaters under his command trash, and from then on he gave up the idea of smearing Dumbledore in this way. As a result, this time, he could never have imagined that what he could not do in his prime could be accomplished by a first-year wizard like Ciel. And in front of everyone in Hogwarts, he pointed this sword of Gryffindor at Dumbledore. In an instant, Voldemort seemed to understand. It turns out that lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharpest knife. How strange. I clearly remember that I am good at this. I was also a master at stirring up trouble and bewitching people when I was in Hogwarts. How come I forgot all this later? Why do I feel like my IQ has dropped? While everyone was touched by Ciel's words, Dumbledore's expression turned gloomy. He never dreamed that there would come a day when he would be scolded in Hogwarts and have the sword of Gryffindor pointed at him. The sword of Gryffindor. This is the drama I arranged for Harry Potter. It belongs to the savior. How can you, Charles Evans, pull it out? Would they reduce the halo of being a savior? As for Charles' scolding and questioning of him, Dumbledore was not disturbed at all. Instead, he felt that Charles' vision was too narrow and he was too ungrateful. Everything he did was planned for the magical world. Everything is done to destroy Voldemort and bring true peace to the wizarding world. Charles is such an ignorant child. He doesn't know any of this at all. How dare he judge his own actions with such a narrow vision? Snape is a necessary chess piece to destroy Voldemort. He must be kept. So, after a long silence, Dumbledore finally spoke. Charles Evans, you don't understand a lot of things. You only look at things from a superficial perspective. You don't understand some of the things Professor Snape has done, you don't understand his unknown contributions, and you don't understand how much he has sacrificed for the wizarding world, and how important his role and significance are. I guarantee with my reputation and character that Snape may have acted inappropriately, but he is a good man. He has sincerely regretted and made amends for what happened in the past. Dumbledore looked at the professors around him and the students who were whispering, "Don't you believe what I say? I have been fighting Voldemort for so long. Do you think I am someone who would condone the Death Eaters and bring danger to Hogwarts?" When these words were spoken, everyone felt a struggle in their hearts. It has to be said that even in the face of ironclad facts, Dumbledore's image and assurance are still very convincing. His prestige was too high, especially in Hogwarts, and it could not be shaken by a single question from Charles when Dumbledore guaranteed it with his own reputation and personality. Even though Charles had been laying the groundwork for a long time, a large number of Hogwarts students still had an idea. Is Snape really hiding something? Is he really a good man? Seeing the commotion among the crowd, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Snape has been saved today. After he recovers, he can continue to serve as the head of Slytherin and professor of potions at Hogwarts and continue to serve himself, but from now on, Snape must be more careful in his actions. But at this moment, Charles' expression did not fluctuate at all, as if he had already anticipated all this. As long as Dumbledore wanted to protect Snape, mere school bullying and personal insults would not be a big deal after all. He was a person who once took for the greater good as his creed. How could the influence of his adolescence disappear so easily? Sometimes it seems to have disappeared, but it's just because it's hidden deeper. For the greater good of destroying Voldemort, what does the mental health of students and the little fairness and justice in school matter? They all have to take a back seat. But since Charles has done something, he must do it to the end. Snape, don't think anyone can be saved, not even Dumbledore. According to the time, my final arrangements on Snape should be almost complete, right? The time goes back to before Dumbledore and others arrived. Ciel's mithril wand touched the temple of Snape, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, mentally broken and insane. Then, the next thing should be the last thing. Legilimency, the mirror of reincarnation spell, could no longer be used on the collapsed Snape, but the ordinary version of legilimency could still be used after 4 deductions. Charles's legilimency had reached an extraordinary level in the original book. Professor Slughorn had forged memories, and Lockhart could also use the forgetfulness charm to make others permanently forget certain memories. With Ciel's current legilimency skills, it would not be difficult for him to make some modifications to Snape's memory, or even implant some subconscious suggestions. After all, Snape's occlumency had completely collapsed in the previous series of actions, and his mind was basically at the mercy of others as the wand was waved. Ciel's voice echoed in Snape's chaotic and crazy mental world. This is all caused by Ciel Evans. Snape, do you understand? What will you do when you see Charles Evans again? Torture him with all your malice, make him scream, make him wail. Torture, torture, Snape, torture. Now, under the emergency treatment of Madame Pomfrey, Snape's fainting caused by mental breakdown has improved. He also opened his eyes with difficulty and woke up from his coma. The first thing he saw when he woke up was Charles, who was like a star among the crowd. The first time he saw Ciel, the torture voices in his head filled his mind. I lost Lily, Lily died, I suffered a lot. This series of pain was all Charles' fault. It's all Charles Evans' fault. Torture him with all your hatred. Snape's crazy eyes were instantly filled with hatred and ferocity. He grabbed his wand, which had fallen to the side, and pointed it at Ciel amid Madame Pomfrey's horrified scream, heartbreaking and bone-cutting. The unforgivable curse whistled out, penetrating Charles's dragon armor protection and hitting his body in an instant. Charles was floating in the air like a puppet, and the excruciating pain surged over him like a tide. A deep blue reminder sounded in his mind. Host has obtained high-level black magic materials. The points required to deduce black magic will be greatly reduced in the future. The host has obtained advanced materials for the Cruciatus curse. The points required to deduce the Cruciatus curse will be greatly reduced. Ciel looked at the dome of Hogwarts with a strange smile on his face. From the corner of his eye, he saw the aurors of the Ministry of Magic hurriedly appearing in the corridor of Hogwarts. This was attracted by the photo of Snape that confirmed the dark mark, and Fudge did not miss this opportunity. Now it just happened that Snape used the Cruciatus curse. Even Dumbledore could not protect Snape in this situation. Snape would definitely go to Azkaban as long as he went there. Ciel promised that if Snape lived one more second, he would recreate all the Dementors in Azkaban. It takes a lot of effort to get rid of a Hogwarts headmaster and Dumbledore's pawn, but before he died, he gave me a lot of materials, which really squeezed out all the value. It's this Cruciatus curse. It really hurts. Fortunately, my mental strength is high enough, and my attainments in occlumency are even higher. Apart from suffering a little, there are no sequelae. This thought flashed through Charles' mind, and then he used his brain occlusion technique to block out the pain to the greatest extent and fell into coma with a thud. Charles floated into the air and fell to the ground with his body twisted like a puppet. Everything that happened in a split second made everyone scream in fear or horror. Professor Sprout's eyes were bloodshot. He kept taking out various potions that could soothe the mind and relieve pain from his arms and pouring them into Charles' mouth, while staring at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, this is the man you pledged your honor and character to? Severus Snape. He used an unforgivable curse on a first-year wizard. Professor Flitwick was also staring at Dumbledore. Headmaster Albus, Snape must be punished, even. Professor McGonagall, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, made a firm choice and looked at Snape with gritted teeth. This scumbag must be sent to Azkaban, where he must confess everything he has done. In the corridor, Fudge was accompanied by his staff and Aurors, followed by officials from the Ministry of Magic and reporters from the Daily Prophet. Click, click, amidst the flashes of light, Fudge walked into the crowd, half knelt down, and touched Charles' forehead with regret. Poor child, I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. I thought you would dispel those shadows in Hogwarts, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen in Hogwarts again. Then, Fudge looked up at Dumbledore with red eyes. Dumbledore, you must explain clearly later the fact that Snape had the dark mark on him and that he released the unforgivable curse in public to torture a student. Now, we have to take Snape to Azkaban, and he must stay there until the Wizengamot formally makes a judgment on him. Then, without waiting for Dumbledore's nod, Fudge waved his hand, and the Aurors carried the crazy Snape and hurriedly left Hogwarts. During the whole process, Dumbledore didn't say a word, and he had nothing to say. Snape's use of the Cruciatus curse really put Dumbledore at a disadvantage, leaving him no room for public rebuttal. As for Fudge and the Ministry officials, he could no longer use his prestige and reputation to say anything. These unscrupulous politicians will not fall for it at all. They will just be like flies that smell blood, trying every possible way to suck more blood in this game. At Hogwarts' home court, Dumbledore was defeated miserably. When Fudge turned and left, even though he was trying his best to suppress it, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth at this moment. He had only one thought in his mind. It's great, so great. Charles Evans, you are really my lucky star. You did a great job in delivering such a big piece of information about Dumbledore to me. Fudge felt that every galleon he reimbursed to Charles was worth it. Charles took the money and he really did the job. Add more money. We must increase his reimbursement amount. At the same time, Dumbledore turned and walked towards the headmaster's office with a cold look in his eyes. Fudge, a stupid politician, will do anything to gain power. Charles Evans, a little wizard who acts recklessly with a little talent, has no idea of the overall situation. Even if Snape used the unforgivable curse, he must be saved for the sake of destroying Voldemort. I am the representative in the Wizengamot court. I still have a lot of influence to exert there. No one can stop what I want to do and the plans I want to make. Charles was sent to a single room in the school infirmary for recuperation. Madame Pomfrey breathed a sigh of relief after checking on Ciel's condition. It may be due to Snape's condition. The Cruciatus curse that Ciel suffered did not seem to be too strong and did not cause any sequelae, but the child needs rest. Then, she cast another healing spell on Charles, asked everyone to leave, and gently closed the door of the medical room. After everyone left, Charles slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, the howling winds and dark clouds of the Sea of Azkaban seemed to be reflected. Perhaps Dumbledore is still trying to use his influence in the Wizengamot to keep Snape, but it's all over now. Hogwarts, Wizengamot, Merlin's order, perhaps these are Dumbledore's home grounds, but Azkaban belongs to me. The wind was howling, dark clouds were covering the entire island, and it was black and filled with a depressing atmosphere. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic escorted Snape on a small boat to the coast of Azkaban. There were already Dementors waiting here, and when the ship docked, they took Snape from the Aurors. The Aurors breathed a sigh of relief, gave a few more instructions, and then hurriedly left this prison that was feared by the wizarding world. The Dementors watched the Aurors go away in silence when the Aurors' boats turned into black dots and disappeared on the coastline, completely out of sight. Several Dementors pulled down their turbans. Snape looked at the scene in bewilderment. Although he had a mental breakdown and was a little crazy, his foundation from years of practicing brain occlusion was still there, so he had not lost his most basic judgment. Since I was imprisoned in Azkaban, shouldn't I be taken to the cell? Why did the Dementor suddenly pull down his hood? A feeling of extreme danger arose in his heart, but without his wand, he had no way of calling upon his patroness. Several Dementors surrounded Snape. The last words Snape could hear were, "Your Excellency Charles Evans, ruler of the Dementors, King of Azkaban, has asked us to bid you farewell." The next moment, several Dementors sucked Snape's soul dry, leaving only a walking corpse. Then they tied huge rocks to Snape's body and threw him into the dark, bottomless sea off the coast of Azkaban. Swish, swish. Dumbledore held the quill and wrote letter after letter. As chief representative of the Wizengamot, he also has great influence and connections in the Wizengamot court. Snape's crime of using the unforgivable curse in public would mean death in Azkaban for an ordinary wizard, but among Dumbledore's connections, there was naturally no shortage of magical lawyers who could defend Snape. Abnormal behavior caused by mental breakdown is a defensive point, just like the excuse of being controlled by the imperious curse used by those Death Eaters who escaped punishment. This fabricated excuse was successful. What's more, Snape did have a mental breakdown. Besides, Dumbledore can also influence the judge in court in this way. Snape at least doesn't have to stay in Azkaban until his death. He can come out to recuperate and continue to work hard for Dumbledore. After receiving a positive answer, Dumbledore felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he drafted a notice to the Ministry of Magic. The Wizengamot will hold a closed trial of Severus Snape tomorrow. We have requested that Severus Snape be brought into await trial shortly. After this notice was sent out, the Ministry of Magic received a receipt. I regret to inform you that Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, chief representative of the Wizengamot court, according to the feedback from the Dementors in Azkaban, Severus Snape attempted to escape from prison and violently resisted the law after arriving in Azkaban, posing a serious threat to the life and safety of the Dementors. During the fierce fight, his soul was sucked away by the Dementors. As for his body, it was swept to the bottom of the sea by the strong wind and waves that day. As you know, the sea near Azkaban is deep, dark and bottomless. Even the Dementors dare not go down to salvage it. I'm afraid no one can find it now, do you think tomorrow's trial of Severus Snape will be handled according to the regulations regarding the party's inability to appear in court? Without finishing reading the letter, Dumbledore's expression was as cold as ice. The next moment, this always gentle and kind old man couldn't help but take out the Elder Wand. Golden flames gushed out from the wand, burning the letter from the Ministry of Magic to ashes. In Dumbledore's opinion, this was definitely done by Fudge. Dumbledore, who had never looked down upon Fudge, was truly furious at this moment. Corneli. Fudge, you poor wretch, you really pissed me off this time. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Ciel had a smile on his face. No one can save the person I want to kill, including you, Dumbledore. However, Charles had not expected that things would get to this point and become so serious, but he never regretted it anyway. The threat posed by Snape was completely eliminated, and he got everything he needed from Snape. The only remaining trouble is that it will attract Dumbledore's attention. However, as long as Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, he will not pose a real threat to Ciel, and Ciel is not afraid at all if it really doesn't work, just to separate and run away. Besides, a letter from the Ministry of Magic had been delivered to Hogwarts and placed at the head of Charles. That it contained the Ministry of Magic's condolences to Charles, telling him to eat and drink without worry and not to have any concerns about reimbursement, and that everything should be focused on recovering his body and spirit. Fudge even generously stated that Charles' purchasing needs could go directly through the Ministry of Magic. In the future, some rare and strange things can be purchased through the Ministry of Magic. For some things, there are many restrictions on personal purchases, but if the Ministry of Magic buys it, it will be much easier. For example, a new batch of dragon materials will soon be delivered to Charles from Romania, urged by the Ministry of Magic. Ciel's smile widened. In this way, he could make up for some of the deduction points he spent, and grow faster. What will happen if Dumbledore, holding the Elder Wand and in Hogwarts, waits for his plans to be implemented one by one and develops for another year or two? If you dare to set your sights on Ciel again, I will break the Elder Wand. This is the confidence of the cheaters. Then, Charles' eyes lit up. I was always busy before, so now, it's time to take stock of the harvest. Dark Blue. Chapter 98. 4 Deductions of Occlumency. Deep Blue Source. Magic Necklace. Along with Charles' call, The pieces of information that he had not had time to read carefully in the fierce battle appeared again in the deep blue. There is a dazzling array of black magic, including the shadowless sword, the upside-down bell, the cruciatus curse, and all the black magic materials that Ciel learned from Snape in countless reincarnations after casting the mirror curse on him. After all, Snape was a master of potions and the head of Slytherin. Whether it was magic obtained through potions or magic obtained from Slytherin-related nobles, his knowledge was profound. These materials alone would allow Ciel to save countless points in his deductions on black magic. In addition, all of Snape's knowledge of potions was also acquired by Charles and turned into the material of Deep Blue. With these accumulations, Ciel can easily complete 4 or even 5 deductions in alchemy, and his attainments in alchemy can be comparable to or even surpass Snape in a short period of time. In this way, Charles can prepare most of the potions by himself and stimulate the magic power of various magic materials to the extreme, instead of swallowing them raw, which is quite wasteful. As for the atavistic potion that increases the blood concentration of the three-headed dog Louis, it will be much easier for Charles to study it at the same time. Charles also gained a lot in terms of mental strength and mental-related magic. The mental confrontation with Snape not only allowed Charles to obtain a lot of advanced materials on occlumency and legilimency, but also greatly reduced the points required for deduction in the field of mental magic. Even his mental strength increased a lot during the confrontation. According to the theory that Professor Flitwick told Charles, the power of a spell is largely linked to mental strength. Therefore, the increase in mental strength has conservatively increased the power of Charles' spells by more than 30%. This is on the premise that Charles did not continue to deduce the brain occlumency technique at present. Ciel's brain occlumency technique has only been performed twice on the Hogwarts Express. If it is performed 3 or even 4 times, his mental strength will probably increase greatly, and even more characteristics such as faster thinking reaction and enhanced memory will appear after taking stock of all the gains in his mind. Charles couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. Making a fortune. The harvest this time was so rich that even Charles was a little worried. It seems that the deduction points are not enough again. Which aspect should be improved first? After hesitating for a moment, Charles made a decision. Magical strength and spiritual strength are the 2 factors that determine the power of magic. Ciel has already had experience with the former, and he can improve through the feedback of the magical animagus. This requires sufficiently powerful and ancient blood of magical animals. For example, the 3-headed dog of hell that E6 requires an atavism potion to achieve. This alchemy also requires the independent deduction of potion formulas, as well as the collection of medicinal materials and the refining of potions. There are too many things to do in total, and it cannot be completed overnight, but mental strength can be improved by practicing brain occlumency. Therefore, Ciel's first choice was to continue to deduce the brain occlumency technique. Deep Blue, occlumency triple, quadruple deduction. Following the whispers in Charles' mind, Deep Blue deducted nearly 200,000 points at the same time. More knowledge about brain occlumency came the first time he performed occlumency. Charles reached a state where his brain was closed and not disturbed by distracting thoughts. Just like in meditation, in this state, the adverse effects of his adult soul and spirit were erased, allowing magic to exert greater power. The second deduction was that occlumency gave rise to the memory palace, which visualized a process that knowledge is spirit and knowledge enhances spirit, allowing Charles to have a practice method that can continuously improve his mental strength at this moment. The third deduction was derived again based on the memory palace. During the third deduction, Charles felt that his control over his spiritual world was becoming stronger and stronger. He walked in the spiritual world, in the deep palace of memory, and felt as if he was walking in reality as soon as he stretched out his hand. The mithril wand was in his hand then. Charles cast a spell that was exactly the same as the one he cast in reality. As his thoughts turned, Charles' eyes flashed with all the people he had ever fought or witnessed. With a single thought, he could recreate the day he looted Nocturne Alley. The self and those dark wizards from Nocturne Alley that day appeared in the spiritual world, repeating the actions of that day. Charles looked at the skills he had displayed at that time. From his current perspective, there were still many rough spots, whether it was the control of the battle rhythm or the accuracy, speed, and power of transformation. They were far inferior to what they are now. Then, the battle with Snape appeared before his eyes again. He could even analyze the battle from his own perspective and Snape's perspective at the same time, as if it were some kind of virtual game, and Ciel was the administrator with the highest authority at this moment. A deep blue reminder sounded in Charles' ears. The third deduction of occlumency is complete, and the host has gained the ability of mental simulation. The host can simulate the things and magic that you have come into contact with or understand in the spiritual world. This ability can be used to simulate combat, spell research and development, potion refining, and other aspects. The clearer the host's understanding of these things or magic, the better the simulation will be. At the same time, the more relevant knowledge stored in the memory palace and the higher the level, the closer the simulation will be to reality. If it is knowledge that has been stored in the memory palace, it can be simulated 100% completely. Charles' eyes showed surprise. If this ability is used well, it can definitely play a huge role. For example, when facing a strong enemy, you can use the intelligence you have previously acquired to simulate a battle first, so that you have a clear understanding of the enemy's habits, and then fight him in reality. In this way, you can definitely seize the opportunity. Also, if you only have a precious material on hand but want to prepare an extremely important potion, you can also use the simulation ability first to increase the success rate to the highest level, even in spell research and development. This ability can greatly increase efficiency. After being surprised, an indescribable strange feeling emerged in Charles' heart. The third deduction of occlumency. I always feel a sense of déjà vu. Soon, this feeling became stronger after 4 rehearsals of the brain block technique, because Deep Blue clearly pointed out that the result of the 4 deductions of brain occlumency was exactly knowledge deduction. Based on the memory palace and mental simulation, the host can use the knowledge deduction function to conduct subsequent deductions on existing knowledge in the mental world. This action will consume the host's mental power. The more complicated the deduced knowledge, the higher the level, and the more missing the material, the more mental power will be consumed. If we collect materials that are helpful in the deduction process, the mental energy required for deduction will be reduced. Seeing this, Charles' pupils shrank slightly. He finally understood the source of this sense of déjà vu. Simulation, deduction. Isn't this similar to Deep Blue's functionality? The third and fourth iterations of occlumency are close to an extremely weakened version of Deep Blue. Or is there a possibility that my infinite deduction system, Deep Blue, could be a brain-blocking technique after infinite deductions? Such a thought occurred in Charles' mind. He couldn't help but ask Shenlin, Deep Blue, do you have any connection to occlumency? How were you created? A mechanical voice responded immediately, Host, please obtain more materials about the history of the magic world and the nature of magic, so that the system will have the authority to answer the corresponding questions. This answer made Charles's eyes look even more strange, not admitting it, nor denying it, but giving yourself more material about the history of the wizarding world and the nature of magic? As for the history of the wizarding world, he had already stored the entire history of magic in his memory palace. Why did Deep Blue allow himself to obtain materials about the history of the wizarding world? That is to say, the history recorded in History of Magic is not comprehensive, and even has huge omissions, and does not touch the true history of the wizarding world, so Deep Blue gave such a hint. So, what period of history has not been touched upon in a history of magic? In Charles' mind, subconsciously, all the fragments of words about the so-called ancient times that he had come across so far emerged. The first time he came into contact with a magical world was when Darkseid sang praises to the so-called ancients and the old ones almost crazily, searching for their traces. He also vowed to Charles that the era of the ancients would surely return again in the dream world of Arliet. Charles indeed saw the magnificent and strange city and the low whispers coming from the temple in the center of the city. Then in Gringotts, when they came into contact with apparition, the goblins proudly declared that the spatial passage full of ancient flavor through which they apparated was a gift from the ancient gods in ancient times. Next is the existence in the Dragon's Blood Sea in Romania, and words such as ancient and era are also mentioned. Ciel took a deep breath. If only one side says that, it could be a coincidence, but the little bits and pieces I've come across now all indicate that the magic world may have an ancient and forgotten history long ago. From what Deep Blue said about the need for me to obtain more materials on the nature of magic, that period of history is probably related to the source of wizards' magic power and the nature of spellcasting. Professor Flitwick mentioned to me that countless spell scholars are trying to solve the question of where the magic power of spells comes from. This may also be related to this. The magic world is very complicated. Even the Deep Blue system has some secrets behind it. After pondering for a moment, Charles, still without any clue, shook his head. Forget it. Without any clues or materials, it's useless to think about it, since I'm not at the level of being exposed to this kind of information yet. I should focus on improving my own strength first. If we can pull the being in the Romanian Dragon Blood Sea out of the coffin head on, we should be able to get a lot of information, or If I could freely enter and exit the dream world of Arliet, perhaps I could also obtain the most direct historical truth from it. Thinking of the dream world of Arliet, Charles' heart moved slightly. He had been thinking before that the reason he couldn't freely enter and exit the dream world of Arliet was probably because he wasn't crazy enough, not as crazy as Dake. If he could be that crazy, maybe he could enter by himself. This kind of change involving the mental level is related to the brain occlusion technique. Now that I have performed the brain blocking technique 4 times and can simulate spells in the spiritual world, can I simulate Dark's crazy mental state? Then, Charles began to try in his spiritual world. The figure of Dark appeared with dancing tentacles and emitting a creepy and ominous aura. It's done. I'm done. Dark's crazy shouting echoed in the deep memory palace. Then, Charles switched to Dark's perspective, trying to understand Dark's madness, but soon, after trying several times, Charles chose to give up. The madness he could feel seemed to be superficial, and something was missing. There's a feeling that the actor wants to portray mental illness, but it's still not crazy enough compared to real mental illness. Charles guessed that, on the one hand, it might be because his level of brain occlumency was not high enough to simulate that kind of madness. On the other hand, it may be that I have never experienced that kind of madness from a first-person perspective, but only saw it from a bystander's perspective. So naturally I don't understand the nature of that kind of madness well enough. The former is relatively easy to solve. Just gather up the points and continue to deduce the brain occlumency technique, or continue to fill knowledge into the memory palace and increase mental strength, which should also enhance the effect of mental simulation, but the latter is troublesome. Dark has huddled in the dreamland of Arliet and won't come out. I'm afraid he won't give me another chance to be pulled. And where can I go to experience Dark's madness from a first-person perspective? Charles frowned, then relaxed again. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. The most important thing is to improve our strength first. Your strength has improved. Are you still afraid of not being able to find the corresponding information? After 4 rounds of brain occlusion surgery, Charles' mental strength has obviously improved a lot compared to before, and the power of the spell continues to increase. Furthermore, his newly acquired mental simulation and knowledge deduction abilities were also of great help in improving his overall strength. Although the current strength of this ability is not enough to help Charles continue to deduce spells such as the sun without light, the Holy Kingdom, and I am the only god, not to mention the magic animagus and the dragon language magic in the ancient dragon form. But for most common spells, these 2 abilities are more than enough to deal with them when Charles has nothing to do. He can practice and deduce ordinary spells in the spiritual world with his current mental strength. An ordinary spell can unleash considerable power and can be used as a supplementary means. Furthermore, if you can gain some insights in the process of your own deduction, and later decide to use Deep Blue to do higher level deductions, you can also save a lot of deduction points. In addition, this knowledge of spells can also be filled into the memory palace to help Charles continue to improve his mental strength. Although this process is not as immediate as that achieved through Deep Blue, the accumulated results will be quite significant. Charles closed his eyes, immersed in the simulation and deduction of the spiritual world. At this time, outside the turbulent Hogwarts, in a village in the wilderness of northern Scotland, the only bar in the village had a small hall and dim lights. It cannot be said that it is extremely cold in northern Scotland in September, but a biting cold wind can still be felt outside the window at night. The wind that slipped in through the window howled miserably, as if there was a ghost hiding in the wind. The shadows of the trees outside were reflected in the dim light, like ferocious hands grabbing at living creatures. In the bar, several wizards in black robes sat around a table, each with a greedy look on their face. They were the unlucky guys who were taken for fishing on the day when the Charles looted Nocturne Alley. After being robbed of all their belongings by the Charles, they were beaten up by other dark wizards. They also owed debts to Gringotts, so they were forced to come to the wilderness of northern Scotland in search of the legendary Fang necklace. After excavating dozens of ancient tombs, they finally found it. Now, a beautiful necklace was placed on the table in front of them. The necklace is made of an unknown magical metal, and the craftsmanship is unknown, but at first glance it looks exquisite, with a strange, cold, and chilling beauty. The main body of the necklace is made of several fangs made of the same material. The shape of this fang is extremely strange. They checked and found that it is neither an ordinary creature nor any kind of magical animal, but several wizards did not care about this, thinking it was just some kind of artistic processing. After seeing this necklace, who would care where the fangs came from? It is so beautiful that one wants to possess it forever. Just looking at it makes people feel a sense of satisfaction from the heart, a kind of morbid enthusiasm. Several people stared at the necklace for a long time without blinking, almost forgetting everything else. The bar owner looked at this group of strange people and took 2 steps towards them nervously, wanting to ask them if they wanted some more wine or some food. He had only taken a few steps and saw the necklace on the table through the gaps between the wizards' bodies when the tray in the bar owner's hand fell to the ground with a clang. The sound of the tray falling to the ground startled the leading wizard, waking him up from a dream, but his companions around him, including the bar owner, seemed unaware and continued to stare at the necklace, with greed and passion in their eyes becoming more and more morbid. The wizard had an ominous premonition in his heart. The scene of digging out the necklace appeared in his mind in the gorgeous coffin. The owner of the coffin, who had rotted away to the point that only bones were left, was clutching the necklace tightly in his hand. Its canine teeth protruded, and its face, which had turned into bones, revealed a hideous smile. When the necklace was dug out, the howling of some kind of wolf or large hound seemed to be heard from the far distance in the wilderness, but at that time, all of them seemed to be possessed by a demon. They pried open the tomb owner's hand, took the necklace, and then fled in panic without knowing what happened during the process. By the time I could remember, I had already arrived here. When thinking of this, the wizard's panic was about to overflow, and the next moment, the howl of a hound came from the wilderness outside the village compared to the howling heard when the grave was dug. This howling was much closer. The wizard could no longer suppress the inexplicable fear in his heart, and subconsciously wanted to apper it away, but just as he tried to apper it, he seemed to be extremely close to the wolf's howl. He could even smell the stench coming from behind him, as well as the extreme greed, madness and hunger that he could feel without seeing it with his own eyes. If he hadn't stopped apparating immediately, he felt like he would be torn into pieces in an instant. The next moment, not daring to delay for even a second, the frightened wizard broke open the door of the bar and fled frantically. The moment he tried to apper it, he sensed Hogwarts, which was not far away. Escape to Hogwarts and you'll be safe. Hogwarts has the White Lord Dumbledore and so many powerful professors. Whatever it is, they can handle it. And also, a figure appeared in the wizard's mind, and he felt fear but also a little more confidence. That little devil, oh no, the guardian of justice and nemesis of dark wizards, Sir Charles Evans, is also studying at Hogwarts now. Considering that I once gave him the unicorn horn, the dragon's heart, and the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider, even if those professors and Headmaster Dumbledore don't help, I can go and beg him, and maybe he will help me. He kept running until the next morning, not daring to stop for even a second, as if there was something invisible behind him, glaring at him hungrily. Not until the sun broke through the cool morning mist of northern Scotland did he feel a sense of safety in the sunlight. No matter what it is, a curse or a dark magic creature, there will always be a hint of restraint in the sunlight, right? Although he was extremely tired, he couldn't help but rest for a while under a tree. His eyelids were becoming heavier. A bizarre dream enveloped him. In the dream, there was a dark city that seemed to be standing in the void and whose location was unknown. All the buildings in the city violate human architectural principles. They do not look like human houses at all. The twisted angles seem to have internal rules. In the center of the city, a tall tower rises in a spiral shape, and vague whispers can be heard from the tower. A fear of facing the great existence in the unknown invaded his heart, making him shiver in his dreams. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. It was like no sleep at all. Fear and panic were never far away from him. That city, those spiral towers, and those weird angles made him dizzy. He seemed to have trouble distinguishing between dreams and reality, and there seemed to be some strange scene vaguely appearing before his eyes. Just then, he felt something cold on his neck. After reaching out his hand subconsciously to touch it, the wizard felt a chill in his heart. An extreme fear came over him like a tide. The magic fang necklace was hanging around his neck. He seemed to hear the howl of a hound again in his ears. The howling was getting closer and closer to him. Chapter 99, Restricted Book Area Authority. You want me to go to the Forbidden Forest? One night is not enough. Severus Snape died in Azkaban. This news was blocked to a certain extent, but for some wizards with connections and status, it was already semi-public in the famous Malfoy manner. The usually elegant Lucius Malfoy looked at the letter in his hand recording the news of Snape's death, and vented his rage in a rare manner, smashing every precious antique in the magnificent wall to pieces. Snape didn't have many friends, but Lucius was definitely his best friend. The two were friends when they were still in school, and later joined the Death Eaters. Lucius had an ancient and noble surname and wealth, while Snape possessed a rare talent in potions. With Lucius's deliberate efforts to make friends, his relationship with Snape became closer and closer over the years. After the war, their relationship became even closer than when they were both Death Eaters. Although Snape was a core member of the Death Eaters, he was protected by Dumbledore and was even able to enter Hogwarts as a teacher and the Dean of Slytherin. This was truly a relief for Lucius. You have to know that at that time, the purge of Death Eaters was in full swing. Even the descendants of some prominent families could not escape being sent to Azkaban, even if he managed to avoid jail by some means. Those greedy bureaucrats in the Ministry of Magic would not miss the opportunity to exploit him. Several ancient nobles became impoverished during the liquidation process, and their lives were extremely difficult for a time. Some of them were more prominent than Malfoy at the time. Logically speaking, the Malfoy family would never have an easy time, but because of Snape's relationship, the Malfoy family still had to be investigated by the Ministry of Magic, but it was much better off than other nobles. Even for a period of time after the war, the Malfoy family was still able to help other nobles, and gradually became the leaders of the post-war noble wizards and became the most prominent family. The relationship between Lucius and Snape then deepened, and Snape became Draco Malfoy's godfather. At the same time, Lucius also provided Snape with a large amount of money and ancient books for potion research. Now that Snape is dead, how can Lucius not be angry, whether out of personal emotion or from the perspective of vested interests? In particular, Draco Malfoy was also implicated in the process. His wrist and ankle bones were broken. Although they have been reconnected, he is still lying in bed and unable to get out of bed. Lucius went to see Draco, and unexpectedly saw lingering fear on Draco's usually domineering and spoiled face. Draco seldom spoke, and even in his drowsiness after taking the potion, he would tremble with fear from time to time. Thinking of this scene, Lucius couldn't help but smash his cane to the ground. Ciel. Evans, you filthy mudblood, it's all because of you. What made him most angry was that Charles had done such a thing, but as a school director, he could do nothing about it. He strongly demanded that Dumbledore expel Charles and send him to the Wizengamot for trial, but Dumbledore rejected his request. It is an indisputable fact that Snape used the unforgivable curse on Ciel in public. In this case, what Ciel had done to Snape before, including attacking the professor and causing his mental breakdown, is of course not valid. Who would hold a poor first-year wizard who stood up for his classmates accountable for a vicious Death Eater who was sent to Azkaban? As for the matter involving Draco, if he wanted to expel Charles, who was under the Cruciatus curse based on this, even if Dumbledore agreed, I'm afraid there would be an uproar in public opinion in the next second at the board of directors meeting. Even the majority of the directors agreed that Dumbledore needed to appease Charles and give him condolences and compensation on behalf of Hogwarts. As for the punishment for Charles, first of all, we must wait until his injuries are completely healed, and secondly, it must not be too severe. It just needs to serve as a warning. Even though Lucius strongly insisted, the punishment for Ciel that was finally discussed was just to let him take a walk in the Forbidden Forest at night accompanied by the gamekeeper. Lucius was so angry that he laughed. No matter what means Charles used to defeat Snape, whether it was some rare magic or Snape was careless and underestimated his enemy. The strength of this little wizard was extraordinary. If an ordinary little wizard goes to the Forbidden Forest at night, he may have a nightmare, but for Charles, what's the difference between this and going out to relax? Can this be called punishment? After taking a deep breath and hesitating for a long time, Lucius gritted his teeth. He had never been a decisive person, but this time, Snape's death and Draco's injury really stimulated him. If he doesn't do something about this and doesn't make that mudblood Ciel pay the price, the reputation of the Malfoy family will probably be in jeopardy. Lucius's first thought was Nocturne Alley. The dark wizards there are extremely vicious and are willing to do anything as long as they are paid with gold galleons. As a Hogwarts board member, I can't put people into Hogwarts Castle, but if it is deep in the Forbidden Forest where Hogwarts protective magic is relatively weak, it is still possible to let some dark wizards in for a short period of time. In this way, with the help of the dark wizards' endless variety of strange methods, unlike Snape, who was a professor at Hogwarts and could not use many dark magic in the castle, Lucius felt that it would be easy for a group of dark wizards from Nocturne Alley to take down Ciel. Deep down in his heart, Lucius still felt that with Snape's strength, if it was a normal battle, how could he lose to a little wizard? Most likely I underestimated my enemy, and as a professor I held back, but this time, these dark wizards will not have any sympathy or mercy. By then, Lucius swore that he would let those dark wizards teach Charles a lesson and let him know what it means to be extremely cruel. Then, a hideous smile appeared on Lucius's lips, and he sent a message to the wizard in Nocturne Alley whom he knew. After a while, bring some people to help me teach this guy a lesson. Don't worry, he's not a tough guy, just an academic. It's easy to deal with him with your methods. If you can do this job, you can get as much gold galleons as you want. As for where exactly this task would be carried out, Lucius did not specify, only saying that he would take them there. After all, they had to pass through the weak points in the protective magic and enter the depths of the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. If the news leaked out, it would be a big trouble. Knockover Alley. A dark wizard's eyes lit up as he looked at the message sent to him. Brothers, Lucius Malfoy is employed by a big client. The opportunity to make a fortune is here. My Lord Merlin, I was penniless the last time I was punished by that little devil, no, by that incarnation of justice. But today my luck has finally turned and I'm going to make a fortune. As for the difficulty of this job, seeing that Lucius Malfoy said he was not a tough guy but an academic, he must be a nerd who just reads from a book in the past, they had helped Lucius do some dirty work. For example, when the Malfoys' business encountered a rival, Lucius asked them to help teach the rival a lesson or threaten him. Every hire is easy, and the rewards are quite generous this time. The dark wizards in Nocturne Alley naturally understood this type of situation, and more than a dozen dark wizards agreed immediately. Not only did he agree, but in order to reassure Lucius and retain this important client, the dark wizard who had cooperated with Lucius also looked at the others and said, "Although that little devil stole a lot of things last time, how could I not know your character? No one would put all their eggs in one basket. You should have some treasures left in the bottom of the box. This is our first battle after we get back on our feet, so we must fight well. So don't hide anything. To be on the safe side, bring all your magic items with you." At the same time, after receiving the replies from these dark wizards, Lucius' expression relaxed. It looks like there should be no problem, but then Lucius thought about it and decided that he had to be more cautious. There cannot be any accidents in this matter, otherwise if Charles runs away and tells others about this matter, without Snape's relationship, he will probably have to go to Azkaban. Therefore, Lucius came to the cabinet where the Malfoy family's treasures were kept. Except for a Voldemort diary secretly placed here, there were the most precious, powerful and dangerous magical items collected by the Malfoy family. Lucius picked out a few of the most powerful ones, but he still felt it was not enough. When a lion fights a rabbit, he also uses all his strength. It needs to be more stable. Immediately, Lucius contacted several noble families that had close ties with the Malfoy family. Although the Malfoy family is the most respected among the current magical nobles, and many others have fallen into decline, with two families even falling to the point of becoming the foundation of the Malfoy family, Lucius knows that the good things passed down from their ancestors in their hands may not be less than those of his own family. Since we are going to take action in the Forbidden Forest, the safer the better. Besides, Lucius chose to do it himself, more or less out of a desire to avenge Draco, to let him see how brave his father was, and to break the shadow for him with his own hands. Of course this has to be won beautifully, so Lucius visited the noble families that were close to him one by one. "Crabbe, I heard that your family has an old magic item that was left over from hundreds of years ago. It's very powerful? Gore, how do you think I usually treat you? Am I taking good care of you? Now I need a favor. I'll lend you something and return it to you after a while. Are you willing to do me this favor?" In this way, Lucius went to 4 or 5 houses in succession and borrowed 1 or 2 magic items from each house. He had everything from defense to attack, and he armed himself to the teeth, not to mention dealing with a first-year student at Hogwarts. Even if you were to face Dumbledore, oh no, even if you were to fight Voldemort. Forget it, even if you were to face that crazy woman Bella Lestrange, or Dolohov, one of the best Death Eaters, he would not be at all inferior. This is the power of gold galleons. Lucius' eyes showed a look of confidence. Stable. Just wait until that mudblood recovers from his injuries and heads to the Forbidden Forest. I will bring the Dark Wizard with me to let him know what regret is. Meanwhile, Ciel had been in the ward for almost the entire day. Throughout the entire day, he spent most of his time using his newly acquired mental simulation and knowledge deduction abilities to learn new spells. It's true that although the effect is far inferior to direct deduction using Deep Blue, it is much more efficient than learning in reality, and there will be visible progress every moment. A simple spell like the levitation charm was already at the same level in Charles' hands as when Professor Flitwick created the dueling arena. By this calculation, practicing in this way for a whole day would probably be equivalent to the consumption of nearly 1,000 deduction points. It may not seem like much, but when accumulated, you can save hundreds of thousands of points a year, and this is just the beginning. As Charles' mental strength increases, especially as more knowledge is stored in the memory palace, the effects of simulation and deduction will only get better and better. One day in the future, perhaps Ciel won't need Deep Blue anymore. His occlumency technique will be able to bring about an effect similar to that of Deep Blue. At this moment, Charles opened his eyes, and what came into his sight were the bouquets of flowers and various gifts piled up almost to the ceiling of the ward, as well as various greeting cards. These were sent by Hogwarts students. Almost everyone in Hufflepuff House sent one, hoping that Charles would wake up as soon as possible. Looking at these gifts and cards, Charles looked somewhat helpless. He really didn't want to have any interaction with these young wizards. He came to Hogwarts just for the deduction points and various materials he could get here. As a result, he killed Snape this time. It seems that he has become the leader of the children? Shaking his head, Charles stood up from the bed, opened the door and wanted to go out, but when he opened the door, Charles was stunned by a figure sitting at the door. Little Hannah? Sitting at the door was Hannah Abbott. She seemed to have been guarding here all the time. She had just fallen asleep for a short while when she was awakened by Charles opening the door. Her face looked haggard, but when she saw Charles, Hannah's expression immediately became excited. Ciel? You're awake? Are you okay? I was so scared when I saw you fainted. Later I heard that you were hit by the Cruciatus curse. I then realized that it was the unforgivable curse. Neville was also so scared that he cried. He said that his parents were driven crazy by this curse. I didn't even dare to leave, for fear that you might go crazy and no one would know. Hannah rambled on for a while before blushing and whispering, I'll go get Madame Pomfrey. Looking at Hannah's hurriedly leaving back, Charles showed a bitter smile on his face. He had met Hannah a few times when he was at the Leaky Cauldron, and he did think the little girl was cute, but she was only 11 years old. What kind of person would set his sights on a little girl of this age? But now it seems that Hannah has developed a crush on me? Then, Charles suddenly turned his head and remembered that among the pile of gifts placed beside his bed, there seemed to be quite a few small pink cards with hearts drawn on them. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. There were even a few unsigned letters, possibly from Slytherin. What is this? Ciel took a deep breath and used occlumency to clear his mind of all distracting thoughts. At least in the past few years, he is still at the peak of his strength development, and every minute and every second of investment can actually bring about an improvement in his strength. Also, his strength is still far behind that of Dumbledore and peak Voldemort behind him. There was Doc watching. Although Doc has always been playing the role of giving him points, Doc is really improving rapidly every second in the dream world of Arlia. If Charles slacked off one day and started doing something romantic, he might be surpassed by Dark. Charles doesn't want to become a fish at the mercy of Dark the next time he enters the dream world of Arlia. Therefore, it's better to put off dating for a while. Just then, Madame Pomfrey hurried over, and when she saw Ciel standing there, she let out a scream. Sit back. Get back in bed. Then, even though her examination showed that Ciel was fine except for being a little tired, Madame Pomfrey still insisted that Ciel needed to rest in bed for at least 3 more days. After all, this was damage caused by the unforgivable curse, and no one wanted Charles to suffer any sequelae. Next, when they heard that Ciel had woken up, all the students from Hogwarts flocked to him, but they were all scolded away by Madame Pomfrey, who asked them not to disturb Ciel's rest. Only a few headmasters came in, and were told by Madame Pomfrey to end the visit as soon as possible. After a moment's silence, Professor McGonagall spoke with some embarrassment. Headmaster, Dumbledore is worried about Snape's case. The Ministry of Magic is under great pressure. He also needs to find a new potions professor, and the position of headmaster of Slytherin House cannot be left vacant. I mean, it's not that he doesn't care about you, but he's just too busy for the time being. I've already sent him a message, and he'll come over later. Ciel waved his hand to show that he understood and that Professor McGonagall didn't need to say more on the matter. Professor McGonagall heaved a sigh of relief and quickly took out a notebook and handed it to Ciel. Here are the transfiguration notes I put together. Read them when you feel better. There are also some reference books in the notes. You can look them up when you have a chance. It's hard to find these books anywhere else. Charles' eyes showed gratitude. He still admired Professor McGonagall's character, so he naturally would not vent his anger on Professor McGonagall, who is also a Gryffindor, because of Dumbledore's behavior. Then, Professor Flitwick's face was beaming as he praised Ciel. Although Snape is a bastard, he has real skills. Humph, when the you-know-who was so arrogant, Snape also, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Anyway, Ciel, you can defeat Snape in a one-on-one fight. That's amazing. He scratched his head, pulled out a reference book, and winked at Ciel. These books are classics in the study of spells, but they are also very valuable, and there are almost no copies circulating. They were all collected in one place. Ahem, you know, you can look for these books later. After hearing this, Charles had a rough idea in his mind. After the two professors left, he turned to look at Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. Professor Sprout pulled out a bottle of potion from his pocket. Come on, drink this first. Ciel nodded, tilted his head back and drank the potion. The next moment, A series of prompt sounds came from Deep Blue. A bottle of magic potion brought Charles more than 50,000 deduction points. Charles' heart trembled slightly. Even the materials of a fire dragon could not add up to so many points. It was conceivable how precious this potion was. Looking at the obvious fatigue on Professor Sprout's face, it was clear that she had probably worked a lot for this potion. Think about how Professor Sprout stood firmly in front of Ciel when facing Dumbledore. Although this dean does not cause trouble, he really cares for the little badger. Ciel took a deep breath and thanked Professor Sprout solemnly. Professor Sprout shook his head, tears flashing in his eyes. Then she wiped away her tears. You still need to rest. I won't say much. I have two things to tell you. The first thing is Hogwarts compensation to you. You will become the first student in Hogwarts history to have the right to attend classes freely. That is to say, you can choose not to take any courses in the entire 7 years, and you can graduate successfully as long as you pass the final assessment. At the same time, you will have higher authority than the class leader. You can deduct points from other students for violating school rules, and you can add points for commendable situations. This authority is close to that of a professor, and is similar to that of a teaching assistant. Also, I believe that with your intelligence, you must have guessed from what Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick said just now that the restricted section of Hogwarts is fully open to you. This is also the first time since the establishment of the restricted section of Hogwarts. After listening to Professor Sprout's words, Ciel also nodded. He doesn't care about permissions, but the permission to fully open the restricted area is still useful to him. Otherwise, you would have to get a note from the professor to borrow books from the restricted area, which is not only troublesome, but also a record of what books you borrowed would be left. Charles didn't want others to know about his browsing history, and the restricted book area is not as lenient as imagined. You can read everything with a note from the professor. Books in some areas can only be taken in the presence of the professor. They cannot be taken away with just a note. Having full browsing rights in the restricted area is much more convenient, and Charles can accept it. What about the second thing? Charles asked. Professor Sprout looked dissatisfied. Lucius Malfoy, as a member of the school board, strongly demands that you be punished. Although the ridiculous punishments he advocated were not passed, you will still be punished due to the matter of Draco Malfoy. After you have recovered from your injuries, you must take a walk in the Forbidden Forest at night accompanied by the gamekeeper Hagrid as a punishment for your actions. Professor Sprout said angrily. How could this be? You have just recovered from your injuries. How can I let you go to the Forbidden Forest? Unacceptable. At this moment, Charles was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's really too much. I may be right, but I'm not that right. As the old saying goes, it takes two to tango. How can you use such a light punishment? How can one night be enough? Professor, can you please reflect on my request and let me survive in the wilderness? Chapter 100, Phoenix, Lost Age. Dumbledore doesn't understand genius. Looking at Ciel's excited face after hearing about the Forbidden Forest, Professor Sprout was speechless. Ciel, I thought you would be afraid of the Forbidden Forest at night like a normal child. Charles coughed twice and tried his best to look terrified. I'm scared. I'm so scared, Professor. Don't look at me like this. I'm really scared to death, Professor. Sprout sighed. Okay, stop pretending. I think it's good to see that you're not as scared of the Forbidden Forest as the other badgers. A strange look appeared on her face. After all, logically speaking, the Forbidden Forest is our Hufflepuff territory. How can we be afraid of our own territory? Charles was stunned for a moment, then a look of interest appeared in his eyes. The Forbidden Forest is our Hufflepuff territory? Professor Sprout nodded. When the founder Hufflepuff was at Hogwarts, she put a lot of effort into setting up the Forbidden Forest in order to perfect her recipes and also to be able to obtain fresh magical plant and animal ingredients at any time. Many magical animals and plants that were originally scattered around were collected by the founder and placed in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest was also transformed by magic into an environment suitable for the survival of most magical animals and plants. At that time, the Forbidden Forest was not called this name. It was called the Hogwarts Breeding Garden. However, as time passed, the trees in the Forbidden Forest grew so well, and generations of students continued to bring in the cubs of various magical animals, so the Forbidden Forest became larger and larger. A few hundred years ago, it had grown so large that Hogwarts was no longer able to maintain it. It was like an independent kingdom, and even many magical animals lived in groups. So they simply renamed it a forbidden forest, and prohibited students from entering. It was also from that time that entering the forbidden forest at night became a punishment. Even for Hufflepuff students, few in each generation could go to the forbidden forest to obtain ingredients like the students before them. This also caused the Hufflepuff magic recipes to fade out of people's sight from that time on. After hearing the history told by Professor Sprout, Charles was also amazed. He really didn't know that the Forbidden Forest was originally a breeding garden for Hufflepuffs. If this is the case, the founder of Hufflepuff really left a huge treasure trove for future generations, which contains countless rare and magical animals and plants that can be used. But today's Hufflepuff students have no idea that this treasure trove exists, and even if they do, they are powerless to go in and obtain those precious materials. Judging from what Ciel saw the last time he went to the Hufflepuff kitchen, the house elves there probably couldn't prepare meals from the Hufflepuff magical recipes more than a few times a year. Which was really a pity. Professor Sprout smiled. So, I think it's pretty good if you're not afraid of the Forbidden Forest. At least the treasure trove left by the founder will not be wasted. Many materials in the Forbidden Forest are very difficult to find after leaving Hogwarts. They are rare and precious. As he spoke, Professor Sprout handed Ciel a list. All of these are precious materials that can be found in the Forbidden Forest. You can look for them when you go to the Forbidden Forest in a few days. There are many materials that can be used to make magical meals. Ciel nodded. Then, Professor Sprout hesitated for a moment, took out an ancient map and handed it to Charles. And this is the core area that the founder arranged in the Forbidden Forest. It has been thousands of years now. All the Hufflepuff heads have tried to find what's in there, but to no avail. Perhaps you can give it a try, too. Charles showed curiosity. What the founder left behind has been gone for thousands of years. What is that? There was a strange gleam in Professor Sprout's eyes. Phoenix eggs. Ciel was stunned for a moment. Phoenix? You mean Phoenix? Professor Sprout shook his head in categorical denial. The Phoenix is the Phoenix, and the Phoenix is the Phoenix. Although both have the characteristic of immortality, they are two different things. The Phoenix is just an ordinary creature born in an era without the Phoenix. How can it be compared with a Phoenix? Only ignorant people confuse the two creatures. Although magical animals like the Phoenix are rare, they have never been extinct. Dumbledore has one, but the Phoenix, even in the founder's time, was already an extinct magical animal. No, perhaps it should be said that it is an extinct mythical animal. The legendary Phoenix, also known as the Phoenix of Paradise, possesses divine power far more powerful than that of a unicorn or even a phoenix. The divine flame it spews out can destroy almost all black magic and dark creatures. Its feathers can resist darkness and restore life. Legend has it that it also has magical power to prolong a person's lifespan or even grant them immortality. At that time, the Hufflepuff lady discovered by chance what might be the last Phoenix egg in the wizarding world. She spent countless resources to set up magic for it in the core area of the Forbidden Forest, waiting for the Phoenix to be reborn. It has been 1,000 years now. Generation after generation of Hufflepuff headmasters have passed down this secret and have gone to the Forbidden Forest to search for it, but to no avail. No one knows whether the Phoenix failed to be reborn, or flew away after being reborn successfully, or whether the magic left by the founder lost its effectiveness over the years. In short, no one has ever found the Phoenix egg, but the legendary Phoenix of Paradise will choose its master, just like the Phoenix, and the standard is far more stringent than that of the Phoenix. One must possess extremely powerful divine magic to gain the loyalty of the Phoenix of Paradise. I heard from Professor McGonagall that you showed a strong inclination towards divine magic when choosing a wand. Coupled with your extraordinary talent, perhaps you will be the Hufflepuff with the best hope of finding the Phoenix in 1,000 years. After listening to Professor Sprout's explanation, Charles' heart was also burning. The Phoenix of Paradise with super powerful sacred magic? This is a perfect match with my magic animagus. Originally, Ciel's second magic, animagus, was intended to capture the three-headed dog of hell. He hadn't figured out the third one yet and was still struggling between the unicorn, basilisk, and phoenix. Now it seems that if I can find the bird of paradise, I won't have to worry about it transforming into the Phoenix of Paradise. Would definitely increase the strength of Ciel's magic power dramatically. At the same time, his holy spells will reach a new height with the blessing of this magical animagus. It can even prolong life and keep youth forever. Isn't this much better than the Philosopher's Stone and Horcruxes, which have side effects? Exclamation mark. Ciel took the ancient map from Professor Sprout and decided to go to the Forbidden Forest to look for traces of the phoenix with a deep blue in hand. As long as the phoenix exists in this world, Charles believes that he must be the person most likely to find it. After giving Ciel so many instructions, Professor Sprout, who is already tired from preparing potions for Ciel, looked even more tired. She then stood up and gave Charles some instructions before leaving. Although you are not afraid of the Forbidden Forest, there are not many creatures in the Forbidden Forest that can threaten you, but be careful of Lucius Malfoy. His best friend is dead and his son is injured. This dark wizard who is once a Death Eater will not give up easily. Try to put off going to the Forbidden Forest for a few days. Ciel nodded and looked at Professor Sprout, who was leaving with gratitude in his eyes. After struggling in society for so many years in his previous life, Charles can still tell who has ulterior motives towards him and who is truly good to him. Although Hogwarts has professors like Snape, the other deans are all very good people. Professor Sprout had nothing to say about himself. He treated himself as the successor of Hufflepuff House and even told him about the Phoenix. The favor I owe you today is too great. I must repay it if I have the chance. This thought came to Charles' mind. Then he took a step forward, cast a disillusionment charm on himself, left the infirmary and walked towards the Hogwarts library. No matter what you do, strength always comes first. Even though Charles managed to get rid of Snape through planning this time, and even pointed his sword at Dumbledore in public, leaving Dumbledore speechless, this kind of secret calculation and arrangement should not be used too often. The reason why they have to plot secretly is because they are not strong enough. If I could hang Dumbledore up and beat him, then what would it matter if I pushed him down from the position of Hogwarts headmaster? Why would I have to resort to such petty tricks? The knowledge in the restricted area of Hogwarts will be of great help to Charles in improving his strength. Not only can it provide a large amount of high-level materials and reduce the point consumption in the deduction process, it can also be filled into the memory palace to increase Charles' mental strength, while enhancing the effects of mental simulation and knowledge deduction. Charles would naturally not miss such an opportunity. After arriving at the library, Ciel lifted the disillusionment spell and headed straight for the restricted area. Madame Pants, who was in charge of guarding the library, did not stop Charles when she saw him. She only told him to cherish those precious books, and then let him in. It was obvious that she had been warned. Just as Charles entered the restricted area, in the headmaster's office, the haggard Dumbledore's expression moved slightly. Charles Evans went to the restricted section? He shook his head. This child is too obsessed with power. If we don't restrain him, he might go to extremes. I want him to understand that besides power, there are many other things worth pursuing in this world, such as love and friendship. Besides this, Dumbledore had another worry in his mind, that is, the current Ciel is already brilliant. In comparison, Harry Potter, as the savior, is simply mediocre. Even Harry Potter is almost becoming Ciel's little fanboy. How is this possible? Harry Potter is the protagonist in the script arranged by Dumbledore. Dumbledore is planning to do everything he can to let Gryffindor win all the subsequent House Cups. How can he be overshadowed by Ciel? What if Charles obtained more powerful magic in the restricted area and his strength improved further? He doesn't even know what earth-shattering things he will do, so how can Harry Potter gain enough fame? In Dumbledore's view, ensuring Harry Potter's growth and status is the overall situation, which is related to the plan to destroy Voldemort. As for Charles, it was not that Dumbledore was narrow-minded and wanted to retaliate after being questioned by Charles in public, but that he had to suppress him for the greater good. Ciel's current strength is more than enough to be a chess piece to help Harry Potter clear obstacles in the future. Plus, the fact that young wizards naturally become stronger as they grow older is enough, and Dumbledore doesn't need Charles to be too strong. Dumbledore stood up and walked to the bookshelf in the headmaster's office. There was a whole row of bookshelves here than before, and they were all filled with books from the restricted area. If you look closely, you will find that the books on the reference list that Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick gave to Ciel are basically included in this bookshelf. In addition, those books that record truly advanced magic have basically been moved here. Dumbledore showed a strange look on his face. Put these books away for the time being and replace them with some purely theoretical and hypothetical books. This is also for Ciel's own good. He should temper his temper, develop in the academic field, and broaden his horizons. Young people should not always focus on those advanced magics. It won't delay anything if he studies a few years later. I will naturally make arrangements for it in the future. Or, Dumbledore's eyes were deep. If Charles was willing to come to him for help, accept some of the tasks he arranged, and pass the tests he arranged. It was not impossible for him to give Charles some of the books in this way. Under his arrangements, he can ensure that Charles is always on the right track in the principal's office. Phineas, who was known as the most hated principal, couldn't help but ask a question. Dumbledore, are you so sure that Charles Evans will come to you? What if he doesn't come? Dumbledore showed a look of determination. How could such a genius not desire power and magic? That he rushed to the restricted books section as soon as he was able to get out of bed proved the same. In that case, when he couldn't find what he needed in the restricted section, he should know who to turn to. Dumbledore's lips curled up into a smile. No one understands the mind of a genius better than I do. Just watch, Phineas. Ciel will be here soon. He slowly made himself a cup of tea, prepared 2 plates of desserts, and then waited leisurely in the principal's office 5 minutes. 10 minutes passed. Dumbledore remained motionless, still sipping his tea slowly. Half an hour passed. Dumbledore remained calm and composed, and replenished the dessert he had eaten. 2 hours. 3 hours passed. There was a hint of light in the sky outside and the chickens in Hogwarts began to crow. Dumbledore, who had been waiting all night, still did not receive Charles' visit. A cockcrow woke Dumbledore from his doze. He glanced at the time, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Charles Evans hasn't arrived yet? So what is he doing? Soon, news came from the librarian, Madame Pants, and the portraits everywhere in Hogwarts. Dumbledore's eyes widened even further. Did he really spend the entire night reading in the restricted section? No, he is really not interested in the advanced magic that was taken away. The portrait of Phineas laughed in a gloating tone. Dumbledore, it seems you don't understand genius as well as you claim. Dumbledore frowned, and after being surprised, he regained his calmness as if everything was under control. It doesn't matter if Charles doesn't come. Even seeing Charles like this, he was really immersed in theories and hypotheses that had no practical value, which was more in line with Dumbledore's thoughts. Studying these theoretical hypotheses is not of much help in improving magical power. This will undoubtedly significantly hinder Charles's strength improvement, and as Charles immersed himself in this knowledge, he would naturally cause less trouble, and over time the turmoil he caused in Hogwarts gradually subsided. Everything will return to the track arranged by Dumbledore. This was Dumbledore's conspiracy. Starting with giving Charles Evans access to the restricted area if he doesn't want those advanced magics, then the speed at which Charles improves in strength will be limited. If you want those magics, you have to listen to Dumbledore's arrangements no matter what. Dumbledore won't lose. Everything is still under control. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, but for some reason, he always felt a little uneasy in his heart. The time goes back to last night, when Ciel just entered the restricted area. He wandered through the restricted section, holding the reference list Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had left for him, and headed for the aforementioned bookshelf. But when he came to the nearest bookshelf, Charles saw signs of tampering. The Transfiguration book mentioned by Professor McGonagall has disappeared here, replaced by some Transfiguration miscellanies, which record some interesting but extremely complicated propositions. If you achieve results in these areas, it will not be a problem to publish some top academic papers. But this will not develop your own strength, and is far less intuitive than learning a more powerful transformation technique. His expression changed slightly. He sneered, and went to look at several other bookshelves. As expected, all the works mentioned in the bibliography had been taken away, and all that remained were purely theoretical books like this. Without thinking, Charles knew who did it. Dumbledore's attitude towards guarding against advanced magic is exactly the same as in the original book. It can be seen from the original work that no matter how famous Dumbledore is or how high his reputation is, this old man is extremely defensive towards people. Even at the end, he would not tell Harry Potter the truth. He was also worried that Harry Potter would give up his responsibility to destroy the Horcruxes in order to pursue the Deathly Hallows, so he made precautionary arrangements. But if he had the time to arrange these things, leaving a few powerful spells for the Harry Potter trio, or arranging a few magical items that could be used to fight enemies or escape, the process of the Harry Potter trio destroying the Horcruxes would have been much smoother. How could it be like in the original novel, where they got the locket but didn't know how to destroy it, and almost parted ways because of the locket's temptation? You know, even Malfoy's followers Crabbe and Goyle, these two stupid guys, learned how to release the fiend fire at Hogwarts at the same time the Harry Potter trio didn't learn any powerful magic this year. If Dumbledore had left Harry Potter with a spell similar to fiend fire, wouldn't it have been so difficult for them to destroy the Horcruxes they had obtained? Not only the Harry Potter trio, But also the members of the Order of the Phoenix who followed Dumbledore did not receive any magical help and support. Snape also learned magic from Voldemort and could fly directly after Wormtail lost one of his hands for Voldemort. He was rewarded by Voldemort with a powerful alchemical arm. From this aspect, it is not difficult to see that although Voldemort lost his mind due to splitting too many Horcruxes, he was really generous in rewarding power. On the other hand, the help Dumbledore received was nothing but love. You want the horse to run, but you also want it to find grass to eat. The Order of the Phoenix had such a hard time fighting the Death Eaters, and this might be a factor. Charles casually opened a book left by Dumbledore, and what came into his eyes was an extremely complex and exquisite spell model. The academic value of this thing is undoubtedly extremely high, but how to apply it in practice is debatable for wizards who pursue power. Studying such theoretical books is undoubtedly a step too far, but a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Charles' mouth. Dumbledore probably couldn't have imagined that the Shire possessed such an unreasonable being as Deep Blue. Such knowledge in niche fields that has no practical value can be converted by Deep Blue into materials for corresponding fields. As for not learning advanced spells, what does that matter? As long as there are enough materials and sufficient points, all will be done by relying on Deep Blue's deduction. Give Charles endless knowledge, and he can move the endless world. Immediately, Charles waved his magic wand, and one banned book after another on the bookshelf floated up and began to turn the pages automatically. As Charles's eyes turned, all that profound knowledge was transformed into materials in the corresponding fields by Deep Blue. The host has obtained advanced materials for transfiguration. The points required for subsequent transfiguration will decrease. The host has obtained advanced materials for spell learning. The points required for deducing most spells have been reduced. The host has obtained advanced black magic materials. 1. Reminder after another sounded in my mind like a screen scrolling by at the same time. The memory palace in Charles' spiritual world was filled with book after book. Compared to the books he obtained from Flourish and Blots, the knowledge contained in the books in the restricted section of Hogwarts was far greater in both quantity and depth. This also significantly enhances the effect of improving mental strength. There was a fiery look in Charles' eyes. Not enough, not fast enough. He waved his wand, and the speed of turning the pages of these books increased further. At the same time, Charles spent deduction points and relied on Deep Blue to instantly speed read the contents of these books unconsciously. One bookshelf, two bookshelves, and many large books that would take ordinary people years, dozens of years, or even a lifetime to study were mastered by Charles and turned into accumulations in his memory palace. Charles' mental strength also increased significantly overnight in the restricted area. Just as it was getting light outside, Charles picked up a thick book again. A different reminder than before sounded in Ciel's mind. The host has obtained historical materials of the magical world. Charles was stunned for a moment, and his eyes focused on the book. The name of this book is The Lost Age. Judging from the publication time, it should have been published several decades ago and is considered to be one of the younger books in the banned books area. And when Charles saw the author's name of the book, his eyes suddenly widened. Dark Side. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.